There is a stillness that comes before all things. Not the stillness of emptiness exactly, but something deeper. A kind of waiting, a held breath before the first word is spoken. Ancient writers who thought carefully about the beginning of everything described it this way: that before the world was made, there was formlessness, and there was darkness, and there was a deep. And over that deep, the Spirit of God moved, the way a gentle wind moves across still water, creating the smallest of ripples before anything else begins. It is worth staying with that image for a moment. The deep, the dark, the movement of something vast and quiet over the surface of waters that had no shore. There is something strangely peaceful about it, even in its mystery. It is the quiet before the first sound. It is the darkness before the first light. And then the light came. The book that tells this story, the book we call Genesis, which simply means beginning, opens with those words like a door swinging gently open. And there was light. Not yet the sun, not yet the moon. Just light itself called into being, spreading across what had been only darkness. And the account says that this light was seen to be good. There is something tender in that word. Good. Not merely functional, not merely necessary, but good. Worth making. Worth having. Worth seeing. The first day of creation ends and begins as simply as that. Light and darkness separated, each given its own name. Day, night, and evening came and morning came, and a first day was complete. But the world was still mostly water. Imagine that, a world of water and light and nothing else visible. The second day brought an ordering of that water. A great expanse opened up, a sky, a space between the waters above and the waters below. Those ancient writers understood the sky as a kind of dome, a vault holding back the heavens, and what we might think of as clouds and rain and the deep blue of the upper air would have seemed to them like the waters of heaven, carefully held in place. A world being given its shape, its dimensions, its sense of up and down. The third day brought something that anyone who has watched a beach reveal itself at low tide might recognize: the drawing back of waters to reveal solid ground. Dry land appeared. Seas gathered into their places. And then, as if the land itself could not wait, plants began to grow. Grass. Green things. Seed-bearing plants, trees with fruit. The whole quiet and purposeful unfolding of a garden world. Not yet tended. Not yet named. But there, reaching toward the light that had already been made, doing what growing things do, which is simply to grow. The fourth day gave the sky its great lights. The sun to govern the day, the moon to govern the night, and beyond them, in the darkening vault of evening, the stars. Ancient people were deeply attentive to the sky in ways we sometimes forget to be. Without the glow of cities, without the distraction of screens, the night sky was a ceiling of fire. A map, a clock, a calendar. The movements of those lights told the time of year, the time of night, the coming of seasons. They were, the text says, for signs and for seasons, for days and for years. They were part of the order being built into the world, the great rhythms that everything would live by. The fifth day filled the waters and the air with life. Fish in the sea, birds in the sky. The great creatures of the deep that would have seemed to ancient eyes as mysterious as anything could be. The whale, the leviathan, everything that swims and moves in the darkness beneath the waves. And the birds, 2 wings catching air in every conceivable way. Voices lifting into that vault of sky that had been made for them. And these were blessed. Told to be fruitful, to multiply, to fill the sea and the air with their kind. Life calling forth more life. That is a very old instruction, and it is a gentle one. The sixth day was the fullest. Land animals of every kind. Creatures that move on the earth, domesticated animals and wild ones. Everything that crawls and walks and runs across the ground. And then, as the climax of this whole unfolding story, something different. Something made not by a word spoken outward but by a kind of inward deliberation. Let us make, the text says. Let us make humankind in our image, after our likeness. There is weight in that phrase, and people have pondered it for thousands of years. In our image. What does that mean? For now, let it simply be this, that the human being who was made on that sixth day was made with a particular attentiveness, a particular intention. Made to be in relationship, to reflect something of the divine in the world, to have a kind of stewardship over the living things of the earth. Made, the text says, both male and female. Not one, but the beginning of something that would grow and spread and fill the world. And then the seventh day, the day of rest. The work was complete, and it was very good. The text shifts from good to very good when the whole thing is seen together, and the Creator rested. Set apart that day, blessed it, made it holy. A rhythm was written into the very structure of creation. 6 days of work, 1 day of rest. 1 day to step back and simply be. Ancient communities would take that rhythm seriously in ways we can sometimes appreciate more from a distance than we can practice up close. The idea that rest is not laziness, not waste, but something built into the fabric of things, something necessary and right. The world was made. It was very good. And now it needed someone to tend it. The second account of creation in Genesis shifts its perspective, zooms in from the vast sweep of sky and sea and stars to something much quieter. A garden. The Lord God, that name with its particular tenderness, formed the man from the dust of the ground, breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and the man became a living being. There is something in that image that has never lost its power. Dust becoming a person. The most common, most ordinary substance of the earth, the fine dry powder that settles on everything, that you brush from your hands without thinking, shaped into a human form and then given breath, given life. It is both humbling and remarkable. We are, in this telling, made of the earth itself. Made to belong here, to tend it, to be part of it. The garden that was made for this first person was a place of beauty and abundance. Trees that were pleasing to the eye and good for food. A river that watered the garden and divided into 4 rivers beyond it, feeding the wider world. The man was placed there to work the ground and to keep it. Not to dominate it carelessly, but to tend it, to watch over it. Those 2 words, work and keep, suggest both labor and care. A gardener's relationship to the garden, attentive and responsible. He was given the naming of things. Every creature was brought to him, and what he called it, that became its name. It is a remarkable image, this first human standing in the garden as the animals came to him, and finding words for each one, and the words sticking, becoming real. Language as a form of relationship. To name something is to recognize it, to have a kind of bond with it. And the man named them all. But in all of that naming, there was no helper found for him, no one to stand alongside him as an equal. And so while he slept, and there is something very human and very lovely in the detail that he slept, a rib was taken from his side, and from it a woman was made. When the man saw her, he recognized her immediately. Bone of my bones, he said, and flesh of my flesh. There was delight in that recognition. They belonged to each other, and they were not ashamed because there was nothing yet to be ashamed of. They were simply together in the garden in the gentle light, with no separation between who they were and how they appeared to each other. The garden had one boundary, one tree whose fruit was not for them, the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Not because the fruit was poison exactly, but because eating it would mean something, a crossing of a line, a reaching for something that was not theirs to take, not yet, not in this way. It was the one place where their freedom had a fence. And the story tells us that into this garden came a serpent. The text introduces this creature simply as more crafty than any other animal. It spoke to the woman, and this detail too has been pondered endlessly. A speaking serpent. Ancient readers would have understood this within their own framework of the world, a world in which the boundaries between the human and the animal and the spiritual were perhaps more permeable than we imagine. What matters for our quiet telling is the nature of the conversation that followed. The serpent did not roar. It did not threaten. Simply questioned, "Did God really say you must not eat of every tree of the garden?" And from that question came a conversation, and from the conversation came doubt, and from the doubt came the reaching of a hand towards something that had been withheld. The fruit was taken. Both of them ate. And in that moment something shifted. Their eyes were opened, the text says. But what they saw first was themselves, and they felt naked and they hid. It is one of the oldest and most resonant of human experiences, that sense of suddenly seeing yourself from the outside, of feeling exposed, of wanting to cover up and pull back and hide. They made coverings for themselves from fig leaves, and when they heard God walking in the garden in the cool of the day, that phrase, the cool of the day, soft and green and late afternoon, a time for walking and conversation, they hid among the trees. Where are you? The question that followed was not, perhaps, a question of location. God knew where they were. It was more like the question a parent asks a child who has gone quiet. Where are you? What has happened to you? Why are you hiding from me? What followed was a series of consequences, described in language that is spare and dignified rather than vindictive. There would be pain, difficulty, struggle. The easy abundance of the garden would give way to labor and toil. The serpent was cursed. And eventually, the man and the woman were sent out from the garden, east of Eden, into a wider world that would require more from them than the garden had. But before they left, the text notes quietly, God made them garments of skin and clothed them. Even in the moment of departure, there was care. It is easy to read this story as simply a story of failure and punishment. But there is another reading just as old that sees in it the beginning of something, the beginning of human maturity, human moral awareness, the beginning of the long story of people finding their way in a world that is harder than paradise but no less beloved by the one who made it. East of Eden, in the wider world, the first family began to grow. The man and the woman, Adam and Eve, names that mean something like humanity and life, had children. Their first was Cain, a farmer, a man of the soil. Their second was Abel, a keeper of sheep. Two brothers and the ancient tension between ways of living. The farmer and the herder, the settled and the wandering, each with their own sense of what the land owes them and what they owe back. Both brought offerings. Cain brought the fruit of his farming. Abel brought the firstborn of his flock. And for reasons the text does not fully explain, and that restraint is intentional, is part of the story, God looked with favor on Abel's offering and not on Cain's. Cain was angry. His face fell. And God, in what reads almost like a gentle warning between equals, asked him, "Why are you angry? If you do well, will you not be accepted? Sin is crouching at the door, its desire is for you, but you must rule over it." It is a remarkable little speech. Not a command exactly. More like an invitation. You have a choice here. You see what is happening inside you. You can choose otherwise. But Cain did not choose otherwise. He spoke to his brother in the field, and he rose against him, and Abel was gone. The first death in the human story, and it came from within a family, from the oldest and most complicated tangle of feeling. Jealousy between brothers. Where is your brother Abel? The same quality of question as before, not a question of geography but something deeper. I do not know. Am I my brother's keeper? The answer the story seems to suggest is yes. You are. That is precisely what you are. Cain was marked, and that mark, which has sometimes been read as a curse, the text presents as also a protection. He was sent further east into a land called Nod, which simply means wandering. He built a city there, had a family, and life continued. But something had been lost that could not easily be found again. Back with Adam and Eve, another son was born, Seth. And through Seth, the human story continued. The list of those early generations, Adam, Seth, Enosh, Kenan, Mahalalel, Jared, Enoch, Methuselah, Lamech, Noah, is one of those passages that can seem like a dry catalog but that rewards a certain way of listening. Each entry follows a pattern. He lived so many years and he fathered such and such a son, and then he lived so many more years and he died. Life, continuation, death. Over and over. The lifespans in those ancient genealogies are enormous by our standards. Methuselah, the oldest, is said to have lived 969 years. Scholars have long debated what these numbers mean. Whether they are literal, whether they reflect a different way of counting, whether they are a literary convention to convey great antiquity and honor. For our purposes tonight, what they convey is simply this. A great deal of time passed. Generations upon generations. The world was being peopled, and the human story was being written slowly, one life at a time. One name stands out from those early generations, Enoch. The text treats him differently. It does not say he died. Instead, it says that Enoch walked with God and then he was not because God took him. That is all. He walked with God. A phrase that suggests a quality of life, a closeness, a relationship that was unusual even in those ancient days. And then he was simply gone, not through death as the others but taken. It is a small, mysterious light in the middle of those long lists, and people have been drawn to it ever since. And then at the end of those long generations, a child was born to Lamech, and Lamech named him Noah, saying, "This one will bring us comfort from our work and from the painful toil of our hands caused by the ground that the Lord has cursed." A name full of hope and expectation. A name that would carry more weight than Lamech could have known. The world by Noah's time had become troubled. The text describes it in terms that are both ancient and strangely familiar. The earth was corrupt and filled with violence. God looked at the earth and grieved. The word used suggests a deep sorrow, an ache of heart. The kind of feeling that comes when something you care about deeply has gone badly wrong. It is one of the more surprising moments in the whole biblical text, the Creator grieving over the creation. But Noah was different. Noah found favor in the eyes of God. He was a righteous man, the text says, blameless in his generation. He walked with God, that phrase again, the same phrase used of Enoch. Whatever it means, it seems to point toward a quality of attentiveness, of alignment between how a person lives and what God asks of them. And so God came to Noah with a great and strange task. Build an ark. The word ark in Hebrew is a word used only twice in the whole Bible. Here, and later for the little basket of reeds in which the infant Moses was placed on the river. A vessel of safety, a floating shelter in the midst of overwhelming water. The dimensions given for this ark are large. 300 cubits long, 50 wide, 30 high. A cubit is roughly the length of a forearm, about 18 inches. That makes the ark around 450 feet long. A very large vessel, with 3 decks, rooms, a door in the side, and a covering above. Noah was to bring into the ark his family, his wife, his sons, their wives, and 2 of every living creature, and food for them all. And Noah did everything exactly as God commanded him. That simple statement carries enormous weight. He must have been asked about it. Neighbors must have wondered what he was doing. Out there building this enormous vessel. The sky was clear. There was no rain in sight. But Noah built. The rains came. The great deep burst open, an image that suggests the waters under the earth as well as the rain from above, as if the whole ordered water system of creation were coming undone. For 40 days and 40 nights the rain fell, and the waters rose, and the ark floated, and everything outside it was covered. The mountains were covered. The earth was still. Inside the ark, imagine the quiet of it. The sound of water everywhere, yes, but the sound too of animals breathing, of his family moving about in the lamplight, of the groaning of timbers. Everything outside was changed utterly, and inside was a kind of stillness, a waiting. Noah and his family were sustained through it, held safe in that floating room above the waters. In time the waters began to recede. A wind passed over the earth. The ark came to rest on the mountains of Ararat, great peaks in what is now eastern Turkey, a region of tremendous elevation and grandeur, where snow-capped summits rise from the high plateau. After months of floating, the ark was still. Ground was beneath them again. Noah sent out a raven, which flew back and forth until the waters dried. Then he sent a dove, and the dove returned because it found no place to rest. He waited 7 days and sent the dove again, and this time it came back with an olive leaf in its beak, freshly plucked. Life, growth. The earth beneath the waters was coming back. He waited 7 more days and sent the dove a 3rd time, and it did not return. It had found ground to land on, a place to be. When Noah removed the covering of the ark and looked out, the ground was dry. The whole long waiting was over. And God spoke and told him to come out, he and his family and all the creatures, and so they came out into the light, onto the earth again, into the smell of wet ground and new air and the sheer enormity of a world freshly emptied and freshly filled. Noah built an altar. He offered burnt offerings. And God was pleased and made a promise, the first of the great covenants that thread through the whole biblical story. Never again would the ground be cursed in this way. Never again would every living creature be destroyed by a flood. As long as the earth endured, seed time and harvest, cold and heat, summer and winter, day and night would not cease. The rhythms of the world were guaranteed, written into the sky in the form of a rainbow. That rainbow. It is one of those images that children encounter very young and carry for the rest of their lives, and rightly so. A bow in the clouds, and the word is actually the word for a warrior's bow, a weapon of war, hung in the sky and pointing upward, away from the earth, as if to say the conflict is over, the bow is laid down. A sign of peace, a sign of remembrance. When the bow appears in the clouds, God will remember the covenant. The promise will hold. Noah had 3 sons, Shem, Ham and Japheth. From these 3 the text tells us the whole earth was peopled after the flood. What follows in Genesis is a great table of nations, the descendants of each son, spreading out across the known world. Shem's descendants in the east, Japheth's in the north and west, Ham's in Africa and south. The ancient world mapping itself in terms of family, connecting all peoples to a common ancestry. Different languages, different lands, but all of them branches of the same tree. The world was filling up again. People were moving out, finding new places, building their lives. And then comes the story of Babel. In those ancient days, the text tells us the whole earth had one language and the same words. As people moved eastward, they found a plain in the land of Shinar, the fertile lowland of Mesopotamia, what is now Iraq, and settled there. And they had a great idea, or what seemed to them like one. They would build a city, and in that city a tower that reached to the heavens, and they would make a name for themselves. There is something very human in that impulse. The desire to build something lasting, something visible, something that says we were here. The people of ancient Mesopotamia did indeed build towers, great step towers called ziggurats, with temples on their peaks, reaching toward the gods. The image in the story would have resonated with anyone who had seen those enormous structures rising from the flat plain. But the Tower of Babel, as the story is told, was not merely ambitious. It was a kind of defiance of the scattering that had been the plan all along. God came down, and that detail, God having to come down to see the tower that the people were so proud of, has a gentle irony to it, and saw what was being built. And God said, if they have begun to do this as one people with one language, nothing they plan will be impossible for them. And so the languages were confused, and the people scattered across the earth, and the city was left unfinished. Babel. The word in Hebrew sounds like the word for confusion, for mixing up. And so the place took its name from what happened there. It became the origin story of human diversity, the reason that walking into a city in the ancient world, you might hear a dozen languages, the reason that the earth is filled with so many different ways of speaking and thinking and living. A scattering that was also, in some sense, a fulfillment of the original intention, to fill the earth. After Babel, the genealogies continue, tracing the line of Shem down through the generations until we arrive at a man named Terah, living in a city called Ur of the Chaldeans. And Terah had a son named Abram. Ur was one of the great cities of the ancient world. It sat near the mouth of the great rivers, the Tigris and the Euphrates, in what is now southern Iraq, and in the days when Abram lived there, roughly 4,000 years ago by most estimates, it was a place of considerable culture and commerce. Traders came through it. Temples rose above it. Its people wrote in cuneiform pressed into clay tablets. It was not a simple place, not a pastoral village. Abram grew up in the middle of a sophisticated civilization. And yet the story that began with Abram is, at its heart, a story of departure. Terah took his family and left Ur, intending to go to the land of Canaan, the narrow strip of land between the Great Sea and the desert, what we now call roughly Israel and Palestine. They traveled northward along the river road, which was the natural route from the southern Mesopotamian plain toward the west, and came to a place called Haran, far to the north in what is now Turkey. And there they settled. There Terah died at the age of 205 years. And there, in Haran, Abram heard the call that would change everything. The words are simple and direct. Go from your country and your kindred and your father's house to the land that I will show you. And I will make of you a great nation. And I will bless you and make your name great, so that you will be a blessing. There is something worth pausing over in those words. 3 things were asked of Abram: to leave his country, his kindred, his father's house. 3 concentric circles of belonging, each one closer and more intimate than the last. Country, family, home. And in exchange, 3 things were promised: a great nation, a great name, and something even larger, that through Abram all the families of the earth would be blessed. The promise was not just for Abram. It reached out past him to everyone who would ever come after. Abram was 75 years old when he left Haran. His wife was Sarai, and he took with him his nephew Lot, and all their servants and possessions, and they traveled south and west into the land of Canaan. The land was already inhabited, the Canaanites lived there, but at Shechem at the Oak of Moreh God appeared to Abram and said, to your offspring I will give this land. And Abram built an altar there, and then another near Bethel. And then he traveled on, the way nomadic people have always traveled, following the seasons and the grass and the water, making their home in the movement itself. There was a famine in the land, and Abram went down to Egypt for a time, as people would often do when the rains failed in Canaan. Egypt, with its dependable flooding of the Nile, was a refuge when the rainfall of the hill country gave out. He returned, and he and Lot separated, for their flocks and herds had grown large enough that the land could not support them both. Lot chose the well-watered Jordan Valley, beautiful and fertile, and went east. Abram remained in the land of Canaan, and God spoke to him again. Look north and south, east and west. All this land I will give to you and to your offspring forever. Forever. It is a word that echoes through the whole Abraham story, and through the rest of the Bible, and into the present day. What was promised to Abram became the ground of identity and hope for his descendants for thousands of years. Abram's life was not only wandering and promise. There were battles. A coalition of kings in the region fought and took Lot captive, and Abram gathered his men and went after them in the night and brought his nephew back. There was the strange meeting with Melchizedek, the king of Salem, a priest of God Most High, who brought out bread and wine and blessed Abram, and to whom Abram gave a tenth of everything. A mysterious figure, this Melchizedek. He appears and disappears in the story like a brief lamp, his origin and lineage unrecorded, which only added to his significance for later readers. The Great Covenant came on a night that is described in detail that feels both ancient and immediate. God spoke to Abram in a vision. Do not be afraid, Abram, I am your shield. Your reward shall be very great. But Abram, in what might be the most painfully honest moment so far in the whole story, said, What will you give me, for I continue childless? He had no heir. Sarai had not been able to conceive. The great nation promised to him had no beginning. What good was any of it? God took him outside. Look toward heaven and number the stars if you are able. So shall your offspring be. And Abram believed God, and God counted it to him as righteousness. That exchange, belief counted as righteousness, is one of the pivotal moments in the whole narrative, one that later writers would return to again and again as a description of what it looks like to trust in God's promises before there is any visible evidence that they will be kept. And then came the covenant ceremony. Animals were brought and divided: a heifer, a goat, a ram, a turtle dove, a young pigeon, and arranged in 2 rows. This was an ancient way of making covenants. The 2 parties would walk between the divided animals, as if to say, May what happened to these animals happen to me if I break this promise. As the sun set and darkness fell and Abram fell into a deep sleep, a great darkness came over him. And God spoke of the future. His descendants would be strangers in a land not their own, enslaved and oppressed for 400 years. But they would come out. They would come back to this land. The promise would hold. And while Abram slept, something extraordinary, only God passed between the pieces. A smoking fire pot and a flaming torch, symbols of the divine presence, passed through alone. God was making a covenant that did not depend on Abram's faithfulness to sustain it. God was binding God's self to the promise. Whatever happened, the covenant would not be broken. The years passed. The promised child had not come. Sarai, growing old and losing hope, gave Abram her servant Hagar to be a wife for him, so that perhaps through her a child could come. This was a practice recognized in the customs of the ancient Near East, a solution to childlessness that was both practical and painful. Hagar conceived, and in her pregnancy there was tension between her and Sarai. Hagar ran away into the wilderness, toward the road to Egypt, toward home. By a spring of water in the desert, an angel found her. Return to your mistress, she was told. And then remarkably, your offspring will be multiplied beyond counting. You are pregnant with a son. You shall call him Ishmael, which means God hears, for God has listened to your affliction. Hagar gave God a name that day, the only person in the Bible who names God. You are a God of seeing, she said. Have I truly seen God and remained alive? The spring was named Beer-lahai-roi, the well of the living one who sees me. Ishmael was born and grew up in the household of Abram. 13 years passed. And then God appeared again, and the covenant was renewed and deepened. Abram's name was changed to Abraham, the father of a multitude, the name carrying within it the shape of the promise. And Sarai's name became Sarah. And God said, Sarah your wife shall bear you a son. He will be the child of the covenant. His name will be Isaac, which means laughter, and the covenant will be established with him and with his offspring after him. Abraham laughed when he heard it. He fell on his face and laughed. He was 99 years old. Sarah was 90. This was beyond reason, beyond the possible. And yet that is precisely the point of the story, the gift that comes in the impossible hour. The child whose very name carries the laughter of disbelief transformed into joy. 3 visitors came to Abraham as he sat in the shade of his tent near the oaks of Mamre, in the heat of the day. He ran to meet them, offered them water and rest and food, and while Abraham stood under the tree they ate. And they asked, "Where is Sarah your wife?" And when told she was in the tent, one of them said, "I will return to you in the spring, and Sarah your wife shall have a son." Sarah was listening at the tent entrance behind him, and she laughed to herself. It was the same laughing disbelief that Abraham had felt, inward and private and very human. She was old. Her husband was old. Could this really be? But the visitor said, "Why did Sarah laugh? Is anything too hard for the Lord?" Sarah, frightened then, denied it. "I did not laugh." But the reply was gentle and certain. "No, you did laugh." And in due time, the language is quiet and unhurried. The Lord visited Sarah as had been said. She conceived. She bore Abraham a son. And Abraham named him Isaac. And Sarah said, "God has made laughter for me. Everyone who hears will laugh with me." This time the laughter was different. This was the laughter of joy that comes after a long waiting, after a hope so deferred it had nearly ceased to be hope at all. This was the laughter of the impossible becoming real. Isaac grew and was weaned, and the story passed to him as stories must always pass, from one generation to the next, carrying the thread of promise forward. Abraham was very old now, and it was time to think about the continuation of the covenant. His son Isaac needed a wife, but not from among the Canaanites among whom Abraham lived. He sent his most trusted servant back east, to the land of his relatives in Mesopotamia, to Haran, the place where Abraham had once lived, to find a wife for Isaac from his own people. The servant took 10 camels loaded with gifts, the wealth of Abraham made visible, and traveled east. It was a long journey, several weeks at least, through semi-arid country and then into the Fertile Crescent. When he arrived at the city of Nahor, he stopped by the well at the time of evening, the time when women came out to draw water. And he prayed, "Let the young woman who offers me water and offers to water my camels also be the one you have chosen for Isaac." Before he had finished praying, a young woman named Rebekah came out with her jar on her shoulder. She was very beautiful. She let down her jar and gave the servant a drink. And then, and this is the detail that the servant would have been watching for, she said, "I will draw water for your camels also, until they are finished drinking." Camels drink a great deal of water after a long journey. To water 10 camels was no small task. Rebekah drew and drew and drew, filling the trough again and again, while the servant watched in silence, wondering. He gave her a gold ring and bracelets, and asked whose daughter she was. She was the daughter of Bethuel, the son of Nahor, Abraham's brother. She was family. She was the answer to the prayer that had barely finished being spoken. He bowed and worshipped and said, "Blessed be the Lord, the God of my master Abraham, who has not forsaken his steadfast love and his faithfulness toward my master." Rebekah's family heard the story and recognized the hand of God in it. They received the servant and his gifts with generosity, and they called Rebekah and asked her, "Will you go with this man?" And she said simply, "I will go." She left her family and her home and traveled west into an unknown future, as Abraham had done before her, going toward a land and a life and a man she had never seen. As they came near in the evening, Isaac was out walking in the field. He looked up and saw the camels coming. Rebekah looked up and saw him. She asked who he was. The servant said, "It is my master." And she took her veil and covered herself. Isaac loved her. She became his wife. And Isaac was comforted after his mother's death. Sarah had died by then, at the age of 127, and Isaac had mourned her. Rebekah brought comfort and continuation. The life that follows grief. The story that insists on going forward. The promise passed down. Abraham died at a great old age, full of years, the text's way of saying a life well lived and well completed, and was buried by his sons Isaac and Ishmael together at the cave of Machpelah, where Sarah had already been laid to rest. Isaac and Rebekah settled in the land of Canaan. Rebekah, like Sarah before her, struggled to conceive. Isaac prayed for her, and she became pregnant. And it was a difficult pregnancy. The children struggled within her womb, and when she inquired of God about it, she was told, "2 nations are in your womb, and 2 peoples from within you shall be divided. The one shall be stronger than the other, the older shall serve the younger." The first to be born was red and hairy all over, and they named him Esau. The second came out with his hand grasping Esau's heel, and they named him Jacob, which means something like he grasps the heel or he supplants. The very names carried the tension of their birth, the two of them entangled from the very beginning. They grew up differently. Esau was a man of the field, a skilled hunter, the kind of man who was most alive outdoors, in the wind and the dust, with a bow in his hand. Isaac loved Esau partly for the wild game he brought home. Jacob, in fatigue, agreed. He ate and drank and went on his way. The text says simply, "Thus Esau despised his birthright." He was a man who lived in the moment, for whom what mattered was what was needed right now, not some inheritance that lay in the future. The great test of that trade came later, when Isaac was old and his eyes had grown dim. He called Esau and asked him to go hunt some game and prepare the kind of savory food he loved, because he wanted to bless him before he died. The blessing of a dying father was not merely sentimental. It was understood to carry real weight, to shape the future of the one who received it. Rebekah heard this and she acted quickly. She told Jacob, "Go get 2 young goats from the flock. I will prepare them the way your father loves, and you will take the food to him and receive the blessing." Jacob hesitated. His brother Esau was hairy, and he was smooth. If his father felt him, he would think Jacob was deceiving him, and he would receive a curse instead of a blessing. But Rebekah took the skins of the goats and put them on Jacob's hands and neck, and dressed him in Esau's best clothes and sent him in. Isaac was suspicious. "The voice is Jacob's voice," he said, "but the hands are the hands of Esau." He blessed Jacob. He gave him the blessing of the firstborn. "May God give you of the dew of heaven and of the fatness of the earth, and plenty of grain and wine. Let peoples serve you and nations bow down to you. Cursed be everyone who curses you, and blessed be everyone who blesses you." Esau came in shortly after with his food prepared, and the truth became clear. "Jacob has taken your blessing," Isaac told him, trembling. Esau wept. "Do you have only one blessing, my father? Bless me, even me also." It is one of the most painfully human moments in the whole story. The big, capable outdoor man, undone, weeping for something that cannot be given back. Isaac blessed Esau too, but differently, and Esau hated Jacob for it. He planned to wait until his father died and then deal with his brother. When Rebekah heard, she sent Jacob away. "Go to my brother Laban in Haran, stay with him for a while, until your brother's anger passes." Jacob left. He was alone for the first time, without family, without the familiar landscape of home, walking north toward a country he had never seen to find relatives he had never met. He came to a certain place as the sun was setting and lay down to sleep, using a stone for a pillow, and dreamed. The dream has become one of the most enduring images of the whole Bible. A ladder, or perhaps a stairway, set up between earth and heaven, with the angels of God ascending and descending on it. And above it, God standing and speaking, "I am the Lord, the God of Abraham your father and the God of Isaac. The land on which you lie I will give to you and to your offspring. Your offspring shall be like the dust of the earth. Behold, I am with you and will keep you wherever you go." When Jacob woke, he was afraid. "How awesome is this place," he said. "This is none other than the house of God, and this is the gate of heaven." He took the stone he had used for a pillow and set it up as a pillar and poured oil on it, and called the place Bethel, the house of God. And he made a vow. If God would be with him on this journey, if he would have food and clothing and come back safely to his father's house, then the Lord would be his God. It is a conditional vow, and it tells us something about where Jacob was spiritually in that moment. He had heard the promise. He wanted to believe it, but he was not yet ready to give himself to it unconditionally. He was a man still bargaining, still calculating, the same man who had traded a bowl of stew for a birthright, who had put goat skins on his hands to receive a blessing meant for another. The transformation that was coming was still ahead of him. He continued north and came to the land of the people of the East, and there at a well, wells are the meeting places of the ancient world, the gathering points where travelers and herdsmen intersect. He met shepherds who knew his uncle Laban. And then, as if on cue, a young woman came toward the well with her father's sheep. She was Rachel, the daughter of Laban. Jacob saw her and wept, perhaps with relief that he had arrived, perhaps with the sudden overwhelming emotion of finding family after weeks of loneliness. Laban welcomed him. He stayed and worked for a month, and then Laban said, Just because you are my kinsman, should you serve me for nothing? Tell me your wages. Laban had 2 daughters. The elder was Leah, whose eyes are described in a Hebrew phrase that has been debated for centuries, some translate it as weak, some as delicate, some as beautiful. The younger was Rachel, beautiful in form and appearance. And Jacob loved Rachel. He said, I will serve you 7 years for Rachel your younger daughter. Laban agreed. 7 years passed. The text says only this: they seemed to him but a few days because of the love he had for her. One of the most quietly beautiful observations in the whole narrative. Time shortened by love. 7 years like a few days. Then came the wedding feast, the darkness, the veil. And in the morning Jacob found he had been given Leah instead of Rachel. The deceiver had been deceived. Laban explained that in this country the older is not given before the firstborn. There is a gentle irony in that phrase too, given what Jacob had done to his own elder brother. He had stolen the rights of the firstborn. Now the custom of the firstborn had been turned on him. He worked another 7 years for Rachel, whom Laban then gave him as well. He had 2 wives and a tangle of family feeling. Leah, who was not loved as Rachel was loved. Rachel, who was beloved but who, like Sarah before her, struggled to conceive. It was a household full of longing and competition and love in all its complicated forms. Children came. Leah bore sons first: Reuben, Simeon, Levi, Judah. Each name a hope or a declaration. Each birth accompanied by Leah's quiet wish that this time at last, her husband would love her. Rachel, unable to conceive, gave her servant Bilhah to Jacob, and she bore Dan and Naphtali. Leah gave her servant Zilpah, and she bore Gad and Asher. Eventually Leah bore 2 more sons, Issachar and Zebulun, and a daughter Dinah. And finally, God remembered Rachel, and she conceived and bore a son, and she named him Joseph, saying, May the Lord add to me another son. 12 sons, 1 daughter. The children of Jacob would become the 12 tribes of Israel, but that was still ahead. Jacob had grown prosperous in Laban's service, and the relationship with his uncle had grown complicated. He had been promised one wage and then another, and the terms kept shifting. After 20 years away, he felt the pull of home. He gathered his family and his flocks and his possessions and began the journey south and west, back toward the land of Canaan. At the ford of the Jabbok River, the night before he was to meet his brother Esau, whom he had sent messengers to, and who was coming to meet him with 400 men, Jacob was alone. He had sent everyone else across the ford. And in that night, alone on the bank of the river, a man wrestled with him until the breaking of dawn. It is one of the strangest passages in the Bible, and one of the most important. A wrestling match in the dark on the bank of a river, with a stranger whose name Jacob could not learn. The man struck Jacob's hip, wrenching it out of joint, but Jacob held on. And the man said, Let me go, for the day is breaking. But Jacob said, I will not let you go unless you bless me. Who are you? The stranger asked. Jacob, he answered. And the stranger said, Your name shall no longer be Jacob but Israel, for you have striven with God and with men, and have prevailed. The name Israel, which the people who came from Jacob would carry forever, means something like he who struggles with God, or he who persists with God. It is not a name for those who find faith easy. It is the name of someone who wrestles, who holds on in the dark, who refuses to let go until the blessing comes. Jacob called the place Peniel, the face of God, for I have seen God face to face, and yet my life has been delivered. He crossed the ford limping, the wrestling match having left its mark on his body. The meeting with Esau, which Jacob had feared might be the last moment of his life, was instead a reunion. Esau ran to meet him and embraced him and fell on his neck and kissed him, and they wept. The anger that had burned 20 years before had passed. The brothers met as brothers, as men who had grown and changed, who had each built their own lives. They were not exactly reconciled in the deep sense. They parted ways again, Esau returning to his land in the south and Jacob continuing to Canaan. But the shadow that had fallen between them had lifted. Jacob came to the city of Shechem and bought a piece of ground. He built an altar and called it Elilohizrael, God, the God of Israel. He was using his new name for the first time in the naming of this altar. The man who had wrestled with God was now worshipping him. The years passed in the land of Canaan. Rachel died giving birth to her second son. With her last breath she named him Benoni, son of my sorrow. But Jacob called him Benjamin, son of my right hand. A father's rebuke to grief, perhaps, or a father's insistence on choosing hope over sadness, even in the worst moment. Rachel was buried on the road to Bethlehem, and Jacob set up a pillar over her grave. He came to his father Isaac at Mamre. Isaac lived to 180 years, and then died, and Esau and Jacob buried him together, as Isaac and Ishmael had buried Abraham, the brothers meeting over the grave of the father. It is one of the recurring patterns of the story, division and distance, and then the final coming together at the end. Jacob settled in the land of Canaan. He had 12 sons. And among those sons there was one he loved more than the others, Joseph, the son of Rachel, the beloved wife, the child of his old age. He gave Joseph a special robe, the famous coat, sometimes described as many-colored, sometimes as having long sleeves, the significance being that it was the robe of a son who would not do hard field labor but would be given an elevated status. When the brothers saw it, they hated Joseph and could not speak peacefully to him. Joseph also had dreams. He dreamed that he and his brothers were binding sheaves in the field, and his sheaf arose and stood upright, and the brothers' sheaves gathered around it and bowed down to it. He told his brothers. They hated him more. Do you intend to reign over us? He dreamed again, and this time the sun and moon and 11 stars were bowing down to him. Even his father rebuked him for this. What is this dream that you have dreamed? Shall I and your mother and your brothers indeed come to bow before you? But his father kept the matter in his mind. One day Jacob sent Joseph to check on his brothers, who were out grazing the flocks near Shechem. It was a long walk, 40 miles or more through the hill country. Joseph walked it in his special robe, and his brothers saw him coming from a distance. Here comes this dreamer, they said. Let us kill him and throw him in a pit and say a wild animal has devoured him, and we will see what becomes of his dreams. It was Reuben, the eldest, who talked them out of killing him. Do not shed blood, throw him in the pit, but let us not touch him. Reuben intended to come back later and save him. They stripped Joseph of his robe and threw him into a dry cistern. Then they sat down to eat. And while they were eating, a caravan of Ishmaelite traders came by, merchants going down to Egypt with their camels, carrying spices and balm and myrrh, the luxury goods that moved along the ancient trade routes between Arabia and Egypt. It was Judah who said, What profit is it to us if we kill our brother? Let us sell him. So they lifted Joseph out of the pit, and sold him to the traders for 20 pieces of silver. And the traders took him to Egypt. When Reuben returned to the pit, Joseph was not there. He tore his clothes. The brothers slaughtered a goat and dipped Joseph's robe in its blood and sent it to their father. Jacob recognized it. An evil beast has devoured him, he cried. Joseph is without doubt torn to pieces. He tore his garments and put on sackcloth and mourned for his son many days, and would not be comforted. Joseph meanwhile was in Egypt. Egypt was ancient even then, a civilization that had already stood for 2,000 years when Joseph arrived, a land of extraordinary order and abundance built on the annual flooding of the Nile, which left behind a strip of rich black soil in an otherwise desert landscape. To travel to Egypt from Canaan was to move from a world of uncertain rainfall and rocky hillsides to a world of bureaucratic precision and monumental scale. The pharaohs who ruled there were considered gods, and the power they wielded was absolute. Joseph was sold to Potiphar, an officer of Pharaoh, the captain of the guard. And the Lord was with Joseph, the text says, quietly and matter-of-factly. Joseph prospered in his master's house. Potiphar saw that everything Joseph touched succeeded, and he put Joseph in charge of his entire household. The young man who had been stripped of his robe and thrown in a pit was now the overseer of one of the great households of Egypt. But trouble came again. Potiphar's wife noticed Joseph. He was handsome, the text says, handsome in form and appearance, and she pressed him again and again to lie with her. Each time he refused. He spoke to her with dignity. How could I do this great wickedness and sin against God? She caught him by his garment one day, and he fled, leaving the garment behind. She used it as evidence, told her husband that Joseph had assaulted her. Potiphar was furious, and Joseph was put in prison, yet again stripped, yet again thrown down. And yet, the Lord was with Joseph and showed him steadfast love. The keeper of the prison put Joseph in charge of all the other prisoners. The pattern repeated itself. Wherever Joseph was, whatever his circumstances, He managed and organized and was trusted. Even in prison, there was something in him that called forth responsibility. Two of Pharaoh's officials, the cupbearer and the baker, had offended Pharaoh and been thrown into the same prison. They both had dreams on the same night. In the morning, Joseph saw that they were troubled, and he asked why. They had no one to interpret their dreams. Joseph said, "Do not interpretations belong to God? Tell me your dreams." The cupbearer dreamed of a vine with 3 branches that budded and blossomed and produced grapes, and he pressed them into Pharaoh's cup. In 3 days Joseph told him, "Pharaoh will restore you to your position. Only remember me when it is well with you," Joseph said. "Mention me to Pharaoh and get me out of this place." The baker, encouraged by this, told his dream too. 3 cake baskets on his head, and birds eating from the top basket. In 3 days Joseph told him, "Pharaoh will lift your head from you," and hanged him on a tree. 3 days later it was Pharaoh's birthday. The cupbearer was restored. The baker was executed. And the cupbearer did not remember Joseph. He forgot him. 2 more years passed. Then Pharaoh himself dreamed. He was standing by the Nile, and 7 fat, healthy cows came up out of the river and grazed in the reed grass. Then 7 thin, ugly cows came up after them and ate the 7 fat cows. And Pharaoh woke. He fell asleep again and dreamed a second time. 7 full good ears of grain grew on one stalk, and then 7 thin dried ears sprouted after them and swallowed the 7 good ears. Pharaoh woke again, troubled. He called all the magicians and wise men of Egypt, but no one could interpret the dreams. And then the cupbearer remembered. He told Pharaoh about the young Hebrew man in prison who had interpreted his dream accurately. Pharaoh sent for Joseph. Joseph was brought quickly from the dungeon. He shaved and changed his clothes, a detail that speaks of Egyptian custom, where shaving and clean clothing were matters of ritual significance, and stood before Pharaoh. Pharaoh told him the dreams. And Joseph said, "The 2 dreams are one. The 7 good cows and the 7 good ears are 7 years. The 7 thin cows and the 7 blighted ears are 7 years of famine. God has shown Pharaoh what he is about to do. There will be 7 years of great abundance in Egypt, and after them 7 years of famine, and the famine will consume the land." And then Joseph, without being asked, went further. "Let Pharaoh appoint overseers to gather 1/5 of Egypt's produce during the 7 years of abundance, storing it in the cities against the coming famine. In this way the land will not perish." Pharaoh and his servants were moved by this. Can we find anyone like this man, in whom is the Spirit of God? He said to Joseph, "Since God has shown you all this, there is none so discerning and wise as you. You shall be over my house, and all my people shall order themselves as you command. Only as regards the throne will I be greater than you." Joseph was 30 years old when he stood before Pharaoh. He had been in Egypt for 13 years since his brothers sold him. From the pit to the prison to the palace in the space of a morning. He was given Pharaoh's signet ring, fine linen robes, a gold chain. He rode in Pharaoh's 2nd chariot, and they cried before him, "Bow the knee." And he was given an Egyptian name and an Egyptian wife, Asenath, the daughter of the priest of On, and he went throughout the land of Egypt preparing. During the 7 years of abundance, the earth produced abundantly. Joseph gathered grain like the sand of the sea, so much that he stopped counting because it was beyond measure. He stored it in every city. And he had 2 sons by Asenath. The first he named Manasseh, saying, "God has made me forget all my hardship and all my father's house." The second he named Ephraim. "God has made me fruitful in the land of my affliction." Both names carrying the whole weight of what he had been through, and the gratitude that had survived it. Then the 7 years of plenty came to an end, and the 7 years of famine began. The famine was in all lands, not only in Egypt but spreading through the whole region. In Canaan, where Joseph's father and brothers lived, the famine was severe. When Jacob heard that there was grain in Egypt, he said to his sons, "Why do you look at one another? Go down and buy grain that we may live and not die." 10 of Joseph's brothers went down to Egypt. Benjamin, the youngest, Joseph's full brother through Rachel, Jacob kept home. He feared harm might come to him. The 10 came and bowed down before the governor of the land, their faces to the ground. Joseph saw his brothers and recognized them. But he made himself unrecognizable to them and spoke harshly to them. "Where have you come from?" from the land of Canaan to buy food. Joseph remembered the dreams he had dreamed. He said, "You are spies. You have come to see the weakness of the land." They protested. "No, we are 12 brothers, the sons of one man in the land of Canaan. The youngest is this day with our father, and one is no more." Joseph held them for 3 days and then kept Simeon as a hostage. "Go, carry grain for the famine of your households, and bring your youngest brother to me, so that your words may be verified." They agreed to each other that this was happening because of what they had done to Joseph long ago. They did not know he could understand them, because he had been speaking through an interpreter. He turned away from them and wept, and then turned back and spoke to them, and bound Simeon before their eyes. They returned to Canaan. They told Jacob everything. He was desolate. "Joseph is no more and Simeon is no more, and now you want to take Benjamin. Everything is against me." Reuben said, "Put him in my care. I will bring him back." But Jacob would not let Benjamin go, not yet. The famine continued and was severe. When the grain from Egypt ran out, Jacob said again, "Go back, buy us a little food." Judah reminded him, "The man warned us plainly that we would not see his face unless our brother was with us. Send Benjamin with me, and I will be a pledge for him. If I do not bring him back, let me bear the blame before you all the rest of my life." Jacob relented. He sent gifts, balm and honey, gum and resin and pistachio nuts and almonds, the best things that the land could offer, and double the silver in case it had been a mistake the first time. And he sent Benjamin. "And God Almighty grant you mercy before the man," he said, "that he may send back your other brother and Benjamin. If I am bereaved of my children, I am bereaved." They went down to Egypt and stood before Joseph again. When Joseph saw Benjamin with them, he said to his steward, "Bring the men to my house and slaughter an animal and make ready, for the men are to dine with me at noon." The brothers were afraid when they were brought to Joseph's house. They thought it was about the silver. They spoke to the steward at the door, explaining that the silver had been returned in their sacks. The steward reassured them, "Peace to you, do not be afraid." And he brought Simeon out to them. When Joseph came into the house, they brought him the gifts and bowed down before him. He asked about their welfare, about their father. "Is the old man still alive?" He saw Benjamin, and his heart yearned for his brother, and he hurried out and sought a place to weep, because he was overcome. He went into his chamber and wept. Then he washed his face and came out and controlled himself. They ate before him. He sent portions to them from before him, and Benjamin's portion was 5 times as much as any of the others. And they drank and were merry with him. Then Joseph commanded his steward to fill the men's sacks with food, and to put his silver cup in the mouth of Benjamin's sack. In the morning they left. And then Joseph sent his steward after them. "Why have you repaid evil for good? The cup was found in Benjamin's sack." They tore their clothes. They came back to the city. Judah and his brothers stood before Joseph. "What shall we say to my lord? What shall we speak? Or how shall we clear ourselves? God has found out the guilt of your servants." And then Judah spoke. And his speech is one of the most moving passages in the whole book. He told the whole story. His father's grief over the loss of one son, his love for Benjamin, his fear that if harm came to Benjamin he would die of sorrow. "My father's life is bound up in the boy's life. If I return without him, I will see my father die in grief. Therefore let me remain as a servant in place of the boy. Let the boy go back with his brothers." Joseph could no longer control himself. He said to all his servants, "Have everyone go out from before me." And there was no one with him when Joseph made himself known to his brothers. He wept loudly. The Egyptians heard it. The house of Pharaoh heard it. "I am Joseph," he said. "Is my father still alive?" His brothers could not answer him because they were dismayed at his presence. He said, "Come near to me. I am your brother Joseph, whom you sold into Egypt. And now do not be distressed or angry with yourselves because you sold me here. For God sent me before you to preserve life. The famine has been in the land 2 years, and there are 5 more years to come. God sent me before you to preserve for you a remnant on earth, and to keep alive for you many survivors. So it was not you who sent me here, but God." This is perhaps the most theologically profound moment in the entire Joseph story. The betrayal, the slavery, the prison, the years of hardship, all of it reframed. Not denied, not minimized, but seen from a wider angle, placed within a larger story that had been moving toward something, even when it was impossible to see it. Joseph had suffered. His suffering was real. But he had arrived, somehow, at a place where he could hold it without bitterness, could look at his brothers and see not his enemies but the instruments of a providence that none of them had understood. Hurry and go up to my father and say, Your son Joseph says, God has made me Lord of all Egypt. Come down to me, do not tarry. He fell upon his brother Benjamin's neck and wept, and Benjamin wept upon his neck. And he kissed all his brothers and wept upon them. Pharaoh heard that Joseph's brothers had come, and was pleased, and sent wagons and provisions for the journey. Come to me, Joseph sent word to his father, and I will provide for you, for there are 5 more years of famine to come. When Jacob heard that Joseph was alive and was Lord of all Egypt, his heart became numb, for he did not believe them. But when he saw the wagons, the spirit of Jacob their father revived. It is enough. My son Joseph is still alive. I will go and see him before I die. And so the whole household moved. Jacob and all his descendants, his sons and their sons, his daughters and his granddaughters, 66 people in all, not counting their wives and servants, a family become a community on the edge of becoming a people. They took their livestock and their possessions and set out for Egypt. Jacob sent Judah ahead to get directions to the land of Goshen, the fertile region in the eastern delta of the Nile, where Pharaoh would settle them, a green and watered land well suited for shepherds and their flocks. Joseph had his chariot made ready and went up to meet his father in Goshen. When Joseph saw his father, he fell on his neck and wept there a good while. And Israel said to Joseph, Now let me die, since I have seen your face and know that you are still alive. It is a scene of extraordinary tenderness. 2 men, father and son, separated for over 20 years by a great and terrible act and by the slow working of something they could not have planned or imagined, now standing together in the Egyptian sunlight, the son with authority and power he had never sought, the father with a lifetime of grief behind him, and at the end this gift, to see the face of the child he had mourned as dead. Joseph presented his father and 5 of his brothers to Pharaoh. Jacob stood before the most powerful ruler in the known world and blessed him. And Pharaoh asked, How many are the days of the years of your life? Jacob answered, The days of the years of my sojourning are 130 years. Few and evil have been the days of the years of my life. He knew the weight of what his years had held. And he blessed Pharaoh again before he departed. Joseph settled his father and brothers in the best of the land, in the land of Ramesses, as Pharaoh had commanded. He provided them with food in proportion to their needs, the whole household, every family. The famine continued, and it was severe throughout the land of Egypt and in Canaan, and Joseph managed it with extraordinary skill, buying up land for Pharaoh, sustaining the people, keeping them alive through what would otherwise have been catastrophe. Jacob lived in Egypt for 17 years. He was 147 years old when he knew that his time was drawing close. He called Joseph and asked him to promise that he would not be buried in Egypt, but carried back to the land of his fathers, to the burial place of Abraham and Isaac and Sarah and Rebekah and Leah, to the cave of Machpelah in Canaan. And Joseph promised. Jacob blessed Joseph's 2 sons, Manasseh and Ephraim, crossing his hands so that the younger received the blessing of the firstborn, another reversal of what was expected, another younger son stepping into the place of the elder, the pattern that had been running through the whole story since Jacob himself. He blessed all 12 of his sons, each with a blessing suited to what he knew of them, a father's final words to each child, seeing them clearly. And then Jacob breathed his last, and was gathered to his people. Joseph fell on his face and wept over him and kissed him. The body was embalmed, as was the Egyptian custom, and there was a great mourning, 70 days, the official mourning period for a great man in Egypt. Then a great procession went up to Canaan, a company of chariots and horsemen and all the household of Jacob, and they buried him in the cave of Machpelah as he had asked. And then they returned to Egypt. When his brothers saw that their father was dead, they were afraid. They feared that now Joseph would take his revenge on them. They sent word, Your father commanded before he died. Say to Joseph, Forgive the transgression of your brothers and their sin, because they did evil to you. Please forgive the transgression of the servants of the God of your father. And Joseph wept when he heard this. He said to them, Do not fear. Am I in the place of God? As for you, you meant evil against me, but God meant it for good, to bring it about that many people should be kept alive as they are today. So do not fear. I will provide for you and your little ones." Thus he comforted them and spoke kindly to them. Joseph remained in Egypt with his father's household. He lived 110 years. He saw Ephraim's children of the third generation, and the children of Machir, the son of Manasseh, born on Joseph's knees, the image of a patriarch surrounded by the children of his children, the promise of a great nation made visible in the gathering of many faces around a single source. When his time was ending, Joseph said to his brothers, "I am about to die, but God will visit you and bring you up out of this land to the land that he swore to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob. When God visits you, carry my bones up from here." And Joseph died and was embalmed and put in a coffin in Egypt. The story does not end there, of course. It never does. The family of Jacob settled into the land of Goshen, and they were fruitful, and they multiplied. And the story that had begun with a single man walking out of Ur of the Chaldeans toward an unknown destination was now a family of many dozens, living in a foreign land, holding in their hearts the memory of a promise that had been spoken to their great-grandfather in the night, beside a lamp, when the world was dark and the future was invisible. The promise of the land. The promise of the offspring. The promise that through this family, all the families of the earth would be blessed. Those promises were not yet fulfilled. The land was still ahead. The people were not yet a people in the full sense. They were in Egypt, on the edge of a story that would grow and struggle and stretch across centuries. A child would be born one day in a very different Egypt, who would also be placed in a little vessel and saved from the waters. A man would hear his name spoken from a burning bush. A whole people would find themselves standing at the edge of a sea, with the world they had known behind them and an impossible crossing ahead. But for now, this night, this quiet telling is done. The family is settled. The famine is managed. A father has seen the face of the son he thought he would never see again. Brothers who acted in hatred have been forgiven by the one they wronged. An old man died in peace, far from home but not forgotten, surrounded by his children and his children's children, knowing that the bones he asked them to carry were not the bones of defeat, but the bones of hope, bones that would travel, one day, out of Egypt, back toward the land where the story had begun. The lights are going down now, the way they always do when the telling is over. The world is very large and very old, and this is only the beginning of the story. But it is a beginning worth knowing, worth resting with, worth carrying into sleep. The creation and the first morning. The garden and the first naming. The long journey from Ur toward a land not yet seen. The well in the desert where a servant prayed and a girl came to draw water. The night on the bank of the Jabbok where a man wrestled with the dark until the blessing came. The pit and the caravan and the long years in a foreign land. And the morning when a man in fine linen lifted his face and wept and said, "I am Joseph. Rest now. The story is safe. It will be here when the morning comes." Time moves differently when it is measured in generations rather than years. A generation is a lifetime of ordinary days, mornings and evenings, seasons of planting and harvest, the growing of children into adults and the gradual aging of those adults into elders. When we say that many generations passed after Joseph's death in Egypt, we mean that many lifetimes accumulated there, quietly, in the green land of Goshen, in the eastern delta of the Nile. Children were born and grew up and had children of their own. The great river continued its flooding and its receding. The sun continued its arc over the flat, well-watered land. The descendants of Jacob, whom God had renamed Israel, the one who wrestles with God, were fruitful in Egypt. The text that tells their story says it plainly and with a kind of wonder. They multiplied and grew exceedingly strong, so that the land was filled with them. The 12 sons of Jacob, who had come down to Egypt as a family seeking relief from famine, had become something much larger, something that had taken on its own weight and presence in the land. They were no longer visitors. They were a people. Goshen, where they had settled, was a region of the eastern Nile Delta, a place of river channels and reeds and cattle pastures, separated somewhat from the centers of Egyptian power but well within the reach of the pharaoh's administration. The Egyptians and the Israelites lived alongside one another across these years, but they were not the same. The Israelites kept their own ways, their own memories, their own stories of the God who had spoken to Abraham and Isaac and Jacob, the God who had brought Joseph from a pit to the palace. They told those stories to their children at night, in the way people have always preserved the things that matter most. Not in writing first, but in the living voice, one generation to the next. Joseph was remembered. Of course he was. His bones rested in a coffin in Egypt, just as he had asked, waiting to be carried back to the land of his fathers when the time came. And the time was not yet. There were still long years to live through in this place beside the river. But as the generations passed, something changed. The text is spare about it, almost understated. There arose a new king over Egypt who did not know Joseph. That phrase has echoed across the centuries, because it describes something so human and so recurring, the way that what one generation knows and honors can become invisible to the next. Joseph had saved Egypt. Joseph had managed the 7 years of famine with extraordinary skill, and preserved the whole country. But pharaohs came and went, and memory fades, and what had once been gratitude could become, over time, something much less warm. This new pharaoh looked at the Israelites and saw not a people with a history of friendship with Egypt, not the descendants of the man who had stood at Pharaoh's right hand and fed the nation through catastrophe. He saw a people who were numerous, growing more numerous all the time, living in his territory. His advisors said, "Look, the people of Israel are too many and too mighty for us. Come, let us deal shrewdly with them, lest they multiply further. And if war breaks out, they join our enemies and fight against us and escape from the land." And so the policy changed. What had been welcome became suspicion, and what had been freedom became labor. The Israelites were set to work hard, organized labor under overseers and taskmasters. They built cities for Pharaoh. The text names 2 of them, Pithom and Ramesses, great store cities in the Delta, the kind of large-scale construction projects that required vast numbers of workers, mixing mud brick and carrying stone under the Egyptian sun. It was backbreaking work, the kind of labor that tells the body every day that it is not its own. But something unexpected happened. The more the Egyptians afflicted them, the more the Israelites multiplied and spread. It was as if the same soil that crushed them also fed them. Their numbers kept growing. And the Egyptians grew more afraid and pressed harder, and the labor became harsher and bitter. The text uses the word bitter, which is also the word that will come back in the Passover meal, in the bitter herbs that are eaten in memory of this time. Bitter was the clay and the bricks and the mortar. Bitter was the field work, the long days, the watching of children grow up into bondage. Pharaoh tried other measures. He spoke to the midwives who helped the Hebrew women give birth. 2 of them are named, Shiphrah and Puah, their names preserved while so much else from that age is lost, and told them that when a son was born to a Hebrew woman, they should let him die. But the midwives feared God more than they feared Pharaoh, and they did not do as he had commanded. When Pharaoh asked them why, they told him the Hebrew women were vigorous and gave birth before the midwives could arrive. And God was good to the midwives. Their names were remembered. Then Pharaoh made a decree for all his people. Every Hebrew son that was born was to be cast into the Nile. The river that gave Egypt its life was to become an instrument of death for the smallest and most vulnerable among the Israelites. It was a cruel and desperate policy, and it forms the dark background against which the birth of one particular child takes on its full significance. A man of the house of Levi took a wife from his own tribe. They had a daughter already, Miriam, and a son, Aaron. And then another child was born, a son, and his mother saw that he was a fine child, and she hid him for 3 months. 3 months of a secret kept with particular care, of a baby learning, somehow, not to cry at the wrong moments, of parents living with the daily terror and the daily joy of this child who should not, by Pharaoh's decree, exist. When hiding him at home became impossible, she made a basket of reeds, the same word in Hebrew as the word used for Noah's Ark, and waterproofed it with bitumen and pitch, and placed the child in it, and set it among the reeds at the edge of the Nile. His sister stood at a distance watching. The daughter of Pharaoh came down to the river to bathe, and her attendants walked along the river bank. She saw the basket among the reeds and sent her servant to get it. When she opened it, she saw the child, and he was crying. She had compassion on him. She knew he was a Hebrew baby. His sister came forward. "Shall I go and call a Hebrew woman to nurse the child for you?" Pharaoh's daughter said yes. And the girl went and called the child's mother. The woman who had hidden him, who had made the basket and set him on the water with whatever prayer a mother speaks when she does the unthinkable, she was brought back to her own child. "Nurse the child for me," said Pharaoh's daughter, "and I will give you your wages." And the mother took the child and nursed him. When the child was old enough, she brought him to Pharaoh's daughter, and he became her son. She gave him a name Moses. In Egyptian it simply means son, or born of. Many Egyptian royal names end in the same sound. Thutmose, Amos. But the text hears in it a Hebrew echo. I drew him out of the water. Moses grew up in the house of Pharaoh. He would have been educated as an Egyptian prince was educated, in reading and writing and administration and military training, in the ceremonies and customs of a civilization that was already ancient when he was born. He would have known the great temples, the massive monuments, the ordered hierarchy of Egyptian society. He would have spoken Egyptian as naturally as any language. And yet something in him knew he was not Egyptian. The text moves quickly over the years of his growing up, and lands us at a moment when Moses had become a man. He went out to his people. That phrase, his people, carries everything in it, and he saw their forced labor. He saw an Egyptian beating a Hebrew. He looked this way and that, and saw no one, and struck down the Egyptian and buried him in the sand. The next day he went out and saw two Hebrews struggling with each other. He tried to intervene. The one who was in the wrong said to him, Who made you a prince and a judge over us? Do you mean to kill me as you killed the Egyptian? Moses was afraid. The thing was known. When Pharaoh heard about it, he sought to kill Moses. And Moses fled. He left Egypt and traveled east and south into the Sinai Peninsula, into a landscape of enormous distances and silence, a place of rock and sand and sky, where the horizon is always farther away than it seems. He kept going until he came to the land of Midian, on the eastern side of the Sinai, probably in what is now the northwestern corner of Saudi Arabia, near the Gulf of Aqaba. He sat down by a well, again a well, that ancient gathering place of travelers, and 7 daughters came to water their father's flock. Some shepherds tried to drive them away, as apparently was common. Moses helped the women and watered their flock. When they returned home earlier than usual, their father Reuel, also called Jethro, asked why they were back so soon. They told him about the Egyptian who had helped them. He said, Where is he? Why did you leave him? Call him that he may eat bread. Moses stayed. He was content to dwell with the man, and the man gave him his daughter Zipporah as a wife. She bore him a son, and Moses named him Gershom, which sounds like the word for stranger, for he said, I have been a sojourner in a foreign land. And so Moses became a shepherd. The prince of Egypt, the man educated in the greatest palace in the known world, now living in the desert, walking behind sheep and goats across the dry hills of Midian. It is one of those reversals that the biblical story is fond of, the movement from high to low, from power to simplicity, and the way that simplicity can become its own kind of preparation. The years in Midian were quiet years. The text gives us no dramatic events for them, just the life of a shepherd, the slow rhythms of that ancient occupation, the reading of weather and pasture and water, the long walks, the sleeping under open sky. Moses would have come to know this landscape intimately. He would have learned which valleys held water in winter, which hillsides had grass late into the dry season, how to read the look of the sky before a storm. All of that knowing would matter later, when he brought a vast multitude of people through this same wilderness. Back in Egypt, the text notes that the old Pharaoh died. But the situation of the Israelites did not change. They groaned under their slavery and cried out, and their cry for rescue came up to God. And God heard their groaning. God remembered the covenant with Abraham, with Isaac, with Jacob. God saw the people of Israel, and God knew. Those 4 verbs, heard, remembered, saw, knew, come quietly, one after another, like a hand placed gently on a shoulder. Something that had always been true was now moving into action. Moses was keeping his father-in-law's flock and had led it to the far side of the wilderness, to a place called Horeb, the mountain of God. And he saw a flame of fire in the middle of a bush. The bush was burning, but it was not consumed. He turned aside to see this great sight. And when God saw that he turned aside to look, God called to him from the bush, Moses, Moses. And he said, Here I am. Come no further, he was told. Take off your sandals, for the place where you are standing is holy ground. I am the God of your father, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob. And Moses hid his face, for he was afraid to look at God. Then came the call. I have seen the affliction of my people in Egypt. I have heard their cry because of their taskmasters. I know their sufferings. I have come down to deliver them from the hand of the Egyptians and to bring them up out of that land to a good and broad land, a land flowing with milk and honey. And now the cry of the people has come to me. Come, I will send you to Pharaoh that you may bring my people, the children of Israel, out of Egypt. Moses asked the natural question, who am I that I should go to Pharaoh and bring the children of Israel out of Egypt? The answer was not a list of his qualifications but a simple assurance. I will be with you. When you have brought the people out of Egypt, you shall serve God on this mountain. When I see the blood, God said, I will pass over you. The destroying force that would move through Egypt that night would not touch those homes where the blood was on the doorposts. This is why the meal would be called Passover, Pesach in Hebrew, because God passed over the homes of the Israelites. That night, at midnight, the firstborn of Egypt died. From the firstborn of Pharaoh on the throne to the firstborn of the captive in the dungeon, the firstborn of all the livestock. Pharaoh rose in the night, he and all his officials and all the Egyptians, and there was a great cry in Egypt, for there was not a house where someone was not dead. He called for Moses and Aaron in the night and said, Rise up, go out from among my people, both you and the people of Israel. Go serve your Lord as you have said. Take your flocks and your herds and be gone, and bless me also. The Egyptians urged the people to hurry, to leave quickly, because they were afraid that everyone would die. The people of Israel picked up their dough before it had leavened, before it had time to rise, and carried it in kneading bowls wrapped in their cloaks on their shoulders. They asked the Egyptians for silver and gold and clothing, and the Egyptians gave it to them, wanting them gone. And they went. 600,000 men on foot besides women and children, a number that would make the whole company enormous, hundreds of thousands of people moving together through the night, with their livestock, their kneading bowls of unleavened dough, their bundles and their children, their memories of Egypt and their hopes of something they had only ever heard of in stories. They had been in Egypt 430 years. The text marks it with a kind of quiet solemnity. On that very day, all the hosts of the Lord went out from the land of Egypt. They did not take the direct route to Canaan, the road along the Mediterranean coast that the Egyptians called the way of the Philistines. God led them another way, south and east, toward the wilderness. By day he went before them in a pillar of cloud to lead them along the way, and by night in a pillar of fire to give them light, that they might travel by day and by night. The pillar of cloud by day, the pillar of fire by night, these are among the most enduring images in the whole biblical story. A visible presence going before them, marking the way in a landscape where every direction looks like every other direction. They came to a place by the sea. The exact location has been debated for centuries, but the broad picture is of the marshy, waterlogged region of the eastern delta giving way to the sea, an arm of water standing between them and the wilderness beyond. Behind them, Pharaoh had changed his mind again. His officials said, What have we done? We have let Israel go, and lost their labor. His chariots and horsemen came after the Israelites and overtook them as they camped by the sea. The people saw the Egyptians coming and were terrified. They said to Moses, Is it because there are no graves in Egypt that you have taken us out to die in the wilderness? What have you done to us? Moses said, Do not be afraid. Stand firm. The Lord will fight for you, and you have only to be silent. Moses stretched out his hand over the sea. All that night the Lord drove the sea back with a strong east wind and made the sea dry land, and the waters were divided. The people walked through the sea on dry ground, with the waters as a wall to their right and to their left. When the Egyptians followed them, the wheels of their chariots became clogged and they drove heavily. And in the morning watch, Moses stretched out his hand over the sea again, and the waters returned. The sea covered the chariots and the horsemen. Not one of them remained. Israel saw the great power that the Lord used against the Egyptians, and the people feared the Lord, and they believed in the Lord and in his servant Moses. And then Miriam, Moses' sister, the one who had stood watch at the edge of the river when he was placed in his basket as an infant, took a tambourine in her hand, and all the women went out after her with tambourines, dancing. Sing to the Lord, for he has triumphed gloriously, she sang. The horse and his rider he has thrown into the sea. It was a song of relief as much as triumph. They were on the other side. They were free. The life that lay ahead of them was utterly unknown, but the life behind them was gone. They were, for the first time in the memory of any living person among them, a people moving under their own direction, following a cloud by day and a fire by night, heading toward a land they had only ever heard about in the old stories told at night. The wilderness of Sinai is not, despite its reputation, a landscape without beauty. It is a hard beauty, demanding of attention and respect, but it is undeniable. Great sandstone formations glow red and orange in the early morning. The sky at night in a place without any artificial light is a depth of stars that can feel like looking into something very old and very large. Silence settles in the heat of midday in a way that is not emptiness but fullness, a fullness of stillness. The Israelites were walking through a world stripped of everything that Egypt had accustomed them to. No great river. No irrigated fields. No cities. Just land and sky and their own moving company stretching back across the desert. 3 days into the wilderness and there was no water. Then they came to Marah where there was water, but it was bitter and they could not drink it. The people complained to Moses. Moses cried to God and God showed him a piece of wood. He threw it into the water and the water became sweet. They traveled on and came to Elim, where there were 12 springs of water and 70 palm trees, and they camped there by the water. That is one of those small specific details that makes the whole account feel real. 12 springs and 70 palms, a real place, a moment of rest and plenty before the desert continued. They moved on into the wilderness of Sin, between Elim and Sinai. And the whole congregation of the people of Israel grumbled against Moses and Aaron in the wilderness. They said, "Would that we had died by the hand of the Lord in the land of Egypt, when we sat by the meat pots and ate bread to the full. You have brought us out into this wilderness to kill this whole assembly with hunger." It is a very human complaint. Egypt had been terrible, yes, brutal labor, the bitterness of slavery, the fear. But it had also been known. It had food. People under great stress can sometimes look back at what they endured and remember the food and forget the chains, not because they are ungrateful but because hunger is immediate and real and the pain of the past has a way of softening in memory compared to the pain of the present. God said to Moses, "I am going to rain bread from heaven for you, and the people shall go out and gather a day's portion every day. In the morning they would find their bread, and in the evening they would have meat." That evening, quail came up and covered the camp, and in the morning when the dew had gone up, there was on the face of the wilderness a fine flake-like thing, fine as frost on the ground. When the people saw it they said to one another, "What is it?" Because they did not know what it was. The Hebrew phrase is, "Manhu, what is it?" and that is how the substance got its name. Manna, what is it? Moses told them, "It is the bread that the Lord has given you to eat." Each person was to gather as much as they needed for the day. No hoarding, no saving for tomorrow, except on the 6th day, when they were to gather twice as much, so that the 7th day, the Sabbath, could be a day of rest, with food already prepared. When some people saved some for the next morning, it bred worms and stank. When people went out on the Sabbath to gather, there was nothing there. The provision was calibrated to the day, to the need, to the rhythm of work and rest that had been built into creation from the beginning. It was a daily lesson in dependence, in trust, in the idea that what is needed will be given, and that trying to stockpile more than your share will not work. Manna was white, and tasted like wafers made with honey. The people would eat it for 40 years, until they came to the border of the land of Canaan. It became one of the great emblems of the wilderness period, a provision so specific and so persistent that it was hard to explain as anything other than what it was called, the bread of heaven. Water came from another source. At a place called Rephidim there was again no water. Again the people quarreled and complained and asked, "Is the Lord among us or not?" Moses was told to strike a specific rock at Horeb with his staff, and water would come out of it. He struck the rock and water came. The place was called Massah and Meribah, testing and quarreling, names that would be remembered as a warning and a lesson in the generations that followed. At Rephidim there was also a battle. A people called the Amalekites attacked the Israelite camp. Joshua, who is mentioned here for the first time, led men out to fight. Moses stood on a hill above the battle with his staff raised. As long as his hands were raised, the Israelite side prevailed. When his hands dropped, the other side gained. Aaron and a man named Hur stood on either side of Moses and held his arms up when they grew tired. The battle was won. It was the first mention of Joshua, who would one day carry everything forward that Moses had begun. Moses asked another question. "If I come to the people and tell them that the God of their fathers sent me, And they ask me his name, what shall I say? And God said, I am who I am. Tell them, I am has sent me to you. This is my name forever. And this is how I am to be remembered through all generations. The name that was given, often written in English as Lord in small capitals, in Hebrew 4 letters YHWH, means something in the neighborhood of he who is, or he who causes to be, a name pointing toward the one who is the ground of all existence, not a god among gods but the God behind being itself. Moses raised objection after objection, each one human and understandable. What if they don't believe me? What if they won't listen? He was told to throw his staff on the ground, and it became a snake, to pick it up by the tail, and it became a staff again. Signs would be given. Then Moses said, I am not eloquent. I am slow of speech and of tongue. And God said, Who has made man's mouth? I will be with your mouth. Moses said, Please send someone else. And at last God said that his brother Aaron, who could speak well, would go with him. Moses would be as God to Aaron, and Aaron would speak to the people. Moses returned to his father-in-law, told him he needed to go back to Egypt to see if his relatives were still alive. And he took his wife and sons and set out, with the staff of God in his hand. Aaron came to meet him in the wilderness, and Moses told him everything. They gathered the elders of the Israelites in Egypt, and Aaron spoke all the words God had spoken to Moses, and performed the signs, and the people believed. And they bowed their heads and worshipped. Then Moses and Aaron went to Pharaoh. Let my people go, so that they may hold a feast to me in the wilderness. Pharaoh's answer was not just no but a tightening of the burden. Now the Israelites would have to gather their own straw for the brick-making rather than having it supplied, while producing the same quota of bricks. The people were angry at Moses and Aaron. You have made us stink in Pharaoh's sight, they said. You have put a sword in his hand to kill us. Moses went back to God discouraged, and the story began its long, patient unfolding. What followed was a series of signs and wonders, 10 in all, that the tradition calls the plagues of Egypt, though the word might better be understood as blows or strokes, moments of disruption to the natural order that each carried their own meaning in the context of Egyptian religion and daily life. Each one gave Pharaoh the opportunity to relent. Each one was followed by his refusal. And each one added to the pressure until, at the end, something gave way. The Nile turned to blood or something like blood, red and unusable, the fish dying, the smell reaching across the whole country. The Nile was not merely a river to Egypt. It was life itself, worshipped as divine. To see it turn foul was to see the foundation of everything made unreliable. Frogs came up from the river and filled the land. In the houses, in the ovens and kneading bowls, everywhere, inescapable. Gnats rose from the dust of the ground. Flies swarmed through Egypt, through every house, but not in the land of Goshen where the Israelites lived. A detail that would recur, the distinction between the two peoples made visible in the land. A severe pestilence killed the Egyptian livestock. Boils broke out on people and animals across Egypt. Hail mixed with fire fell from the sky, the worst storm that Egypt had ever known, and every plant and tree was struck down. Then came locusts covering the face of the land, eating what the hail had left. Then darkness, thick darkness that could be felt, settled over Egypt for 3 days, while the Israelites had light in their dwellings. After the darkness, Pharaoh told Moses, Go away from me. Take care never to see my face again, for on the day you see my face you shall die. Moses said, As you say, I will not see your face again. But there was one more. The night of the final plague was prepared for with unusual care. The community was given specific instructions for a meal and a ritual that would mark them and protect them, and more than that, become the center of their remembrance for all generations to come. This was the institution of the Passover. Each household was to take a lamb, a year-old male without blemish. They were to slaughter it at twilight and put its blood on the doorposts and lintel of the house where they ate. They were to roast the lamb and eat it that night with unleavened bread and bitter herbs, quickly with their sandals on, their staffs in hand, ready to move. It was a meal eaten standing, a meal of departure, of readiness. Moses' father-in-law Jethro came to him in the wilderness, bringing Moses' wife and sons. He saw Moses sitting as judge from morning to evening, with all the people lining up before him to have their disputes settled. Jethro said, gently and wisely, What you are doing is not good. You will wear yourself out. The thing is too heavy for you. You are not able to do it alone. He suggested a system of delegated leaders, men of ability who feared God, trustworthy men who hated dishonest gain, to judge the ordinary disputes, bringing only the hard cases to Moses. Moses listened to his father-in-law and did everything he had said. It is a small practical moment, but it matters. Even the greatest leaders need wise counsel, and wisdom can come from outside the main story. In the 3rd month after the Israelites left Egypt, they came to the wilderness of Sinai. They traveled from Rephidim and camped before the mountain Sinai. The mountain is referred to by 2 names in the Hebrew scripture, Sinai and Horeb, and its exact location has been debated for centuries. The traditional site is in the southern Sinai Peninsula, a landscape of dramatic granite peaks, rose-red and gray, rising sharply from the desert floor. Whatever its precise location, the mountain in the story is a place of encounter, a place where the distance between heaven and earth narrows to something almost touchable. Moses went up to God, and God spoke to him from the mountain. Tell the house of Jacob, you yourselves have seen what I did to the Egyptians, and how I bore you on eagle's wings and brought you to myself. Now, if you will obey my voice and keep my covenant, you shall be my treasured possession among all peoples, for all the earth is mine, and you shall be to me a kingdom of priests and a holy nation. Moses came down and called the elders together and set before them all these words. All the people answered, everything the Lord has spoken we will do. The mountain was wrapped in thick cloud. Moses told the people to consecrate themselves, to wash their garments, to be ready for the 3rd day, when the Lord would come down on the mountain. They were not to go up the mountain or touch its edge. On the morning of the 3rd day there were thunders and lightnings and a thick cloud on the mountain, and a very loud trumpet blast, so that all the people in the camp trembled. Moses brought the people out of the camp to meet God, and they took their stand at the foot of the mountain. The whole mountain trembled greatly. The sound of the trumpet grew louder and louder. Moses spoke, and God answered him in thunder. What followed was the giving of the law, the covenant code that would form the foundation of Israelite life, and that has shaped moral and legal thinking in much of the world ever since. The central commandments, 10 in number, were spoken from the mountain and later written on 2 tablets of stone by the finger of God. They are worth holding in mind quietly, not as a list of prohibitions but as a picture of a community organized around a particular relationship with the divine and with one another. No other gods. No carved images. Not using the name of the Lord emptily or carelessly. Keeping the Sabbath, the day of rest that was built into creation from the beginning. Honoring father and mother. Not killing. Not committing adultery. Not stealing. Not bearing false witness against your neighbor. Not coveting, that last one, reaching inward past actions to the very life of desire, asking something of the inner person as much as the outer. These were given in the context of relationship, not merely as rules. I am the Lord your God who brought you out of Egypt, out of the house of slavery. That is the preamble, and it matters. The commandments came not from an abstract authority but from the one who had already acted on behalf of these people, who had already demonstrated what this relationship looked like in practice. There were many more laws given during the time at Sinai, laws about worship, about property, about treatment of servants and strangers, about the festivals to be observed each year. Particular care was given to the treatment of the vulnerable. Do not oppress a sojourner, God said, for you were sojourners in the land of Egypt. You know the heart of a sojourner. That phrase, you know the heart, is a call to remembered experience as the ground of empathy. What was done to you should teach you what not to do to others. The people were given instructions for the construction of a sanctuary, a portable dwelling place, a tabernacle, where God's presence could be with them as they traveled through the wilderness. The instructions were detailed and precise. The dimensions of the tent, the materials to be used, gold and silver and bronze, blue and purple and scarlet thread, fine linen, goat hair, ram skins, acacia wood. An ark, a chest of acacia wood overlaid with gold, was to hold the tablets of the covenant. Above the ark, 2 cherubim facing each other with wings spread, and between them the mercy seat, where God would meet with Moses. It was an elaborate sanctuary, but it was also portable. It could be taken down and carried and set up again. It was designed for a people on the move, a people who did not yet have a permanent home. The care put into its construction was itself a statement about the seriousness of the encounter it was meant to house. Moses was on the mountain for 40 days and 40 nights. 40 days is a long time to wait. 40 days with the mountain covered in cloud, the visible sign of God's presence still there above them, but Moses gone and not returning. The people gathered around Aaron and said, "Make us gods who shall go before us. As for this Moses, the man who brought us up out of the land of Egypt, we do not know what has become of him." Aaron to his shame complied. He took their gold earrings and fashioned them with a graving tool into the shape of a calf. And the people said, "These are your gods, O Israel, who brought you up out of the land of Egypt." They sat down to eat and drink and rose up to play. On the mountain, God told Moses, "Go down, for your people whom you brought up out of the land of Egypt have corrupted themselves." Moses went down, and when he came near the camp and saw the calf and the dancing, his anger burned hot, and he threw the tablets from his hands and broke them at the foot of the mountain. He took the calf and burned it and ground it to powder and scattered it on the water and made the Israelites drink it. He called to account those who had been most deeply involved. Then Moses went back up the mountain. He stood before God and said, "Alas, this people has sinned a great sin. But now, if you will forgive their sin, and if not, please blot me out of your book." The intercession is remarkable for its completeness. Moses was willing to go down with his people if they could not be forgiven. He would not separate himself from them. God's response was to continue with the people, but to make it clear that the path forward was not without consequence. Moses asked to see God's glory, and was placed in a cleft of the rock while God's goodness passed before him, and the name of the Lord was proclaimed. The Lord, a God merciful and gracious, slow to anger, and abounding in steadfast love and faithfulness. Moses bowed and worshipped. New tablets were cut, and God wrote the commandments on them again. And when Moses came down from the mountain with the 2 tablets, his face was shining from speaking with God, though he did not know it. Aaron and the people were afraid to come near him. Moses put a veil over his face when he spoke to the people, and took it off when he went in to speak with God. The tabernacle was built. Every skilled worker among the Israelites contributed. The spinners and weavers, the metalworkers, the woodworkers, the embroiderers, each one bringing their particular ability to the construction of this portable holy place. When it was all assembled and set up, a cloud covered the tent of meeting, and the glory of the Lord filled the tabernacle. Moses was not able to enter the tent of meeting because the cloud settled on it. When the cloud lifted, the Israelites would set out on their journey. When the cloud remained, they would stay. The cloud was their compass, their calendar, their signal to move and to be still. The time at Sinai was a long pause in the journey, a time of receiving, of organization, of learning what it meant to be this particular people in relationship with this particular God. They had come to the mountain as a loosely organized assembly of freed slaves, people who had known only the rhythms of Egyptian labor. They left it as a community with law and covenant, with a sanctuary and a priesthood, with festivals and rhythms of work and rest, with a sense of identity and purpose that could survive the wilderness ahead. They broke camp from Sinai and set out into the wilderness of Paran. The cloud of the Lord was over them by day. And the people complained again, the complaints that punctuate the wilderness period like a recurring theme, honest and human and frustrating to everyone involved. They complained about their hardships. They wept about the food. "We remember the fish we ate in Egypt," they said, "and the cucumbers and the melons and the leeks and the onions and the garlic. But now our strength is dried up, and there is nothing at all but this manna to look at." The memory of Egypt's food was apparently vivid and persistent. Moses, exhausted by the weight of leading so many people through such difficulty, said to God, "I am not able to carry all this people alone. The burden is too heavy for me." 70 elders were appointed to share the spirit that was on Moses, to help carry the weight of leadership. 2 of them, Eldad and Medad, prophesied in the camp, and Joshua wanted Moses to stop them. Moses said, "Are you jealous for my sake? Would that all the Lord's people were prophets, that the Lord would put his spirit on them." It is one of the most generous things Moses ever said, and one of the most characteristic, his willingness to share even his own particular gift and calling. The journey continued. They traveled from one encampment to the next across the Sinai and Negev wilderness, each stopping place named for what happened there or what was found there, a geography built of experience. And eventually they came to the edge of what they had been moving toward all along. They came to the wilderness of Paran, near a place called Kadesh Barnea, on the southern border of Canaan. Moses sent 12 men, one from each tribe, to spy out the land. Go up into the Negev and into the hill country, he told them, and see what the land is like, and whether the people are strong or weak, and whether the cities are large or small. The 12 went and traveled through the land for 40 days. They came back carrying a branch with a cluster of grapes so large it took 2 men to carry it on a pole between them, and pomegranates and figs. The land truly flowed with milk and honey, they said. This is its fruit. But there was a but. The people are strong, and the cities are fortified and very large. We seem to ourselves like grasshoppers, and so we seem to them. 10 of the 12 said, We are not able to go up against the people, for they are stronger than we are. 2 Caleb of the tribe of Judah and Joshua of the tribe of Ephraim said something different. Let us go up at once and occupy it, for we are well able to overcome it. The people wept that night. They said, Would it not be better for us to go back to Egypt? They talked of choosing a leader and returning. Moses and Aaron fell on their faces before the whole assembly. Joshua and Caleb tore their clothes and said, The land which we passed through to spy it out is an exceedingly good land. Do not fear the people of the land. Their protection is removed from them, and the Lord is with us. Do not fear them. But the people talked of stoning them. And God said to Moses, How long will this people despise me? How long will they not believe in me, in spite of all the signs I have done among them? Moses interceded again, as he always did, asking God to pardon the iniquity of this people according to the greatness of his steadfast love. God pardoned them. But the generation that had seen what had happened in Egypt and still refused to trust would not see the land that had been promised. They would wander in the wilderness until that generation had passed. 40 years in all, 1 year for each day the spies had spent in the land. Their children, who had been so small as to seem no threat, would be the ones who entered. Caleb and Joshua alone among the adults who had left Egypt would live to cross into Canaan. The people tried to go forward anyway. Without God's blessing and without Moses' blessing, they were turned back. They turned back toward the wilderness. 40 years. A number that carries enormous weight in the biblical narrative. 40 days of rain for Noah, 40 days on the mountain for Moses, 40 years in the wilderness. Long enough for an entire generation to live out its life. Long enough for children to grow into adults, for adults to grow old, for the whole shape of the community to be renewed. The wilderness years were not all movement. There were long periods of encampment, seasons spent in one place before the cloud lifted and they moved again. People built their lives in the camps, they cooked and ate, they tended their animals, they argued and reconciled. They fell in love and had children, they got sick and recovered or died. The ordinary texture of human life continued inside the larger framework of the journey. There were difficulties and rebellions. A man named Korah led a challenge against Moses and Aaron, claiming that all the congregation was holy, and that Moses and Aaron had lifted themselves above everyone else. The ground opened and swallowed the leaders of the rebellion. It was a dramatic and terrible event, and it was followed by the blossoming of Aaron's staff, a gentle sign that affirmed his role, a staff of dead wood putting out buds and blossoms and ripe almonds overnight, a living thing from something that seemed lifeless, kept in the sanctuary as a reminder. More water came from more rocks. At a place called Meribah, late in the wilderness years, the people again had no water and complained bitterly. God told Moses to speak to the rock, and water would come. But Moses, worn by years of complaint and leadership, struck the rock with his staff instead of speaking to it, and did so twice. Water came out abundantly. But Moses was told, Because you did not trust in me, to uphold me as holy in the eyes of the people, therefore you shall not bring this assembly into the land that I have given them. It was a hard word, and it has been pondered across the centuries. Moses, who had carried this whole people for 40 years, would not enter the land. The text does not linger on Moses' response to this. He accepted it and kept leading. He negotiated passage through the territory of Edom and Moab. He spoke and kept speaking, kept teaching, kept interceding right up to the very end. Aaron died on the mountain called Hor, on the border of Edom. His priestly garments were transferred to his son Eleazar, and Aaron was gathered to his people. The whole house of Israel wept for him 30 days, a month of mourning for the man who had stood beside Moses from the very beginning, who had held up his arms at the battle with the Amalekites, who had made the golden calf and been forgiven and gone on to serve faithfully for 40 years. They continued through the wilderness, and the people again became impatient and spoke against God and Moses. Why have you brought us up out of Egypt to die in the wilderness? There is no food and no water, and we loathe this worthless food. Serpents came among them and bit people and they died. Moses prayed. He was told to make a bronze serpent and lift it up on a pole, and anyone who looked at it when bitten would live. A strange and memorable image. Harm transformed into healing, looking at the very thing that hurt you as the path through it. They moved. They camped at Oboth, at Abiram, at the Zered Valley, at Arnon, at Beer, at Mattanah and Nahaliel and Bamoth and the valley in the region of Moab. Each stopping place a night and a day in someone's life. A campfire and a meal and the sound of children and animals and the wind. They were nearly there. During the last months of the wilderness period, Moses gave his great farewell speeches, collected in the book called Deuteronomy, from the Greek for second law, a second telling of what had been given at Sinai, now spoken to the generation that was about to enter the land. These are some of the most beautiful and searching words in the whole Bible, addressed to people who had not been born when the Exodus began, who had grown up knowing only the wilderness and the manna and the cloud and the fire. Hear, O Israel, Moses said. The Lord our God, the Lord is one. You shall love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul and with all your might. These words shall be on your heart. You shall teach them diligently to your children, and shall talk of them when you sit in your house, and when you walk by the way, and when you lie down and when you rise. You shall bind them as a sign on your hand, and they shall be as frontlets between your eyes. You shall write them on the doorposts of your house and on your gates. This command, the Shema as it would come to be called, from the Hebrew word for hear, became the central prayer of Jewish life, spoken morning and evening, words learned in childhood and carried into old age. Moses spoke of what had been. He told the story again, the whole sweep of it from Egypt to this moment, reminding the people of what God had done and what they had done and how they had arrived here. He spoke of what lay ahead, that if they kept the covenant, the land would be a place of blessing and abundance, and if they turned away, things would go badly. He was clear about both possibilities. He did not soften the warning or exaggerate the promise. He spoke like a man who had seen a great deal and wanted to say it plainly. He gave them Joshua as their leader. Moses laid his hands on Joshua before all the people, and Joshua was filled with the spirit of wisdom, and the people obeyed him. Be strong and courageous, Moses told Joshua. Do not be frightened or dismayed, for the Lord your God is with you wherever you go. And then Moses went up from the plains of Moab to Mount Nebo, to the top of Pisgah, across from Jericho. And God showed him the whole land, north to Dan, west to the Mediterranean, south to the Negev, east across the Jordan Valley. This is the land that I swore to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, saying I will give it to your offspring. I have let you see it with your eyes, but you shall not go over there. And Moses, the servant of the Lord, died there in the land of Moab, and was buried in a valley in the land of Moab opposite Beth Peor. No one knows where his grave is to this day. He was 120 years old when he died. His eye was undimmed, and his vigor unabated. And there has not arisen a prophet since in Israel like Moses, whom the Lord knew face to face, none like him for all the signs and wonders the Lord sent him to do in the land of Egypt, and for all the mighty power and all the great deeds of terror that Moses did in the sight of all Israel. The people wept for Moses 30 days. And then Joshua son of Nun rose, and the journey that Moses had carried for 40 years passed into other hands. Joshua had been Moses' attendant since his youth, the one who stood outside the tent of meeting when Moses went in, staying on even after Moses returned to the camp. He had been one of the 2 spies who had said yes when everyone else said no. He had fought the Amalekites at Rephidim. He was a man formed by the whole wilderness period, who knew no other adult life than this community on the move. And now it was his. The land before them was not empty. It was inhabited by various peoples, Canaanites and Hittites and Hivites and Perizzites and Girgashites and Amorites and Jebusites, as the texts name them, each occupying different parts of the hill country and the valleys and the coastal plain. The Israelites were not arriving to an uninhabited landscape. They were arriving to a land with history and people and established cities and their own complex stories. The entry into Canaan would not be the simple claiming of empty ground. Joshua sent 2 spies across the Jordan to look over the land, especially Jericho. The city of Jericho stood in the Jordan Valley at the edge of the wilderness of Judah, a very ancient city, one of the oldest continuously inhabited places in the world, sitting on a rise of ground near a powerful spring, the greenery of its oasis visible from far across the arid valley. The spies came to a house in the city, the house of a woman named Rahab. Rahab had heard what had happened at the Red Sea. The king of Jericho was told there were Israelite spies in the city and sent to Rahab's house. But she had hidden the men under bundles of flax on the roof of her house, and sent the searchers in the wrong direction. Then she came to the men and said, "I know that the Lord has given you this land. The fear of you has fallen upon us. All the inhabitants of the land melt away before you. For we have heard how the Lord dried up the water of the Red Sea before you when you came out of Egypt. And as soon as we heard it, our hearts melted. For the Lord your God, He is God in the heavens above and on the earth beneath. Now therefore swear to me by the Lord that you will deal kindly with my family, as I have dealt kindly with you." They promised her that when the city was taken, she and all in her house would be spared if she tied a scarlet cord in her window and brought her family into the house. She let them down from her window with a rope, for her house was built into the city wall. She tied the scarlet cord in the window. The spies returned to Joshua and reported, "Truly the Lord has given all the land into our hands. All the inhabitants of the land melt away because of us." Joshua rose early in the morning, and they set out from Shittim and came to the Jordan. They camped there 3 days. And Joshua told the people, "Consecrate yourselves, for tomorrow the Lord will do wonders among you." The Jordan in flood season is not a small river. The Jordan Valley lies at one of the lowest points on earth. The surface of the Dead Sea, a short distance south, is nearly 1,400 feet below sea level, and in the spring, when the snows of Mount Hermon melt and feed the Jordan's headwaters, the river overflows its banks and fills the valley. This was that time. The river was at flood. The Ark of the Covenant, the gold-covered chest that held the tablets, carried on poles by priests, went before them. When the feet of the priests bearing the ark touched the edge of the water coming down from above stood and rose up in a heap, and the people passed over on dry ground. The priests stood firm on dry ground in the midst of the Jordan, and all Israel passed over on dry ground, until all the nation had crossed the Jordan. 12 stones were taken from the middle of the Jordan, one for each tribe, and carried to the camp on the other side and set up at a place called Gilgal. They would be a sign, Joshua said, so that when your children ask in time to come, "What do these stones mean to you?" you shall tell them that the waters of the Jordan were cut off before the Ark of the Covenant of the Lord. These stones shall be a memorial forever. They camped at Gilgal in the plains of Jericho. They kept the Passover on the 14th day of the month, in the evening on the plains of Jericho. The day after Passover, they ate the produce of the land, unleavened cakes and parched grain. And on that day the manna ceased. It had sustained them for 40 years day by day, never a day too many and never a day too few. Now they were in a land that could feed them with its own abundance, and the bread of heaven was no longer needed. The manna stopped as quietly as it had begun. Jericho was shut up tight. No one went out and no one came in. The account of how it fell is one of the most unusual in all of military history, ancient or modern, and was clearly not intended to be read as a conventional account of siege warfare. For 6 days the army marched around the city once each day, the priests carrying the ark and blowing on ram's horn trumpets, the people silent. On the 7th day they rose at dawn and marched around the city 7 times. When the priests blew the trumpets on the 7th circuit, Joshua told the people, "Shout, for the Lord has given you the city." And the people shouted a great shout, and the wall fell flat. Rahab's house in the wall stood. The spies went in and brought her out, and her father and mother and brothers and all she had. And she lived in Israel and her family with her. There were setbacks too. A man named Achan had taken plunder that was supposed to be devoted entirely to God, silver and a garment and gold, and hidden it in his tent. This was discovered after an unexpected defeat at a small town called Ai, a defeat that shook the people. Once the situation was addressed, the campaign was renewed. The Israelites moved through the land, through the central hill country down to the south and the lowlands up to the north. The Gibeonites, hearing what had happened at Jericho and at Ai, came to Joshua with a clever stratagem. They dressed in worn clothes and carried dry, moldy bread and cracked wineskins and claimed to have come from a very distant country. They asked for a treaty of peace. Joshua and the leaders made peace with them without asking God first. When the deception was discovered, the Gibeonites were kept as servants, woodcutters and water carriers for the congregation, but their lives were spared because the oath had been sworn. A coalition of kings from the south came against the Gibeonites because of their treaty with Israel. Joshua came to their aid and the coalition was defeated. A coalition of kings from the north gathered their forces and their horses and chariots like the sand of the sea. Joshua fell upon them suddenly and defeated them. The language the text uses for these campaigns can sound complete. Joshua took the whole land, the land had rest from war. And yet the full picture is more complex. Many areas remained unconquered. The coastal plain with its powerful cities largely remained under the control of those who lived there. Specific areas of the hill country were held by strong peoples who were not displaced. The settlement of Canaan was a process, not a single moment, and it would continue long after Joshua's death. The land was divided among the 12 tribes. Each tribe received a portion according to its size and its lot, the casting of lots being the ancient way of discerning the divine will in matters of distribution. The tribe of Levi received no territorial allotment, because they were to serve as priests throughout all the tribes. Instead, they were given cities and pastureland within the territories of the other tribes. The tribe of Joseph was represented by his 2 sons Manasseh and Ephraim, so the count of 12 remained. 6 cities of refuge were established, places where someone who had accidentally killed another person could flee and be safe from vengeance until the matter could be properly judged. It was a law that built mercy and process into the social fabric, protecting the innocent from the swift anger of grief. Caleb, who had been one of the 2 faithful spies 45 years before, came to Joshua and said, 45 years ago Moses swore to me that the hill country where I walked would be my inheritance. I am this day 85 years old. I am still as strong today as I was in the day that Moses sent me. My strength now is as my strength was then, for war and for going and coming. Give me this hill country. Joshua blessed him and gave him Hebron for an inheritance. Caleb drove out the 3 sons of Anak from Hebron. It is a brief and memorable portrait of an old man still full of energy and faith, claiming what had been promised to him decades before, and not letting age make the claim for him. Joshua was old and well advanced in years. He called all Israel, its elders and heads and judges and officers, and gave them his farewell speech. He reminded them of everything. The call of Abraham out of idolatry in Mesopotamia, the journey, Egypt, Moses and Aaron, the Red Sea, the wilderness, the Jordan, the campaigns in Canaan. I gave you a land on which you had not labored and cities that you had not built, and you dwell in them. You eat the fruit of vineyards and olive orchards that you did not plant. Now therefore fear the Lord and serve him in sincerity and in faithfulness. Put away the gods that your fathers served beyond the river and in Egypt, and serve the Lord. And if it is evil in your eyes to serve the Lord, choose this day whom you will serve. But as for me and my house, we will serve the Lord. The people said, Far be it from us that we should forsake the Lord to serve other gods. For it is the Lord our God who brought us and our fathers up from the land of Egypt, out of the house of slavery, and who did those great signs in our sight and preserved us in all the way that we went. We also will serve the Lord, for he is our God. Joshua wrote these things in the book of the law of God, and took a large stone and set it up under the oak tree that was in the sanctuary of the Lord. He said, This stone shall be a witness against us, for it has heard all the words of the Lord that he spoke to us. Then he sent the people away. Joshua son of Nun, the servant of the Lord, died at the age of 110 years. They buried him in the territory of his inheritance, at Timnath-serah in the hill country of Ephraim. And Israel served the Lord all the days of Joshua, and all the days of the elders who outlived Joshua and had known all the work that the Lord did for Israel. The bones of Joseph which the Israelites had brought up from Egypt, were buried at Shechem, in the piece of ground that Jacob had bought long before. What Joseph had asked on his deathbed, When God visits you, carry my bones up from here, had been done. Across all the years of the wilderness, through all the wandering, the bones of Joseph had traveled with the people, carried in their processions, present in their camps. And now they were home, in the land of his father Jacob, in the ground that Abraham's grandson had purchased and that the family had once called their own. A very long journey fulfilled at last. The land of Canaan was not yet fully settled. There were still peoples and kings and cities that lay outside Israelite control, still generations of negotiation and conflict and intermingling ahead. The story of how these tribes would become a nation, and how that nation would rise and struggle and be led by judges and eventually ask for a king, was just beginning. The era of Joshua was an ending and an opening, a long chapter concluded and a door left standing wide. But tonight, in this quiet telling, there is something worth simply resting with. A family had become a people. A people in slavery had been led out into freedom. A generation that had lived between Egypt and the land had given birth to another generation, and that generation had crossed a river at flood and walked into a future their parents had not lived to see. The bones of Joseph had come home. The stone at Shechem stood beneath its oak tree as a witness. The land was at rest. The tribes were in their places. Children were growing up knowing the stories, the burning bush and the manna and the mountain and the pillar of fire, the parted sea and the parted river, the scarlet cord in Rahab's window, the 12 stones carried up from the middle of the Jordan and set in a circle at Gilgal, meaning, here we came across, here the dry ground appeared, here the story became real for us. The years ahead would bring more stories, of women who led their people into battle and men who wrestled with doubt, of seasons of faithfulness and seasons of wandering, of a boy anointed in a field who would become a king, of a kingdom that rose and a kingdom that divided, of prophets speaking in the courts of power and in the wilderness alike. But that is for another night, another telling. For now, this night, the people are in the land. The long journey is done. The manna has stopped and the first harvest is in. The sun goes down over the hill country of Canaan, over the vineyards and the olive groves and the valley floors where grain grows tall. The fires in the camps are burning low. The children are asleep. And tomorrow, as it always does, another day will begin. Rest now. The story knows where it is going. The land was quiet now. After all the years of wandering, after all the crossings and the camps and the long slow marches through unfamiliar country, the people of Israel had finally come to rest. Joshua had led them faithfully, and the tribes had been given their portions, the rolling hills, the valleys thick with grain, the coastal plains, and the higher country where the air was cooler and the olive trees grew in long silver rows. Each family had found a place, and in that place they had begun to build. Joshua himself had grown old in the land, and when his time came, he gathered the people one last time and spoke to them plainly, as he always had. He reminded them of everything that had brought them here, the long memory of God's faithfulness, the promises made to Abraham many generations before, the deliverance from Egypt, the water that had come from rock, the bread that had appeared each morning on the desert floor. He asked them to hold fast to all of this. And then he rested, and was buried in the hill country that had been his portion, in a place called Timnath-Serah. The land mourned him quietly, the way a field mourns the end of summer. For a time the elders who had served alongside Joshua were still living, and they kept alive what they had seen and heard. They told their children and their children's children, of the way the Jordan River had parted, of the walls that had fallen, of the long faithfulness that had carried the people through. And in those years, the tribes of Israel continued to settle in. There was still much to be done, still territories to be cleared, still neighbors whose customs were strange and whose gods were carved from wood and stone and set up on the hilltops. But the people were in the land, and the land was good. Yet slowly, imperceptibly, a change began to take hold. The elders grew old and died. The generation that had seen Joshua's work with their own eyes passed away, one by one, until there arose a generation that had not known those things firsthand. They had heard the stories, yes, but hearing is different from seeing, and as the years turned and the seasons circled, the urgency of those old stories began to fade for some, like color fading from cloth left too long in the sun. The land had its own rhythms, and those rhythms were ancient. The rains came in their season, and the farmers planted and harvested. The shepherds moved their flocks from the lower pastures in summer up toward the cooler grazing lands, then back again as autumn deepened. The villages grew around their wells and their threshing floors, and life was practical and daily and full of small concerns, whether the rains would come, whether the flocks would thrive, whether the harvest would be enough to last through winter. And in the villages and on the hilltops, the Canaanite shrines still stood. The carved figures, the wooden posts, the altars of stone, they had always been there. The neighbors still used them. And for a people trying to put down roots in a new land, the temptation was real and ordinary and very human, to blend in, to make peace with what was around them, to try to honor the old ways alongside the new. In doing this, many in Israel drifted slowly from the covenant that had made them who they were. This is the pattern that the ancient writers noticed and recorded with such care. It happened again and again across the centuries of this period, this era now remembered as the time of the judges. The people would turn away from the path they had been given. Difficulties would come. A neighboring people growing stronger, pressing in on the borders, raiding the villages. And in their trouble, the people would remember. They would call out, and somehow, in the midst of their calling, someone would rise, an unlikely leader, a particular man or woman in a particular place, and through them, things would quiet again. There would be years of peace, sometimes a generation or more. And then the cycle would begin again. It is not a story of unbroken failure. It is not a story of a people beyond help. It is more like the story of a family across the generations. A family with a long memory and a deep identity that sometimes nearly forgets who it is, but never quite lets go entirely. There is something very human in it, something worth sitting with quietly as we listen. The land itself in this period was a patchwork of small communities. There was no single capital city, no unified army, no palace or court or royal treasury. Each tribe managed its own affairs, and when trouble came, it was local trouble addressed by local means. The roads were rutted tracks between villages, and most people spent their lives within a few days' walk of where they were born. The world was small and close and known, the faces of one's neighbors, the smell of one's fields in rain, the sound of one's own language spoken in the particular accent of one's particular valley. It was into this patchwork world that the first of the judges came. These were not judges in the way we might think of the word today. They were not courtroom officials with formal robes and gavels. They were something more like deliverers, leaders who arose in times of crisis to bring relief to their people. Some of them were warriors. Some were administrators. Some were prophets. And one of the most remarkable of them was a woman. Her name was Deborah, and she sat beneath a palm tree in the hill country of Ephraim, between Ramah and Bethel. People came to her there, to settle disputes, to seek wisdom, to bring the questions that daily life and community life always produce. She was known and trusted, and her judgment was fair. But the time came when a larger question required a larger answer. In the north, a king named Jabin of Hazor had been pressing hard against the Israelite tribes, and at the head of his army was a general named Sisera. What made Sisera formidable was not just the men under his command but the 900 iron chariots he deployed. Heavy, armored vehicles that could move quickly across flat ground and cut through infantry with terrible efficiency. The tribes of the northern territories had felt this pressure for 20 years. 20 years is a long time to live under another's shadow. Deborah sent for a man named Barak, from the tribe of Naphtali, and she told him that the time had come to move against Sisera. She promised him that things would go in Israel's favor. Barak, to his credit, was cautious. He agreed to lead the force, but only if Deborah came with him. She agreed, though she told him plainly that the decisive moment of the victory would belong not to him but to a woman. This must have been a strange thing to hear. The battle came at the Kishon River, where the flat valley plain that had been Sisera's advantage became a trap. The ancient sources speak of storms and floods, of the river rising and the chariots becoming mired in wet ground, of the iron-wheeled machines that had been instruments of terror becoming useless obstacles. Sisera's army was routed. He himself fled on foot, which tells you something about how completely the battle had turned. He came to the tent of a woman named Jael, whose people were at peace with Jabin's kingdom. She took him in and gave him something to drink and covered him, and he slept from exhaustion. And in his sleep, the general who had terrorized northern Israel for 2 decades died. Quietly, in a stranger's tent. The crisis was over. After the victory, Deborah sang. The song has come down to us across 3,000 years, and it is full of the landscape of that moment. The mountains, the rain, the dry stream beds suddenly running with water, the stars in their courses. It is the kind of song that belongs to a specific place and a specific relief, when something terrible has finally lifted and the air feels clean again. The land rested for 40 years. But the cycles turned and the years brought new pressures. From the east, raiding parties from the desert came at harvest time, the Midianites and Amalekites and other peoples of the eastern wilderness. They came like locusts, the old records say, so many of them that counting was impossible. They came on camels, which made them fast and unpredictable, sweeping in after the crops had grown and taking what others had planted. The Israelites retreated into caves and strongholds in the mountains, watching their work destroyed, year after year. Into this difficulty came a man named Gideon. He was threshing wheat in a winepress when a messenger found him, hiding his work from the raiders, doing in secret what should have been done openly in the threshing floor under the sky. He was not, in this first moment, a figure of great confidence. When he was told that he was the one being called to lead a defense against the Midianites, he pointed out that his family was the weakest in his tribe and he himself was the youngest in his family. But the story of Gideon is in some ways the story of ordinary human hesitation gradually giving way to something larger. He asked for signs and signs came. He went at night to pull down the altar on his father's property, not in the boldness of high noon, but under cover of darkness. He gathered a force of 32,000 men, and then by a series of peculiar instructions, saw that force reduced to 300. The reduction was deliberate and its logic seemed strange. Those who knelt to drink from the stream were sent home. Those who lapped water from their hands while remaining alert were kept. By the end, Gideon had a tiny force, poorly equipped by conventional standards, heading toward a Midianite camp that was large enough to seem like the whole desert had come alive. They went at night. Each man carried a torch hidden inside a clay jar and a ram's horn. At a signal, they all broke their jars at once, so that 300 torches blazed suddenly out of the darkness from all directions at once, and 300 horns sounded together. In the confusion that followed, in the noise and the unexpected light and the disorientation of being woken in the night by what seemed to come from everywhere, the Midianite camp turned on itself. In the aftermath, the raiders who had made every harvest a season of anxiety were driven back across the Jordan. There is something peaceful in the image of Gideon before the battle, still uncertain, still asking questions, not yet the instrument of change he was about to become. Most people, if they are honest, recognize something of themselves in that early Gideon. The courage that comes later is real, but so is the hesitation that comes first. After this victory, Gideon was offered kingship, and he refused it. The rule that mattered was older and higher than any human king, he said. He lived out his days in his own village, and the land had rest for 40 years in his time as well. Among all the stories of this era, one stands apart for its quietness. It does not concern a judge or a warrior or a battle. It concerns two women walking a road through the late afternoon light, somewhere in the country of Moab, on their way toward a future neither of them could fully see. Elimelech had taken his family from Bethlehem to the land of Moab during a famine, the sensible, practical decision of a man trying to keep his family alive. He had 2 sons, and in Moab, those sons had married Moabite women named Orpah and Ruth. Then Elimelech died, and then his sons died, and Naomi was left in a foreign country with 2 foreign daughters-in-law and no prospects and no path clearly forward. She decided to go home to Bethlehem, because she had heard that the famine there had ended and the harvests were good again. She told her daughters-in-law to go back to their own families, where they would have a chance of finding new husbands and building new lives. Orpah, after much weeping and reluctance, turned back, and Ruth would not. The words Ruth spoke to Naomi in that moment have echoed across centuries. Where you go, I will go, and where you stay, I will stay, and your people will be my people. It is one of the great declarations of love and loyalty in the whole long record of human experience. Simple words plainly spoken, on a dusty road in the afternoon. They arrived in Bethlehem at the beginning of the barley harvest, 2 women without men, without resources, without a clear plan. But Bethlehem was Naomi's home, and she was known there, and the law of Israel provided something called gleaning, the right of the poor and the stranger to follow behind the harvesters and pick up what had been left behind. Ruth, being young and able and willing, went to the fields. The field she happened to choose, though the old story suggests that chance was perhaps not entirely in charge of this, belonged to a man named Boaz, who was a relative of Naomi's. He noticed Ruth working in the field and learned who she was, and he was moved by what he had heard of her, how she had left her own land and her own people to stay with her mother-in-law. He told his workers to leave extra grain for her to find, and he invited her to eat with his people at midday, and he made sure she was treated with dignity. The story unfolds slowly, the way harvest seasons unfold. Day by day the grain coming in, Naomi watching and thinking and hoping, Ruth working steadily in the heat of the day. In the end, Boaz acted as what the law called a kinsman redeemer, taking responsibility for the widows in his extended family, marrying Ruth and preserving the name and the property of the family that had nearly been lost. A son was born to Boaz and Ruth, and the neighborhood women gathered around Naomi and placed the baby in her arms and gave him a name, Obed. He would become the grandfather of David, the greatest king of Israel. But no one knew that yet on the day the baby arrived. On that day, it was simply a new life in a small town at the edge of the harvest season, and an old woman holding her grandson, and the feeling that something very nearly lost had been returned. The period of the Judges also contains the story of Samson, which is different in tone and texture from the others, wilder, stranger, more full of personal contradiction. Samson was dedicated before his birth to a particular calling, set apart in a particular way, with particular rules about how he was to live. He possessed extraordinary physical strength, and he was also throughout his life at war with himself. His life unfolded in the borderlands between the territory of Israel and the territory of the Philistines, who lived along the coast to the west. The Philistines were a significant power in this era, skilled metalworkers organized, with fortified cities along the coastal plain. The relationship between the Israelites and the Philistines was long and complicated and often troubled. Samson's story contains his famous riddles, his famous feats of strength, his famous relationships with Philistine women, and his famous weakness for Delilah, who was approached by Philistine lords and asked to find the secret of his strength. She asked him and he deflected, and she kept asking, pressing with a persistence that the old text describes as wearing him down day after day until he was tired to the soul of it. And finally he told her the truth. The uncut hair, the ancient vow, the outward sign of something consecrated. He was taken and blinded and imprisoned, set to grinding grain in a Philistine prison. A deeply humbling image for a man who had been so strong. But his hair began to grow again. And when, at a great feast, the Philistines brought Samson out to make sport of him before the crowd gathered in the temple of their god, he asked the boy who guided him to place his hands against the central pillars of the building, and he pushed. The structure came down. It is a story of destruction and of self-destruction, of gifts misused and relationships damaged, of someone whose life seemed always larger than he could manage, and whose ending was as dramatic as everything that came before it. Samson is not quite a hero in the usual sense. He is something more complicated and more recognizably human. Someone with real gifts and real failures, whose story does not resolve into easy lessons. After Samson's time, the period of the Judges drew toward its end. The books of Samuel which follow describe a transitional moment in Israel's history, a moment when the loose confederation of tribes, governed by occasional judges in times of crisis, began to ask whether there might be another way. Into this transitional moment, a child was born to a woman named Hannah. Hannah had been unable to have children, and this absence was a grief she carried quietly but deeply. She prayed at the sanctuary at Shiloh, where the Ark of the Covenant rested in those days under the care of a priest named Eli, and she prayed with such intensity, her lips moving silently in the way of someone deep in private speech with heaven, that Eli at first thought she must have had too much wine. She had not. She had only come with the full weight of her longing, and she promised that if she were given a son, she would give him back. He would be raised in the sanctuary, dedicated to service from his earliest years. The son was born and she named him Samuel, which carries the meaning of something like heard by God, or asked of God. She nursed him until he was old enough to leave her, and then she brought him to the sanctuary at Shiloh, to Eli the priest, and she left him there. There is something tremendously moving about Hannah's prayer of dedication, which comes down to us as one of the great poems of the Hebrew tradition, full of reversals, of the lowly being raised and the proud brought low, of the hungry filled and the well-fed going without. It is the prayer of someone who has come through something and arrived on the other side with a changed perspective. Samuel grew up at Shiloh, in the care of the elderly Eli, learning the rhythms of the sanctuary, the care of the lamps and the opening of the great doors in the morning. One night he heard a voice calling his name and thought it was Eli. He went to Eli, and Eli told him he had not called. This happened a second time and a third. And then Eli understood what was happening and told the boy that if the voice called again, he should answer it. And it called again, and Samuel answered it, and that was the beginning of his life as a prophet. It is a night scene of great quietness, the old man sleeping in his place, the boy lying down, the lamplight of the sanctuary burning low, and the voice coming through the dark. The calling of Samuel is one of those biblical moments that has a universal quality to it, the sense of being addressed by something larger than oneself, of hearing one's name in an unexpected way. Samuel grew into a leader of remarkable authority and range. He was a prophet, which meant he carried the tradition of direct communication, of speaking clearly about what was happening in the life of the community and what it meant. He was also a judge in the older sense. He traveled a circuit through the central hill country, from Bethel to Gilgal to Mizpah and back to his home in Ramah, hearing cases, settling disputes, keeping the community whole. He was trusted, and his trust had been earned over a lifetime of faithful service. But Samuel grew old, and his sons, whom he appointed to help him, did not follow the same path. They took bribes. Their judgment bent under pressure. And the elders of Israel came to Samuel with a request that both surprised and grieved him. They wanted a king. The reasons were practical and understandable. The neighboring peoples, the Philistines especially, were organized around kingship. A king meant a standing army, a treasury, a unified command structure. The Philistines had been a persistent and serious threat, and a loose confederation of tribes with local judges seemed insufficient to the challenge. "Give us a king," the elders said. Like all the other nations, Samuel prayed about this. The answer he received was nuanced and sober. He could anoint a king, but he was to warn the people clearly about what a king would mean: the sons conscripted into service, the daughters taken for the palace, the fields and vineyards taxed to support the royal court, the gradual accumulation of everything into the hands of the crown. Monarchy had its costs. Samuel spoke these warnings plainly, and the people heard them and still said, "We want a king." The man chosen was named Saul, from the tribe of Benjamin. He was a head taller than everyone around him and handsome, and when Samuel saw him, coming to ask about some lost donkeys of all things, he felt the quiet certainty of recognition. This was the one. Saul's anointing was private at first, a small ceremony, almost secret, and then it was confirmed before the whole assembly at Mizpah. The people saw him standing among them, taller than all the rest, and they shouted something like a royal acclamation. A king had come to Israel. Saul began well. His first significant act was to respond to a crisis in Jabesh-Gilead, where a neighboring king had besieged the city and offered the most humiliating terms of surrender imaginable. The messengers from the besieged city came to Gibeah, Saul's home, and when Saul heard what was happening, something rose in him. The ancient text says the Spirit moved strongly upon him, and he sent word across all Israel and gathered an army and marched through the night and relieved the city. It was decisive, swift, effective. People remembered this. The early victories established him as a real king, someone who could act when action was needed. But Saul's reign also contained the seeds of its own undoing. He was impatient in moments that required patience. He made decisions in the heat of crisis that later, in the cool of reflection, proved to have been wrong turns. Samuel came to him again and again and found things not quite as they should have been. The spirit of the law honored in form but evaded in substance. There was something in Saul that pulled in two directions at once, that wanted both to obey and to control, that could not quite let go. The relationship between Saul and Samuel grew strained, and then broken. Samuel came to Saul at Gilgal with words of judgment, and the look on Samuel's face when he arrived, and the words that followed, told Saul something had shifted in a way that could not be undone. Samuel mourned for Saul, the text says. He grieved over what had been and what might have been. Meanwhile, in Bethlehem, in the house of a man named Jesse, a boy was tending sheep. The youngest of Jesse's sons, David, spent his early years in the fields outside Bethlehem, following the flocks through the hill country, watching the sky, playing the lyre. The life of a shepherd in those hills was not easy. It required constant attention, real courage when predators came at night, and a particular kind of patience that comes from living in close relationship with animals that are entirely dependent on your care. David developed all of these qualities. He also developed something harder to name, a quality of inward attention, a habit of reflection, that would later find expression in poetry of extraordinary power and range. When Samuel came to Jesse's house, drawn there by a quiet leading he trusted but did not fully understand, he looked at Jesse's older sons and saw their height and their bearing and thought, "Here is the one." But none of them was the one. He worked through the sons one by one, and at last asked whether there were any others. Jesse said there was the youngest out with the sheep. And Samuel said to bring him. The boy who came in from the fields was ruddy and bright-eyed and pleasant to look at. And Samuel felt again that interior recognition. This was the one. He anointed David there in his father's house, among his brothers, privately, quietly, without fanfare or announcement. The anointing meant something real, but its meaning would take years to become visible. For now, David went back to his sheep. And later, he was brought to the court of King Saul, where his music could soothe the king in his darker hours. There is something worth sitting with in this image. The future king playing the lyre for the current king, soothing the troubled spirit of the man whose throne he was quietly, unbeknownst to either of them, already destined to fill. The battle with Goliath is one of the most vivid scenes in this long story. The Philistines had assembled their forces in the valley of Elah, and Israel had assembled across from them, and between the two armies for 40 days, a Philistine warrior came out and called for single combat. His name was Goliath, and he was enormous by any standard. An impressive figure in bronze armor with a spear like a weaver's beam and a voice trained for exactly this kind of intimidation. No one in Saul's army stepped forward. David came to the valley carrying food for his brothers, and he heard the challenge, and he could not understand why no one was responding. The giant was calling out against the armies of the living God, and here were all these soldiers doing nothing. His brothers told him to be quiet and go home. He did not go home. He went to Saul and offered to fight. Saul pointed out the obvious. David was a boy, and Goliath had been a warrior his entire life. David told Saul about the lion and the bear, the times in the fields when something had come at the flock in the night and he had gone after it and dealt with it. He was not untested. He was simply untested in this particular way. Saul gave him his armor to wear, but David tried it and found it unfamiliar and awkward. He took it off. He went down to the stream and picked up 5 smooth stones and put them in his shepherd's bag. And he went to meet Goliath with his sling. The exchange between them at close range is almost formal in its way, each man announcing himself, each man making his claims about who would prevail and on what basis. And then David put a stone in his sling and brought it around and let it fly, and the stone found its mark and Goliath fell. In the quiet aftermath of a story told so many times it has become almost too familiar, it can be useful to notice what is actually happening. A boy who spent his youth alone in the fields, learning skills that seemed entirely beside the point for any future that anyone could imagine for him, carrying abilities that had been forged in obscurity and small crises and long nights under the stars, suddenly stood at the center of a moment that mattered enormously. What had seemed irrelevant became exactly sufficient. This is something the human experience knows, though it is always a surprise when it happens. After Goliath, David's life entered a long, complicated, and often painful middle section. Saul recognized his ability and brought him into the court, and for a time things went well. But Saul's mental state grew darker, and David's growing reputation became a source of fear rather than pride. The people sang songs comparing their victories, and the comparisons did not favor Saul, and Saul heard the songs and could not let them go. He tried to kill David. Twice in his darker moments he flung his spear. And then, as the hostility became more organized and persistent, David fled. He became a fugitive, moving through the wilderness of Judah, gathering around him a company of men who were themselves displaced and troubled, men in debt, men estranged from their families, men with nowhere else to go. In the cave of Adullam, in the rough country south of Jerusalem, 400 of them came to him. These years in the wilderness were the making of David in some ways that his shepherd years and his palace years could not have provided. He learned to lead men who had nothing but their loyalty to him. He learned patience under real and sustained pressure. He had 2 opportunities to kill Saul and refused them both. Once in a cave where Saul had come in to rest, once in an encampment at night when everyone was sleeping. Both times David held back, not because he lacked the opportunity, but because he could not bring himself to lift his hand against the one who had been anointed king. Whatever his personal feelings, his respect for what the anointing meant was greater. He also had his difficult seasons during these years, a near conflict with a wealthy man named Nabal that was defused by Nabal's quick-thinking wife Abigail, who rode out to meet David with food and words and a kind of diplomatic grace that prevented a terrible mistake. She and David eventually married, after Nabal died shortly afterward. She is one of several remarkable women in this long story who appear briefly, act decisively, and quietly shape events. Saul and his sons died in battle at Mount Gilboa, against the Philistines. Saul, wounded and facing capture, took his own life rather than fall into enemy hands. It was a bitter ending to a reign that had begun with such promise. When David heard the news, he wept. The lament he composed over Saul and Jonathan, who had been his closest friend, whose loyalty had never wavered, is one of the most beautiful pieces of mourning poetry in the biblical collection. How the mighty have fallen, he wrote. Tell it not in Gath, publish it not in the streets of Ashkelon. David was made king over his own tribe first, in Hebron in the south. There was still a son of Saul's ruling in the north, and a period of civil conflict followed, slow and grinding, a low-level struggle between the house of Saul and the house of David. But gradually the tide turned. And after 7.5 years in Hebron, the northern tribes sent their representatives to David and acknowledged him as their king. All Israel came together under one crown for the first time. The city David chose for his capital was not in the territory of any tribe, a political choice as much as a geographic one. Jerusalem sat on a rocky ridge, held by a people called the Jebusites, who had maintained their independence through all the years of the conquest and the judges. It was a stronghold, a naturally defensible position, and it belonged to no one in particular. David took it and made it his own, and it became the city of David. He built a palace there, with materials and craftsmen sent by Hiram, the king of Tyre to the north, who was beginning what would be a long and cordial relationship between the two kingdoms. The cedar of Lebanon came down in great beams, the finest timber of the ancient Near East, and Jerusalem began to grow into something worthy of the title capital. But a capital city needed more than palaces and walls. It needed a center, a heart, something that said this is where the deepest things of this people live. And for Israel, that center was the Ark of the Covenant, the sacred chest that had accompanied them through the wilderness, that had crossed the Jordan, that had been in the sanctuary at Shiloh, and that had endured its own complex history in the years of Saul's reign. David brought the Ark to Jerusalem. The procession was not a solemn, restrained affair. There were musicians and singing and the people celebrating in the streets, and David himself, the king, the man who had fought and fled and mourned and prevailed, was dancing with everything he had. His wife Michal, watching from a window, felt something like embarrassment at the spectacle. But David felt it was exactly right. The Ark had come home, and home required celebration. Once it was settled in Jerusalem, David began to think about building a permanent structure to house it. A temple, something worthy of what the Ark represented. He spoke of this to the prophet Nathan, and Nathan at first said, "Do whatever you have in mind." But that night, Nathan received a different word, and he came back to David and delivered it carefully. "You will not be the one to build the house," it said. "You have been a man of war. But a son who comes after you will build it, and his kingdom will endure." David accepted this with more grace than one might expect. He began to gather materials and make preparations, the lumber and the stone and the gold and the workmanship that would go into a building he would never see finished. He was doing it for his son, and for the generations after, and for the thing that the temple would represent. It is the kind of work that asks a person to be content with planting trees whose shade they will not sit in. His reign had great heights and real depths. The military campaigns that expanded and stabilized Israel's territory, the subduing of the Philistines, the conflicts to the east, the arrangements and alliances that created a kind of regional security the people had not known before. The administrative work of building a real state out of what had been a loose confederation, the census, the organization of the army and the priesthood, the management of a royal court with all its complexity, the music and the poetry, the psalms that still bear his name, the long conversations between a human heart and the mystery of God. And also the failures. The story of Bathsheba and Uriah is told without softening in the ancient text. David saw a woman bathing on a neighboring rooftop from his palace wall, and he wanted her, and he took her, and when the situation became complicated he arranged for her husband, a loyal and honorable soldier in his own army, to be placed where the fighting was worst and left unsupported. Uriah died. David married Bathsheba. Nathan came to him again, this time with a story about a rich man who had many flocks but took the single beloved lamb of a poor man to feed a guest, rather than using one of his own. David heard the story and was angry. The man should die. Nathan looked at him. You are the man. The consequences of that choice unfolded through the rest of David's life in ways that were painful and prolonged. The child born of that union died. The family David had built around him became the site of conflict, jealousy, betrayal. His son Absalom rose in rebellion against him, and David fled Jerusalem again, on foot, going over the Mount of Olives in tears, in a scene that rhymes painfully with his earlier wilderness years. He came back, but Absalom did not survive the conflict, and David's grief over his son, the son who had turned against him, the son who had forced him from his own city, was profound and unconcealed. Absalom, my son, he cried, my son Absalom. Would God I had died for you. He grew old, as everyone does. The enormous vitality that had carried him from the fields outside Bethlehem through everything that followed, the energy that had made him a shepherd, a warrior, a poet, a king, slowly settled into the stillness of age. He gathered his son Solomon to him and gave him instructions, for the temple, for the kingdom, for the kind of king he hoped Solomon would be. And David, who had been so much and done so much and failed in some things and excelled in others, died, and was buried in Jerusalem, the city he had made his own. Solomon came to the throne in circumstances that were not entirely untroubled. There were competing claimants, a brief period of uncertainty, but he established himself quickly and firmly. When God appeared to him in a dream and offered him whatever he wanted, he asked for wisdom. Not long life, not riches, not the death of his enemies, wisdom. The ability to govern well, to discern between what was right and what was wrong, to lead a complex and varied people with understanding and skill. The dream answer was that his request had been granted, and more than he had asked for as well. The wisdom of Solomon became legendary across the ancient Near East. Rulers and dignitaries came from distant places to ask him questions and hear him speak. The Queen of Sheba came from somewhere far to the south, perhaps from what we would now call Ethiopia or Yemen, and she came with hard questions and with a caravan of extraordinary wealth, and she was satisfied. She told him that the half had not been told her, that the reality of what she had found exceeded even the reports she had traveled so far to test. The stories that illustrate Solomon's wisdom are often practical, rooted in human situations of real complexity. The most famous is the case of the two women who each claimed the same infant. Each woman had given birth, and one child had died in the night, and now both claimed the living child. There were no witnesses. There was no way to determine the truth by conventional means. Solomon said, "Divide the child in two, give half to each." One woman agreed. The other cried out and said, "No, give the child to the other woman, let her have him, do not kill him." Solomon knew which was the mother. The kingdom under Solomon reached its fullest extent and its greatest prosperity. The trade routes that passed through the region, the connections between Egypt and Mesopotamia, between the Mediterranean coast and the Arabian Peninsula, could be taxed and managed and leveraged. Solomon's navy sailed from the port at Ezion-Geber on the Red Sea to distant Ophir, and returned with gold and precious wood and exotic animals. The copper mines in the Negev and the Araba were worked and their output fed the treasury. 1,000 horses were stabled at Megiddo and other garrison cities. The palace complex in Jerusalem grew to include a great throne room and a hall of cedars and the house of the forest of Lebanon, named for its many columns of cedarwood. And there was the temple. The building of the first temple is described in the ancient texts with a care and precision that reflects how central it was to everything the community of Israel understood about itself. It was built on the ridge to the north of David's original city, on land that David had purchased specifically for the purpose, and its construction took 7 years. The dimensions were proportional to the tabernacle that Moses had made in the wilderness, the tent shrine that had housed the ark through all the wandering years, but the temple was stone and cedar and gold, built to last. The stones were cut at the quarry so that no sound of hammer or chisel rang out at the building site, a detail that suggests the care and deliberateness of the project, the sense that this was sacred work to be done with a particular kind of intentionality. The cedar for the walls came from Lebanon, floated down the coast on rafts and brought inland. The interior was paneled in cedar and overlaid with gold. The walls, the floor, the ceiling. The great carved cherubim in the inner sanctuary spread their wings so that they touched the walls on either side and their wingtips met in the middle. 2 bronze pillars stood at the entrance, named Jachin and Boaz, which carry meaning something like "He establishes," and "In him is strength." When it was finished and the ark was brought from its tent shrine and placed in the inner room, the Holy of Holies, the innermost sanctum, something happened that the ancient text describes with a reverence that still comes through the centuries. A cloud filled the temple, so dense that the priests could not continue standing to minister. The glory had come home. Solomon stood before the altar in the presence of all Israel and spread out his hands and prayed. The prayer is long and comprehensive and full of a particular kind of royal humility that is remarkable, full of the acknowledgement that no building could truly contain what it was being built for, that even the highest heavens were not large enough for such a presence, that the most the temple could aspire to be was a place toward which people turned when they had nowhere else to turn, a house where the name could dwell, a place of meeting. He prayed for the people who would come there in times of drought, in times of war, in times of failure, in times of being far from home. He prayed for the foreigner who would come from a distant country, having heard of the name. He prayed with a breadth of imagination that suggests he already knew, in some way, that the story of this place would be long and complicated. There were years of peace and plenty. 40 years, the tradition says. The memory of Solomon's reign took on the quality of a golden age in later times, a moment when everything aligned, when the kingdom was at its fullest and richest, when the temple stood complete and shining and the trade routes ran and the harvests came and the great cedar halls of the palace received dignitaries from distant lands. It was the high point of the united monarchy. But even in the golden time, the seeds of future difficulty were present. The taxation that supported the royal court and the building projects and the standing army was real and heavy. The labor conscripts who worked the building projects had not come from Israel. Solomon had been careful about that. But the economic pressures were felt nonetheless. And in Solomon's personal life, the many diplomatic marriages that were standard practice for a king in the ancient Near East, alliances sealed with a princess sent from one court to another, had brought a remarkable diversity of religious practice into the royal household, and the old concern about divided loyalties, about hearts pulled in multiple directions at once, was not unfounded. When Solomon died, his son Rehoboam came to Shechem to be acknowledged as king by the northern tribes. The northern leaders came with a clear message: "Your father's yoke was heavy. Lighten it and we will serve you." Rehoboam asked for 3 days to consult. The old advisers who had served Solomon told him to listen, to speak gently, to build goodwill. The younger men who had grown up around the court told him to make his authority clear, to not appear weak, to show strength. He followed the younger advice. The northern tribes left. They would not serve the house of David. They made Jeroboam their king, a capable administrator who had been in conflict with Solomon and had spent years in exile in Egypt, waiting for exactly this moment. The kingdom that David had unified and Solomon had governed at its height split in two, and the two halves would never again be permanently reunited. In the south, the kingdom of Judah, the territory of the tribe of Judah, along with Benjamin and the city of Jerusalem, continued under the house of David, Rehoboam and his descendants ruling from the holy city. In the north, the kingdom of Israel comprised the remaining 10 tribes, larger in territory and population, with more fertile ground in the great valleys of Jezreel and Bethshan, but without Jerusalem, without the temple, without the line of David. Jeroboam, concerned that his people would continue going south to worship at the temple, and that this would eventually pull their loyalty back toward Jerusalem, established 2 golden calves at the northern and southern ends of his kingdom, at Dan in the far north and at Bethel in the south, and told the people, "Here are your gods who brought you up from Egypt. You need not go to Jerusalem." This decision cast a long shadow over the northern kingdom. Every subsequent king of Israel would be evaluated by later writers against Jeroboam and his calves, and most of them did not fare well in the comparison. The 2 kingdoms lived alongside each other, and sometimes in conflict with each other for the next 2 centuries. Their stories interweave, and it is easier to understand them together than separately. Both had their moments of stability and their seasons of crisis. Both had their prophets, those remarkable voices who appeared at intervals to say the things that needed to be said, usually to people who did not want to hear them. In the northern kingdom of Israel, in the time of King Ahab and his Phoenician queen Jezebel, a prophet appeared in the tradition of the greatest intensity and drama. His name was Elijah, from the Tishbe region of Gilead, east of the Jordan. He arrived at court without introduction and declared that no rain would fall except at his word. And then he was gone. He lived through the drought he had announced, in a ravine fed by ravens who brought him bread and meat morning and evening, drinking from the stream until it dried up. Then he was sent to Zarephath, a Phoenician town on the Mediterranean coast, to a widow who had barely enough flour and oil to make one last meal for herself and her son. He asked her to feed him first. She did. And the flour and the oil did not run out, not through all the long months of drought. The jar was never empty, the cruse of oil was never exhausted. It is a small miracle in a story full of large ones, but it is one of the most intimate, the daily opening of a jar and finding it still sufficient, the quiet provision that asks no dramatic attestation. The drought lasted 3 years. When Elijah was sent back to Ahab, the meeting was tense. The king called him the troubler of Israel, and Elijah turned it back on him. You are the trouble. You and your house. You left the covenant and went after other gods. The contest on Mount Carmel is one of the great dramatic set pieces in the whole biblical narrative. The prophets of Baal, 450 of them, summoned to the mountain by Elijah's challenge, called on their God from morning until noon. They called and they danced and they cut themselves and cried out, but there was no answer, no voice, no response. Elijah rebuilt the altar of the Lord that had been torn down, placed the sacrifice on it, and drenched everything in water 3 times until the trenches around the altar overflowed. And then he prayed a simple prayer, and the fire came down and consumed everything: the sacrifice, the wood, the stones, the dust, even the water in the trenches. The people who watched fell on their faces. But the victory was not followed by the peace one might have hoped for. Jezebel sent him a message: by tomorrow at this time, you will be as those prophets are. And the great prophet who had just called fire from heaven fled. He ran into the desert, exhausted beyond exhaustion, and sat down under a broom tree and asked to die. He had had enough, he said. He was no better than his fathers. He slept. And an angel touched him and gave him something to eat and let him sleep again. Twice this happened. And then the angel said, the journey is too great for you. Get up and eat. And Elijah got up and ate and walked 40 days to the mountain of God, to Horeb, the mountain where Moses had met the burning bush, the mountain of the covenant. In a cave there God came to him. Not in the earthquake, not in the wind that split the mountains, not in the fire, but in the still small voice, the sound of a low murmuring quiet. And in that quiet Elijah was given his next assignment and the knowledge that he was not, as he had thought, the only one left. There were 7,000 in Israel who had not bowed the knee to Baal. The work was not finished. He found his successor on the road, Elisha, the son of Shaphat, plowing with 12 yoke of oxen. Elijah passed by him and threw his cloak over him. Elisha left the oxen and ran after him and asked only for a moment to kiss his father and mother goodbye. He cooked the oxen and fed the people and then went and followed Elijah. Elijah's end was unlike most human endings. He did not die in the ordinary way. He and Elisha walked together to the Jordan River, and Elijah struck the water with his cloak and it parted, as the Jordan had parted before Joshua so many years ago, and they walked across on dry ground. And then, a chariot of fire and horses of fire, and Elijah taken up in a whirlwind. Elisha watched him go, crying out after him, and picked up the cloak that had fallen, and walked back across the Jordan. Elisha carried on his teacher's work with a different style and a different temperament. Where Elijah had been solitary and intense, Elisha was more community-minded, more involved in the daily lives of ordinary people. He healed the poison water of a spring. He helped a group of prophets who had lost a borrowed axe in the Jordan, causing the iron to float. He told a destitute widow to borrow as many empty vessels as she could find and pour her tiny jar of oil into them, and the oil kept flowing until there were no more vessels to fill. He brought a child back to life at Shunem, in the quiet of an upper room. He told a Syrian general named Naaman to wash 7 times in the Jordan for his leprosy, and Naaman, who had expected something more dramatic, was angry at the simplicity of it, but his servants persuaded him to try, and on the 7th immersion his skin was clean as a child's. These stories cluster around Elisha like stories cluster around a village elder, whose house is always open, practical, particular, attentive to the needs of specific people in specific situations. They form a kind of counterpoint to the great national dramas playing out around them, the rise and fall of kings and the clashing of armies. Even in the midst of all of that, ordinary people went to the prophet with their empty jars and their borrowed tools and their sick children. And the prophet was there. The northern kingdom moved through a succession of dynasties, most of them short and violent. The founding of a new dynasty usually involved the assassination of the last king of the previous one, a brutal practicality that the later writers noted with their characteristic dry precision, and he struck him down and killed him and reigned in his place. There were occasional periods of stability and strength. Omri, Ahab's father, had been a capable ruler who made Israel a significant player in regional politics, significant enough that Assyrian records of the period referred to Israel as the House of Omri, long after his dynasty had ended. His son Ahab had extended the kingdom's territory and managed complex diplomatic relationships. But the religious culture that Jezebel had brought with her from Phoenicia, the organized worship of Baal with its temples and its prophets and its royal backing, had set a direction from which later reformers found it very hard to turn. In the south, Judah had its own succession of kings, all of them from the house of David. There were good kings and troubled kings and kings who managed to be a mixture of both at different stages of their reigns. Jehoshaphat is remembered as one who sought to follow the older ways and made peace with the northern kingdom, though that peace sometimes meant entanglements in military adventures that did not go well. Joash was placed on the throne as a child, hidden in the temple through the years of a usurper's reign, and his early kingship under the tutelage of the priest Jehoiada was a time of temple repair and religious renewal. Hezekiah would become one of the most admired kings in the whole history of Judah, faithful, reforming, clear-eyed about the dangers his kingdom faced from the great powers to the north. But before Hezekiah, before the final dramas of the northern and southern kingdoms, the voices of the prophets grew louder and more insistent. The 8th century before the Common Era was one of the great ages of prophecy in the biblical tradition. A remarkable century in which several voices of extraordinary power spoke into the life of their communities with a clarity and a passion that has never quite stopped echoing. Amos came from Tekoa, in the hill country south of Jerusalem. He was a shepherd and a dresser of sycamore fig trees, not from a family of prophets, not trained in the formal schools of the prophetic guilds. He went north to Bethel, to the royal sanctuary, and spoke. His messages were full of the concerns of the shepherd who notices things, the way the poor were being sold for a pair of sandals, the way the wealthy reclined on beds of ivory and ate the finest food and drank wine from great bowls and felt no pain for the ruin of the people around them. He spoke of justice rolling down like water and righteousness like an ever-flowing stream. Justice and righteousness, not as abstract ideals, but as the actual conditions of a society where human beings were treated as human beings. He was not welcome at Bethel. A priest told him to go back south, go back to his own country and prophesy there. Amos said he was not a professional prophet, he was a herdsman, but he had been sent and he was not going to stop. Hosea spoke in the north as well, and his messages had a different quality, more personal, more intimate, more full of grief. His life had taken a painful turn. His wife had left him, and in this painful personal experience he found an image of what the relationship between God and the people looked like, the long faithfulness in the face of repeated departure, the willingness to receive back the one who had turned away. His book is full of the language of tenderness alongside the language of judgment, the two held together in a way that mirrors real love's complexity. In Jerusalem, Isaiah was speaking. He had received his calling in a vision of extraordinary intensity. In the year that King Uzziah died, a year of crisis and uncertainty, he saw the heavenly court and the seraphim calling to one another, "Holy, holy, holy," and he was overwhelmed by his own inadequacy. A burning coal from the altar was placed on his lips. "Go and speak." Isaiah spoke to kings. He spoke to Ahaz in the crisis when the armies of both the northern kingdom and the neighboring Arameans were pressing on Jerusalem's walls, and Ahaz was panicking and looking for foreign alliances to save him. Isaiah told him to be calm, to trust. He offered to give Ahaz any sign he asked for, and Ahaz refused to ask, pious-sounding refusal that Isaiah saw through immediately. "Ask for a sign anyway," he said. "A young woman will conceive and bear a son, and before that child is old enough to know good from evil, these two kingdoms you fear will be ruined." He spoke to Hezekiah when the Assyrian army camped outside Jerusalem's walls, and the Assyrian commander stood at the city's gates and called up to the defenders in the Hebrew language, calculated to maximize fear. Isaiah came to Hezekiah and told him, "Do not be afraid. The Assyrian king will hear a rumor and return to his own land, and there he will fall." The crisis passed. The army departed. Jerusalem was not taken, not this time. Isaiah also spoke beyond his own immediate moment. His words reach forward across the centuries in ways that later readers found uncanny, speaking of a servant who would come, who would carry what others could not carry, who would be despised and rejected and acquainted with grief, and who would bear the weight of what had gone wrong. He spoke of nations beating swords into plowshares, of a time when the knowledge of God would cover the earth as the waters cover the sea. He spoke to a community in exile before the exile had come, and told them, "Comfort, comfort my people. Their heart service has ended." These words were not for the moment they were spoken into. They were for the people in the darkness who would need them most, when the darkness came. Jeremiah came somewhat later, and his calling was one of the most reluctant in the prophetic tradition. He did not want to speak. He protested that he was too young, that he did not know how to speak, that the work was too hard. The answer he received was that he had been known before his birth, set apart before he was formed. He would speak, and he would face resistance and isolation and imprisonment and very nearly death. But he would speak. Jeremiah's life unfolded across one of the most catastrophic periods in Judah's history, and he spoke into that catastrophe with a directness that made him deeply unpopular. He told people things they did not want to hear, that the temple in Jerusalem was not a magical protection, that God did not need a house, that the people's confidence in their own sacred geography was misplaced if it was not matched by actual faithfulness in how they treated one another. He stood at the temple gate and recited a list of the things being done there that made the temple more of a robber's cave than a house of prayer. Theft, murder, oppression of the poor, the worship of other gods in the very sanctuary where one also came to worship the God of Israel. He was put in the stocks. He was dropped into a muddy cistern and left there. His words were written on a scroll, and the scroll was read to the king, and the king listened to a few columns and then cut off the portion that had been read and threw it into the fire, and listened to a few more columns and cut those off and threw them in the fire as well, systematically burning the scroll without apparent emotion. Jeremiah dictated the whole thing again to his secretary Baruch. It was not in him to stop. He also wrote one of the most intimate documents in the entire prophetic collection, the letters he wrote to the exiles who had already been taken to Babylon in the first wave of deportation, when Nebuchadnezzar had come to Jerusalem and taken away the young men of the royal family and the court. He told them, "Build houses, plant gardens, marry, have children, seek the welfare of the city where you find yourselves, pray for it, because in its welfare is your welfare. Do not be fooled by prophets who tell you the exile will be brief. It will be long, but 70 years from now you will return. Do not be fooled by despair either. For I know the plans I have for you, says the one who speaks through me. Plans for welfare and not for evil, to give you a future and a hope." Those words, which Jeremiah wrote to comfort frightened and dislocated people in a foreign city, have become some of the most quoted and beloved in the whole biblical canon. They were meant for people in the worst years of their lives. That is worth remembering. The powers that shaped this era were not limited to the kingdoms of Israel and Judah. The ancient Near East was a world of empires, of massive states that rose and fell across the centuries, and whose rising and falling sent waves through everything around them. Egypt was the great constant in the south and west, old beyond reckoning, its civilization stretching back thousands of years before any of this story began. To the north and east, the picture was more dynamic. Assyria was the dominant power of the 9th and 8th centuries, the empire that the northern kingdoms dreaded and the southern kingdom watched with anxiety. Its capital at Nineveh on the Tigris River was one of the great cities of the ancient world. Its armies organized and disciplined and equipped with iron in ways that gave them a decisive advantage over the smaller states of the Levant. The Assyrian kings moved through the region in military campaigns that were systematic rather than impulsive. Not raids but conquests, designed to absorb territories and manage them permanently, turning kings into vassals and eventually into provincial governors, moving populations to break up local identities and make resistance harder. The northern kingdom of Israel came to its end in this period. The decade of the 720s before the Common Era was when the Assyrian king Shalmaneser V, and then his successor Sargon II, dealt the final blow. Samaria, the capital of the northern kingdom, built on a hilltop by Omri, the founder of the dynasty that had given Israel stability and regional influence, was besieged for 3 years and then fell. The leading population was deported to Assyria. Other peoples were brought in to repopulate the land. The 10 tribes of the northern kingdom dispersed into the larger world and were never reassembled. It is one of the great absences in the biblical story. 10 tribes gone. The land they had farmed and the towns they had built continued under new names and new administrations, but the community of Israel as it had existed there, the festivals and the stories and the local traditions, the particular way a particular people had understood themselves to be part of a particular covenant, that community did not survive. The prophets who came afterward would sometimes speak of a future restoration, a gathering of the scattered from all the places they had been taken. But for now the north was gone. Judah and the south survived. Hezekiah, whose reign overlapped with the fall of the north, was one of the most active reformers in Judah's history. He undertook a thorough clearing of the hill shrines and the local altars, the places of worship that had been technically outside the bounds of the covenant but had persisted through generation after generation as people continued to do on the high places what their parents and grandparents had done. He had a tunnel cut through the solid rock of Jerusalem's hill, Hezekiah's tunnel, still visible today, over 500 meters of hand-cut rock bringing water from the Gihon spring inside the city walls so that when the Assyrians besieged them, the water supply could not be cut off. The tunnel is one of the remarkable engineering achievements of the ancient world. And it was dug from both ends, two teams cutting toward each other through solid rock, and they met. The Assyrians did besiege Jerusalem. Sennacherib, the king of Assyria, had swept down through the coastal plain and into the Shephelah and taken many of Judah's fortified cities. His account of the campaign survives in Assyrian records. He had Hezekiah, he said, shut up like a bird in a cage in his royal city. But he never said he took Jerusalem. The campaign stopped short of final conquest, for reasons the Assyrian and the biblical records explain differently. What is clear is that Jerusalem did not fall to Sennacherib, and Hezekiah's reign ended peacefully. After Hezekiah, his son Manasseh reigned for 50 years, the longest reign in Judah's history, and by the standards of the biblical writers it was 50 years of sustained disaster. He reversed his father's reforms, rebuilt the shrines, brought back practices that Hezekiah had cleared away, and the 50 years of his reign are described in terms of accumulating wrongness, of seeds being planted whose bitter harvest would come in the next generation. Josiah was a different story. He came to the throne as a child, and as he grew, he became committed to reform in a way that echoed his great-grandfather Hezekiah. In the 18th year of his reign, while the temple was being repaired, the high priest found what the text calls the Book of the Law, a scroll long neglected, perhaps Deuteronomy or some large portion of it. It was brought to the king and read aloud to him, and Josiah tore his robes when he heard it. He saw how far the life of the community had drifted from what this scroll described, and he was undone by it. He gathered all the people in Jerusalem and read the whole scroll to them and renewed the covenant. Then he conducted the most thorough reform in the kingdom's history, clearing the temple of all the items that had been made for the worship of other gods, destroying the hill shrines throughout Judah and even extending into the old northern territory, cleansing the land. He celebrated a Passover that the books of Kings say was unlike any Passover since the days of the judges. He was energetic and thorough and moved by genuine conviction. But he died too soon. In battle at the plain of Megiddo, facing the Egyptian army that was marching north toward Assyria, Josiah was killed. It was a stunning, devastating loss. The prophets mourned him. The people mourned him. He had seemed like the beginning of a real turning, and now he was gone. The last years of Judah moved quickly. Josiah's successors were caught between the collapsing Assyrian Empire, the resurgent Egyptian power, and the rising force that was replacing both of them, Babylon. Nebuchadnezzar II, king of Babylon, was the dominant figure of this era, the heir of an empire that was reassembling itself out of the ruins of Assyria's dominance. He moved through the region with the systematic efficiency of a general who understood that lasting power required administrative control, not just military victory. Jerusalem came under his authority in stages. First, a partial subjugation, with young men of the royal family taken as hostages to Babylon. Daniel and his companions were among these. Then, when resistance stirred in Jerusalem, a fuller intervention. The temple was raided, its treasures taken. Then the final decision was made. The Babylonian army came to Jerusalem and besieged it. For a year and a half the city held. And then in the summer, in the heat of the year, the walls were breached and the city fell. What followed was systematic and deliberate. The palace was burned. The houses of Jerusalem's leading families were burned. The temple that Solomon had built and dedicated with such ceremony, the temple that had stood for 4 centuries as the center of Israel's understanding of God's presence among them, the structure whose dimensions and materials and furnishings had been described in such careful detail and whose dedication had drawn a cloud of glory, the temple was burned. The bronze pillars that had stood at its entrance, Jachin and Boaz, were broken in pieces and carried to Babylon. The bronze sea, the great circular basin that had stood in the temple court, was broken. The lampstands, the bowls, the shovels, the snuffers, the basins, the ladles, all the bronze and gold implements of the temple service were taken. The walls of Jerusalem were torn down. The city that had been the center of the kingdom for 4 centuries became rubble and desolation. The people were taken. Not everyone. The poorest of the poor were left to tend the vineyards and the fields, because the land still needed to produce. But the leadership, the priests, the craftsmen, the administrators, the soldiers, the families of any standing, they were taken on the long road to Babylon. The road to Babylon went north and then east, following the Fertile Crescent around the Syrian desert rather than crossing it directly. It was not a short journey, weeks on foot, in conditions that were not designed for comfort. The people who made it were leaving behind everything they had known. The hills of Judah, the smell of those particular fields, the rhythm of the festivals, the sight of the temple on its ridge above the city, the graves of their ancestors. They were going to a place they had never seen, to a life that would be entirely unlike the life they had been living. There is a psalm from this period that captures something of what it felt like. The people sat down by the rivers of Babylon, and they wept when they remembered Zion. Their captors asked them to sing the songs of their homeland, and they could not. How could they sing the songs of the Lord in a foreign land? They hung their harps on the willow trees. The exile lasted roughly 70 years, the span of one long human life, from the first deportations to the last returns. Across those decades, communities of Judean exiles lived in Babylon, some in villages specifically designated for them, some in the city itself, some working in trade and administration, some finding their footing in the culture of the world's most sophisticated city. Babylon in this period was extraordinary. Nebuchadnezzar was a builder on a colossal scale. The city's walls were among the wonders of the ancient world. The Ishtar Gate, with its facing of brilliant blue glazed tiles decorated with aurochs and dragons, was a sight unlike anything the exiles from the modest cities of Judah had ever seen. The great ziggurat, the step temple tower, rose in the heart of the city. The processional way that led to the Ishtar Gate was paved with stone and lined with walls bearing images of lions. The temples, the palaces, the hanging gardens, the exiles lived their lives against a backdrop of imperial grandeur that dwarfed anything they had known. And in that setting, they struggled with the deepest questions that uprooted people always struggle with. Who are we now that we are here? Does the story that made us who we are still hold? Now that the temple is gone and the king is in a foreign prison and the walls of our city are rubble? What do we do with the faith we were given? In a place where that faith has no obvious external supports, no temple, no sacrifices, no priesthood functioning in its proper role. The answers to these questions were worked out slowly, painstakingly, across decades of communal life in a foreign land. The synagogue, as a gathering place for Torah study and communal prayer, may have its deepest roots in this period. The recognition that the community of the faithful could gather anywhere, not just in Jerusalem, not just in the temple's shadow, to read and discuss and remember and pray. The Sabbath took on new importance as a portable practice, something that required no building, no special location, only the shared commitment of a community to stop and rest and remember together. The great creative work of gathering the traditions, the stories, the laws, the histories, and writing them down in the form we now have, much of this may have happened in the exile years, when the community was separated from the land and needed to carry its identity in another form. The scrolls became, in a sense, the portable homeland. Some among the exiles prospered. Daniel and his companions, taken in the first deportation, navigated the demands of the Babylonian court with a combination of practical competence and personal integrity. The stories about them, the refusal to eat the king's food, the interpretations of dreams, the fiery furnace, the den of lions, are stories of people maintaining their identity under enormous pressure, holding on to something essential in circumstances designed to dissolve it. They are not entirely comfortable stories. They describe tests that no one would choose. But they carry the claim that the things worth holding are worth holding even at great cost. The prophet Ezekiel was among the exiles. one of the priests taken to Babylon before the final destruction of Jerusalem. His prophetic visions were wild and enormous, full of wheels and eyes and living creatures and the imagery of the divine glory moving, of the chariot throne of heaven lifting and departing from the temple that was about to be destroyed. He sat with his fellow exiles by the river Chebar, and he felt the hand of God come upon him, and the visions came. He saw a valley full of dry bones. He was asked, "Can these bones live?" And he said, "Only you know." And he was told to speak to the bones, and he did, and there was a rattling, and the bones came together, and sinews came upon them and flesh covered them, and breath came into them, and they stood, a vast army. "This is the house of Israel," he was told. "They say our bones are dried up and our hope is lost. But I will open your graves and bring you up and bring you back to the land." It was the most vivid possible image of return. Not a quiet reassembling of scattered families, but a resurrection, a return from what seemed like the irreversible finality of death. The prophet we know as Second Isaiah, the author of the later chapters of the book of Isaiah, writing to the exiles in their darkest period, spoke with a voice of extraordinary comfort and command. "Comfort, comfort my people," he wrote. "Speak tenderly to Jerusalem. Tell her that her hard service has ended. Her iniquity is pardoned. Prepare the way of the Lord in the wilderness. He shall feed his flock like a shepherd, and carry the lambs in his arms. He gives power to the faint, and to him who has no might he increases strength." He spoke of the Persian king Cyrus by name, generations before Cyrus was born, as the one who would be God's instrument of liberation, who would say to Jerusalem, "You shall be built," who would authorize the return and the rebuilding. He spoke of a servant who would suffer and be lifted up, who would make many righteous. He called on the distant coastlands to listen. He promised that the former things would be forgotten in the light of new things that were coming. These were words for people who had stopped expecting good news. Words that came not because things were already better, but because the capacity to imagine that things could be better was itself the first necessity. And then the world changed. Cyrus II of Persia was one of the remarkable figures of the ancient world. He had built the Achaemenid Empire in the uplands of what is now Iran, and he moved with a speed and decisiveness that none of his contemporaries were quite prepared for. In the year 539 before the Common Era, he entered Babylon. The city, so massive, so apparently invulnerable, fell without the devastating siege that everyone had assumed would be required. Babylon's own record suggests something like a peaceful transfer, a city weary of its own king opening its gates. Cyrus had a policy toward the peoples his empire absorbed that was different from the Assyrian and Babylonian practice. Rather than displacing populations and suppressing local identities, he allowed subject peoples to maintain their traditions, to return to their homelands, to rebuild their temples and worship their gods. It was a policy of pragmatic tolerance, and it may have been as much political strategy as genuine benevolence. A conquered people that feels respected is easier to govern than one that simmers with resentment. But whatever its motivation, the policy was real. In his first year, Cyrus issued a proclamation. The text of it has come down to us in the opening lines of the book of Ezra. "The God of heaven has given him all the kingdoms of the earth," the proclamation says, "and has charged him to build a house for him in Jerusalem, in Judah. Whoever among his people wishes to go up, let him go. Let him go." 2 words after 50 years of exile. 2 words that meant the road could be walked in the other direction. The long way home could begin. Not everyone went. This is worth understanding clearly. After 50 years, the communities of Judeans in Babylon had put down roots. Houses had been built, gardens planted, businesses established, marriages made with local families. Children had been born who had never seen Jerusalem and spoke Babylonian Aramaic as their first language, and had never stood in the shadow of the Temple Mount. Babylon was the only home they had ever known. For many, the decision to stay was not a betrayal of identity but the practical recognition that they had become part of where they were, and that what they were remained with them wherever they were. But some went. A substantial group, led by a man named Sheshbazzar who carried the commission of Cyrus and the gold and silver vessels that had been taken from the temple, loaded their possessions and made the journey west and south along the road that their grandparents and great-grandparents had walked in the other direction, weeping with Babylon's towers growing behind them. The road home must have been full of anticipation and grief mixed together, the anticipation of return, of seeing the land again, of reaching the specific hills and valleys that existed in family memory even for those who had never personally seen them, and the grief of what would be found there, the knowledge that the Jerusalem they were returning to was not the Jerusalem that had been taken from them. The walls were still rubble. The temple was still the ash and ruin it had been for decades. The returning community was small compared to what the city had been. The population of Jerusalem before the exile had been in the tens of thousands. The returning group numbered in the thousands. They came back to a city that was a shadow of what it had been, to a land that had partially been settled by other peoples in the years of their absence, to neighbors who were not always welcoming, to a landscape that was familiar in some ways and changed in others. But they came back. There was a second wave of returnees and then a third. The work of rebuilding was organized under the authority of the Persian provincial administration, with local governors appointed to manage the territory now called Yehud, the Persian name for the province that had been the kingdom of Judah. Zerubbabel was one of the early leaders of the line of David, overseeing the initial phases of restoration. Joshua was the high priest. The prophets Haggai and Zechariah were the voices encouraging and guiding the rebuilding effort. The first priority was the altar. Even before the temple structure was rebuilt, the returning community gathered in the ruins and set up the altar of burnt offering in its ancient place. The sacrifices resumed on the old foundation in the open air, while the temple walls were still rubble around them. There is something important in this, the practice of worship resuming before the building was complete, as if to say that the community's life was not contingent on having perfect structures, but that the practice itself was what made them who they were. The foundation of the new temple was laid, and when the cornerstone was set in place, there was a complicated response among the people gathered. The younger generation shouted for joy. This was the beginning. This was the moment of return and restoration, and it was magnificent. But the old men who had seen the first temple wept aloud. They remembered what had been. They could see in their mind's eye what the old temple had looked like in its glory, and they knew that this new foundation was, by comparison, small and modest. The sound of weeping and the sound of shouting were indistinguishable from a distance. The ancient text says, "You could not tell the joy from the grief." The rebuilding was slow and faced obstacles. The peoples who had settled in the land during the exile years had their own relationships with the sacred places and their own ways of doing things, and they were not always welcoming to the returning community. There were political pressures and economic difficulties, and the simple physical challenge of rebuilding a ruined city with limited resources. The work on the temple stopped for a time. Years passed during which the foundation sat unfinished and the people tended to their own houses instead. And the prophets Haggai and Zechariah spoke sharply about this. Is it time for you to live in your paneled houses while my house lies in ruins? Think carefully about your ways. The work resumed. And in the 6th year of the reign of Darius the Persian king, roughly the year 516 before the Common Era, about 70 years after the destruction of the first temple, the second temple was completed. There was a dedication ceremony. There was celebration. Passover was observed. The community that had been scattered and diminished and nearly extinguished had come back to its land and rebuilt the central structure of its communal and spiritual life. The temple was not what the first temple had been. It was smaller and less ornate. There were those who mourned the comparison, but it stood. It was real. The sacrifices and the festivals and the prayers and the singing of psalms could resume in their proper setting. The calendar of the community's life could be organized around the rhythms of worship once again. The fire on the altar was lit. In the years that followed, 2 more figures emerged who were central to the reformation of the community in the land. Ezra was a priest and a scribe, deeply learned in the tradition, who came from Babylon with royal authorization and a large group of fellow returnees and a determination to help the community understand who it was and what it was called to be. He gathered the community in Jerusalem and read the Torah to them, a great public reading, lasting from early morning until midday, in the square before the water gate. The people listened as Ezra and his associates explained what was being read, making clear the sense of it. And people wept as they heard it. Nehemiah was a different kind of figure. A layman, the cupbearer to the Persian king Artaxerxes, a man of practical competence and deep personal faith. He heard that Jerusalem's walls were still broken down and its gates burned, and the news struck him hard. He prayed. He asked for and received permission from the king to go and rebuild. He arrived in Jerusalem at night and rode around the broken walls in the dark, inspecting the damage before he spoke to anyone. Then he gathered the people and said, "Come, let us build the wall." The rebuilding of Jerusalem's walls is described in the book of Nehemiah with a kind of organizational precision. This family built this section, those men repaired that gate, the Tekoites made repairs, but their nobles would not stoop to serve. There was opposition. Sanballat and Tobiah and Geshem the Arab mocked the work and threatened violence. And Nehemiah stationed guards along the wall and instructed the builders to work with one hand and hold a weapon in the other. "We are not afraid of you," he told his opponents, "but even if we were, our God will fight for us." The wall was finished in 52 days. It was a remarkable achievement, and when the neighboring peoples heard of it, they understood that the work had been accomplished with the help of something larger than the community's own resources. The community was intact again, not what it had been under David and Solomon, not a kingdom at all in the political sense, but a people with a city and a temple and walls and a covenant and a tradition of unbroken length, carried through everything that had tried to break it. The great reading of the Torah that Ezra conducted, and the ceremony of covenant renewal that followed, with the community's leaders signing their names to a written pledge, mark one of those moments when a community gathers itself and declares, consciously and deliberately, who it is. The decades of exile had done something that centuries of ordinary life in the land had not quite managed to do. They had made the community of Israel into a people defined primarily by a text and a covenant rather than by a territory and a monarchy. The scrolls had become the homeland, carried in the heart, available anywhere. The world that existed at the close of what we call the Old Testament era was very different from the world of Abraham and Moses. The great empires had risen and fallen and been replaced by greater ones. Assyria had been swallowed by Babylon. Babylon had been absorbed by Persia. The Persian Empire at its height was the largest the world had yet seen, stretching from the borders of India to the shores of Greece, and Judah, tiny Yehud, barely a dot on the administrative maps of the empire, existed within it as one province among scores, governed by Persian-appointed officials, paying taxes to a distant king, protected by imperial law. And yet the community persisted. In Jerusalem, the priests moved through their daily routines around the altar and the sanctuary. The singers and the musicians led the psalms in the courts of the temple. The ordinary life of the city went on, the market days, the building and repairing, the drawing of water, the grinding of grain, the settling of disputes, the births and deaths and marriages that are the texture of any human community's existence. The prophetic voice grew quieter in these years. There had been a time when the prophets spoke urgently to kings, challenged the powerful, announced crises and called for turning. Now the community was more modest in its scale, its concerns more immediate, its horizons somewhat closer. But the tradition of the Torah was alive and being studied and discussed. The Psalms were being sung. The stories were being told as they had always been told from one generation to the next, of how the people had come to be who they were, of the long faithfulness that had carried them through, of what they were still hoping for. Malachi, whose name simply means my messenger, speaks from this era with a quiet insistence. He is asking the community to bring their best, to not bring the lame and the blind as offerings when you would not bring them to your governor, to take seriously the covenant of faithfulness in marriage and family life, to not rob God in the giving of the firstfruits and the tithes. He ends with a promise that before the great day comes, the prophet Elijah will be sent again, to turn hearts between parents and children, to turn things toward wholeness. He ends, in the traditional arrangement of the Hebrew scriptures, on that note of expectation. Something is still coming. The story is not over. There is a future that the present cannot yet see, a chapter that has not yet begun to be written. The hills of Judah in this late period were quieter than they had been. Jerusalem had been rebuilt but was still modest, still finding its footing, still gathering itself. The temple stood on its ridge, the smoke of the offerings rising into the morning sky, the songs of the Levites carrying in the clear air of the hill country. In the streets and the houses and the markets and the fields, ordinary people went about the work of their lives, the parents teaching their children the prayers, the farmers watching the sky for the first rains of autumn, the scholars bent over their scrolls in the lamplit evenings, the shepherds moving their flocks through the valleys below the city. The story had come a very long way. From the fields outside Bethlehem where Ruth had gleaned grain in the long ago time of the judges. From the cave at Adullam where David had gathered his ragged company of the displaced. From the mountain of God where Elijah had heard the still small voice after the fire and the wind and the earthquake. From the riverside in Babylon where the exiles had wept and hung their harps on the willows. From the road back, walked by those who had the courage and the hope to walk it. The temple stood again. The walls stood again. The community was alive and the prayers were being prayed and the stories were being told and the hope that had never quite gone out, even in the darkest years, was still burning. There is something in this long story, in its cycles and its returns, its losses and its recoveries, its ordinary lives lived against the backdrop of enormous historical forces, its individual voices crying out in the night and its communal moments of renewal and singing, that speaks to something enduring in human experience. The desire to belong to something larger than oneself. The difficulty of remaining faithful when faithfulness is costly. The grief of losing what was precious. The extraordinary persistence of hope. The Old Testament era ends as it began, with a people on a journey, carrying their identity with them, looking ahead to what is still to come. The hills are quiet in the evening light. The lamp in the temple burns through the night. And somewhere in the city, a child is being put to sleep with the old stories. Rest now. The story goes on. The temple stood again in Jerusalem. Its stones were new or newer, the mortar still settling, the courts being swept each morning as the priests moved through the old rhythms of the daily service. The altar fires burned at dawn and at the close of the day, and the smell of incense drifted across the city on the hill country wind. After everything, after the exile, after the long road back, after the slow patient labor of rebuilding, the community of Israel was home, and its worship had resumed, and the story was continuing. But the world around that temple kept changing. The Persian Empire, which had released the exiles and authorized the rebuilding, itself did not endure. The world of the ancient Near East was shifting again, pulled by forces from the west that none of the returning exiles could have anticipated. A young Macedonian king named Alexander had swept through the Persian Empire with a speed that left the old world astonished, taking Egypt, taking Persia, pressing as far east as the Indus River before his army, exhausted and homesick, finally refused to go further. He died in Babylon in the year 323 before the Common Era, at 32 years old, and the vast empire he had assembled with such ferocious energy was divided among his generals. For the small community in Judea, the change of empires was real and consequential. Alexander's conquests had spread the Greek language and Greek culture across an enormous swath of the ancient world, and this spread did not reverse itself when he died. Greek became the common language of trade and learning, of commerce and communication, across the eastern Mediterranean and the Near East. Cities were laid out on the Greek model, with colonnaded streets, public baths, gymnasiums, theaters. The old local languages and customs persisted in villages and in homes and in the practices of traditional religion, but the wider world spoke Greek, and anyone who wanted to move through that world needed to speak it too. The community in Judea found itself navigating something they had navigated before in different forms. How to remain who they were in a world that was asking them to become something else. The question was not new, but the particular version of it posed by Greek culture, so sophisticated, so aesthetically compelling, so intellectually rich, had its own particular weight. Some families in Jerusalem embraced the new culture enthusiastically, learned the language, adopted the customs, sent their sons to the gymnasium. Others held back, feeling that what was being offered came at too high a price. After Alexander's generals divided his empire, Judea passed between the Ptolemies in Egypt and the Seleucids in Syria, swinging back and forth between these two successor kingdoms as they pursued their long rivalry. Under the Ptolemies, the Jewish community in Egypt grew and flourished. Alexandria, the great city on the Nile Delta, had a substantial Jewish quarter, and it was there that the Hebrew scriptures were translated into Greek, in a version that would eventually be known as the Septuagint. The translation was a remarkable achievement and a profound act of cultural navigation. The ancient stories and laws and poems of Israel made available in the language of the wider world. The Seleucid period brought a different experience. A king named Antiochus IV, who gave himself the title Epiphanes, meaning something like the Manifest One, or God made visible, decided that the cultural unity of his kingdom required a religious uniformity that the Jewish community could not accept. He prohibited the observance of the Torah, forbade circumcision and the Sabbath, and in an act that struck the community as the ultimate desecration, installed an altar to Zeus in the temple courts in Jerusalem. The community resisted. A family of priests from the village of Modian, the Maccabees as they came to be known, led a revolt that was as surprising in its success as it was determined in its character. They fought in the hill country, using the terrain they knew, and over several years they wore down the Seleucid forces and won back the temple. The rededication of the temple, the cleaning and the relighting of the great menorah, is the event still remembered in the festival of Hanukkah. The oil that remained, the tradition says, was enough for only 1 day, but the light burned for 8. The Maccabean dynasty, the Hasmoneans, ruled Judea for about a century. They were priests who had become kings, a combination that made some in the community uncomfortable. The roles were different, and mixing them felt like a category confusion with deep roots. Their rule was competent in some periods and troubled in others, and eventually the internecine conflicts that ran through the family created an opening for a new power that was moving east with methodical purpose. Rome had arrived in the eastern Mediterranean. By the year 63 before the Common Era, the Roman general Pompey had entered Jerusalem. The temple remained standing. Pompey even walked into the Holy of Holies, the innermost sanctum that only the high priest was permitted to enter, and on only 1 day of the year. He looked inside and found it empty, by the standards of the other temples he had known, and withdrew without touching anything. But the point had been made. Judea was now within the Roman orbit, and it would remain there for generations. The Romans did not, in most cases, govern their eastern territories directly at first. They preferred local clients, rulers who could manage the day-to-day administration and collect the taxes and keep the peace, while acknowledging Roman supremacy. The man they eventually settled on for Judea was not from the old Hasmonean priestly aristocracy at all. He was Herod, from a family of Idumean converts to Judaism, and he was efficient and ambitious and utterly without sentimentality about power. Herod ruled for more than 30 years, and his reign left physical marks on the landscape that lasted centuries. He was a builder of extraordinary energy and scale. He constructed fortresses across the landscape, Masada, rising on its impossible mesa above the Dead Sea, and Herodium, the artificial hill he created south of Bethlehem and hollowed out to serve as a palace and eventually a tomb. He built a harbor city on the Mediterranean coast and named it Caesarea Maritima, a deep-water harbor where none had existed before, with a breakwater of poured concrete and a freshwater system that kept the city functioning. He rebuilt the city of Samaria and renamed it Sebaste, the Greek version of Augustus. And he rebuilt the temple. The second temple as Herod refashioned, it was one of the architectural wonders of the ancient world. The original structure built by the returning exiles had been modest. The old men who remembered Solomon's temple had wept at the comparison. Herod set out to make it magnificent. He expanded the platform on which it stood, enclosing an enormous area with retaining walls built of massive stones, some of them weighing hundreds of tons, fitted together without mortar with extraordinary precision. The Temple Mount he created was the largest sacred precinct in the ancient world. Colonnaded porticos lined the great outer courts, providing shade and a place for teachers and merchants, and the conversations that were the texture of public life. At the center rose the temple itself, its white stone and gold facing catching the morning sun so brilliantly that, according to those who saw it, it was hard to look at directly. It looked, someone said, like a mountain covered in snow or like a great white flame. Herod died a few years after the birth of the child this story is moving toward. He died in his palace at Jericho, having outlived several of his own sons and having spent his final years in a dark suspicion that turned friends into enemies and enemies into corpses. The kingdom was divided among his remaining sons. The most important portion, Judea and Samaria, eventually came under direct Roman administration, governed by a series of prefects appointed from Rome. One of them would be named Pontius Pilate. Life in Judea and Galilee in this period was stratified and complex. At the top of the local social structure were the priestly families of Jerusalem, particularly the high priestly family, whose position required constant negotiation with Roman authority, a negotiation that many ordinary people watched with varying degrees of trust. Below them, the scribes and teachers who were the interpreters of the Torah, whose work of study and explanation was the intellectual and spiritual center of the community's life. The Pharisees were a movement among the teachers and their followers that was genuinely concerned with living out the Torah in every detail of daily life. They were popular, respected in most communities, and their concerns were real ones. The Sadducees tended to be the priestly aristocracy, more conservative in their interpretation of the tradition, aligned with the temple establishment. The Essenes had withdrawn from the main community entirely, gathering in communities of their own. One of them is thought to have produced the Dead Sea Scrolls, to pursue a stricter communal life. Most people, however, were none of these things in any formal sense. They were farmers and fishermen and craftsmen and traders and shepherds, living in the villages of Galilee and Judea and the Jordan Valley and the coastal plain, doing the daily work of feeding their families and paying their taxes and going to the synagogue on the Sabbath to hear the Torah read and explained. They carried the weight of Roman taxation, which was real and heavy, not just Roman taxes but temple taxes, priestly tithes, the various levies and tolls that accumulated in a system of overlapping obligations. Many families were genuinely poor. Many were in debt. The land was beautiful. The hills of Galilee in spring were covered in wildflowers. The Sea of Galilee caught the light in the mornings in a way that those who grew up around it never quite forgot. But the beauty of the land did not make the work of living on it any easier. In this world, a longing ran deep and persistent. The tradition spoke of a future restoration, of something that the prophets had called the kingdom of God or the day of the Lord. The specific contours of what people hoped for varied. Some imagined a military deliverer, a new David who would drive out the Romans and restore the national sovereignty that had been surrendered to successive empires for 500 years. Others thought in terms of a transformation of the entire created order, a new heaven and a new earth in which the suffering of the present world would be replaced by something unimaginably better. Others hoped more modestly for a renewal of the community's faithfulness, a return to the covenant, the restoration of what had been broken in ordinary human life. But the longing itself was common to nearly everyone. Something had been promised. Something was still expected. The story was not finished. Into this world, in the hill country of Judea, a priest named Zechariah was performing his duties in the temple. He was old, and his wife Elizabeth was old, and they had lived their long lives faithfully without the child they had hoped for. Zechariah was chosen by lot to offer incense in the sanctuary, a task that came to most priests perhaps only once in a lifetime, and while he stood at the altar with the congregation praying outside in the temple courts, something happened that was entirely outside the ordinary run of things. A presence, a figure standing at the right side of the altar, and a message. Your prayer has been heard. Elizabeth will bear a son, and you will name him John. Zechariah could not believe it. He and Elizabeth were past the age for such things. He asked for a sign, and the sign he was given was the loss of his own voice. He came out of the sanctuary unable to speak, and the people waiting outside saw his face and understood that something had happened to him in there. Elizabeth became pregnant, and she spent several months in the quiet of her home, holding the knowledge of it, turning it over. In a town in Galilee called Nazareth, a young woman named Mary received a visit of her own. The messenger came to her in her ordinary day and spoke to her in words that have been repeated in every language in the world. Do not be afraid. You have found favor. You will conceive and bear a son, and you will name him Jesus, and he will be great, and of his kingdom there will be no end. Mary asked how this could be, and the explanation she was given was beyond the ordinary logic of biology and cause and effect. She considered all of this, and then she said, "Let it be to me as you have said." She went to visit Elizabeth, and when she arrived and greeted her older cousin, Elizabeth felt the child in her womb leap, and she was filled with wonder, and she called out to Mary with words of greeting and recognition. And Mary answered with a song, the Magnificat, as it has been known across centuries. It is a song full of the reversals that run through the prophetic tradition. The proud scattered, the mighty brought down, the humble lifted, the hungry filled. It is the song of someone who has looked at what has been told to her and believed it completely, and whose whole understanding of how the world works has been reorganized by that belief. Elizabeth gave birth first. When the neighbors and relatives came to celebrate and assumed the child would be named after his father, Elizabeth said no. His name is John. They looked at Zechariah, the speechless father. He asked for a writing tablet and wrote, "His name is John." And immediately his voice returned. His first words were a blessing, a song of his own. giving thanks for what had been promised to Israel across all the centuries, for the faithfulness that had brought this moment, for the child who had come to prepare the way for what was coming next. He spoke of the dawn breaking, of light visiting those who sat in darkness, of feet guided into the path of peace. The world was quiet around these events. No official announcement had been made. No public proclamation. A priest had had a vision in a temple full of people, and none of them knew what it meant. A young woman in a Galilean village had received a message that changed everything, and she kept it in her heart and went to see her cousin. The great machinery of the Roman Empire continued without noticing. Joseph, to whom Mary was engaged, had his own reckoning with the news when it came to him. He was a just man, the text says, and his first inclination was to handle the situation quietly, without public scandal. But in the night a dream came and spoke to him, and when he woke he understood what was happening, and he took Mary to be his wife and accepted what he had been told. The census brought them south to Bethlehem. The Emperor Augustus had decreed a registration of the whole empire, and Joseph, being of the line of David, needed to register in David's hometown. The road from Nazareth to Bethlehem is not a short one. Through the hill country, past the old sites, through Jerusalem and then south another few miles to the small town that had been David's village 1,000 years before. Mary was near her time. Bethlehem in those days was a village, not a city. A cluster of houses on a hillside in the Judean hills, surrounded by the terrace fields and the rocky pastures that the shepherds had used for generations. The inn had no room. This detail, which has become so familiar over centuries of retelling that it can pass through the mind without registering, was in the moment a practical difficulty and an inconvenience that must have weighed heavily on two young people a long way from home at an uncertain time. They found a place. Exactly what kind of place the ancient sources do not specify in full detail. A stable, a cave in the hillside outside the village, an animal shelter attached to a house. What is clear is that it was not what you would choose, and that the child who was born that night was laid in a feeding trough because there was nowhere else to put him. The shepherds came. They were out in the fields that night, keeping watch over their flocks in the darkness, and something happened to them that the old text describes with a careful restraint. A brightness, a presence, a message not to be afraid, and then more voices, a multitude of them, saying something like, "Glory in the highest places and peace among the people of the earth." And then it was dark and quiet again. And the shepherds looked at each other and said, "Let us go and see this thing that has been told to us." They found the baby, as they had been told they would. They told Mary and Joseph what they had heard in the fields. Mary listened and held all of it in her heart. This quality of holding things, of taking in the astonishing and sitting with it rather than rushing to resolve it, appears in Mary's story more than once and says something important about the kind of person she was. The shepherds went back to their flocks, glorifying and praising as they went, the night sky above them the same sky it had always been, and everything changed. There were other visitors coming from further away, the Magi, the wise men from the east, following something in the stars that told them something was happening in Judea, come to pay their respects and bring their gifts. They stopped first in Jerusalem, naturally enough, looking for the one who had been born king of the Jews, and their inquiry reached Herod, who was troubled by it in the way that a man who has killed to protect his throne is troubled by any suggestion that the throne might belong to someone else. He sent them on to Bethlehem with instructions to report back when they had found the child. They found the family, and they brought out their gifts, gold, frankincense, myrrh, the treasures of the east placed before a baby in a modest house in a small village. And then, warned in a dream not to go back to Herod, they returned to their own country by a different road. Joseph was also warned in a dream, and he rose in the night and took the family to Egypt, out of reach of Herod's reach and Herod's fear. They stayed there until Herod died, and then they came back, settling in Nazareth in Galilee in the north, away from the dangers of Jerusalem and Judea. The childhood of Jesus is largely quiet in the biblical accounts. There are 12 years of silence between the night in Bethlehem and a single story set when Jesus was 12 years old. The silence is not emptiness, it is the silence of ordinary life, of a boy growing up in a village, learning his father's trade, going to synagogue on the Sabbath, learning to read the scrolls that were the center of the community's life, playing in the streets with the other children of Nazareth, eating meals with his family, watching the seasons turn in the Galilean hills. Nazareth was a small village, perhaps a few hundred people, on the edge of the Jezreel Valley. The people there were ordinary Galilean Jews, farmers and craftsmen and their families, living in stone houses, using the nearby valley for agriculture, connected to the wider world by the roads that passed through the region. It was not a place of great importance or great wealth. Later, when Jesus' public life began, someone would ask whether anything good could come from Nazareth. The question tells you something about how the place was regarded. The one childhood story that survives is the visit to the temple at Passover when Jesus was 12. Every year the family made the pilgrimage south to Jerusalem for the feast, a journey of several days, in the company of other Galilean families making the same trip. The crowded roads, the growing excitement as Jerusalem came into sight on its hills, the temple rising above everything else. The Passover pilgrimage was one of the great experiences of Jewish communal life, an annual reenactment of the whole story of Exodus and redemption. On the way home, Mary and Joseph traveled for a day before they realized Jesus was not with the group. They turned back and searched the city for 3 days before they found him in the temple courts, sitting among the teachers, listening and asking questions, and the teachers were astonished at his understanding and his answers. Mary said to him, with the understandable mixture of relief and exasperation that any parent would feel, "Your father and I have been searching for you in great distress." He said something that she did not fully understand, about being in his father's house. But he went home with them, and was obedient to them, and grew in wisdom and in the regard of those around him. And then another silence. 18 years between 12 and 30, filled with the ordinary work of a carpenter in a Galilean village, with the ordinary rhythms of Sabbath and festival, with the death of Joseph somewhere in those years. Joseph disappears from the story before Jesus' public life begins, and Mary is left with her children. Jesus was the eldest son in a household where the father was gone, and that meant something real and practical in the world of first-century Galilee. Something was also happening in the wilderness of Judea to the south. John, the son of Zechariah and Elizabeth, had grown into the kind of figure that the landscape itself seemed to have shaped, lean and direct and insistent, wearing the rough clothing of the desert prophets, eating what the desert provided, speaking in the tradition of the great voices of the past. He preached at the Jordan River, the ancient boundary, and people came from Jerusalem and from all of Judea to hear him, and he called them to a baptism of repentance, a going down into the river as a sign of turning, of being washed and starting again. His message was urgent without being sensational. A winnowing was coming. The time was short. The one he was preparing the way for was already close. Be ready. The religious leaders came to hear him too, and he addressed them with a sharpness that surprised people. Who warned you to come here? Don't assume that your ancestry protects you. The axe is already at the root of the trees. Every tree that does not bear good fruit will be cut down and burned. What should we do then? The people asked. The answers were practical and immediate. The one who has 2 coats should give to the one who has none. Tax collectors should collect only what is required. Soldiers should not extort or falsely accuse. Jesus came to the Jordan to be baptized by John. John felt something odd about this. This was not the right order of things and said so. But Jesus said it should be done, and John baptized him. And as he came up out of the water, the sky seemed to open and something descended on him like a dove. And a voice spoke from the open sky, "This is my beloved Son, in whom I am well pleased." And then he went into the wilderness. The 40 days in the wilderness are described briefly in the Gospel accounts, with a kind of compressed intensity that suggests an experience beyond ordinary description. 40 days without food, in the rocky desert south and west of Jericho. The same desert that had shaped the prophets and the people of Israel across the centuries. The same silence, the same heat, the same reduction of everything to the most essential. 3 temptations are described, each one offering something real and wanting. The immediate satisfaction of physical hunger, the demonstration of divine protection, the acquisition of power over all the kingdoms of the world. Each one refused, answered with words from the Torah. From the same text Jesus had grown up reading and hearing and discussing in the synagogue of Nazareth. He came back. He came back to Galilee, and there is a shift in the narrative here that is felt as much as described. The long preparation is over, and the public work has begun. He came to Capernaum, a fishing town on the northern shore of the Sea of Galilee, and began to teach in the synagogue. The people who heard him noticed something in the way he taught that was different from what they were accustomed to. He spoke with a directness, a self-originating authority, as if he were saying things because they were true rather than because he could cite a chain of precedent. The Sea of Galilee is not large, perhaps 13 miles long and 8 miles wide, but it was the economic heart of the region's fishing industry, and the small towns on its shores were home to many families whose men went out on the water every day. The lake lay below sea level, ringed by hills that could funnel sudden storms down onto the water, making the fishing both productive and occasionally dangerous. The people of the lakeside towns were practical, physical, hard-working people, and they are the ones Jesus began gathering around him. Simon and his brother Andrew were casting a net when he called them. James and John, the sons of Zebedee, were in their boat mending nets with their father when they heard the same call. The invitation was simple: "Follow me, and I will make you fishers of men." They left their nets and their boats and followed. This is worth sitting with for a moment. These were men with trades, with families, with the complex web of obligations and relationships that constitutes an ordinary adult life. They were not rootless wanderers with nothing to lose. They left what they were doing, and they followed a man they had perhaps heard of or seen before, perhaps not, and the response that the Gospels describe seems immediate and complete. Something in the call itself carried what was needed for the response. The company grew. Matthew, a tax collector, was called from his booth in Capernaum, one of those whose profession made them socially marginal in the community, suspected of collaboration with Roman fiscal interests, not the kind of person one expected to find in a teacher's inner circle. But Jesus sat at table with Matthew and his friends, which drew criticism from those who watched, and Jesus told them plainly, "It is not the healthy who need a physician." 12 were named as the inner circle, the disciples who traveled with him and learned from him most closely. They were a varied group: fishermen, a tax collector, a zealot who had presumably been involved in the political resistance movements that simmered through the period, and others whose backgrounds are not clearly specified. They were not, by the standards of the religious establishment, obvious candidates for the work of teaching and guiding a spiritual movement. They made mistakes, sometimes spectacular ones. They misunderstood things. They argued about who was most important among them. They were, in other words, people. Jesus taught in synagogues and on hillsides and by the lakeside and in the courtyards of houses. He taught while traveling, in conversations with strangers and with friends, at meals and on the road. The teaching had a quality that is difficult to describe and easy to feel. Rooted in the tradition he had grown up in, but moving through that tradition with a freedom and an originality that opened things that had seemed settled, he told stories. This is perhaps the most characteristic feature of his teaching method, and it is worth pausing to appreciate what an unusual thing it is pedagogically. Rather than giving abstract propositions and asking people to accept them, he gave stories and asked people to think about them. A farmer scattering seed across different kinds of ground. A woman searching her house for a lost coin. A shepherd leaving 99 sheep to search for the one that had wandered off. A father watching the road every day for a son who had taken his inheritance and wasted it in a far country, and running, the dignified man running, his robes pulled up, when he finally sees the familiar shape in the distance. These stories spoke to people who knew what it was to plant seeds, to lose things, to watch and wait. They worked on multiple levels at once, and the same story could be sat with over many years and give something different at each return. They were not puzzles to be solved but invitations to be entered. The parables have a particular quality of approaching the hardest things sideways, through the familiar and the everyday. The kingdom of heaven is like a mustard seed, one of the smallest seeds, planted in a field, growing into something large enough for birds to nest in. The kingdom of heaven is like yeast worked through a large amount of flour, like a treasure found in a field, like a pearl of great price, like a net cast into the sea. The images are domestic, agricultural, small-scale, drawn from the daily round of life in first-century Galilee. And through them, the largest possible claims are being made. On a hillside overlooking the lake, Jesus sat down and taught what has come to be called the Sermon on the Mount, a gathering of teaching that may have been delivered over time, condensed here into a concentrated form. It begins with the Beatitudes, those strange reversed blessings. Blessed are the poor in spirit, the mourning, the meek, the hungry for righteousness, the merciful, the pure in heart, the peacemakers, those who are persecuted. Blessed. The word reaches towards something the English can barely hold. Not simply happy, but held in a deeper safety, resting in something that is not contingent on circumstances. You are the salt of the earth. You are the light of the world. A city on a hill cannot be hidden. Let your light shine before people, so that they may see your good works and give glory to your Father in heaven. He moved through the received tradition. You have heard it said, but I say to you, reaching for what he kept calling the greater righteousness, the root and the intention behind the law rather than only its surface. Not just the act of murder but the anger that leads there. Not just the act of adultery but the objectifying gaze that comes before it. Let your yes be yes and your no be no. Love your enemies. Do good to those who hate you. Pray for those who persecute you. The instruction about prayer is direct and practical. Go into your room, close the door, pray to your Father who is in secret. Do not use empty repetitions like those who think they will be heard for their many words. And then a prayer. Our Father in heaven, hallowed be your name. Your kingdom come, your will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us today our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we also forgive our debtors. Let us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. This prayer has been said in every century since and in every language the human family speaks. Its rhythms are so familiar that it can be said without thinking. Said with attention, it is an extraordinary thing, a map of spiritual orientation, a centering of the self within something larger than the self. Do not lay up for yourselves treasures on earth where moth and rust destroy and thieves break in and steal. Lay up for yourselves treasures in heaven. For where your treasure is, there your heart will be also. Look at the birds of the air. They do not sow or reap or gather into barns, and yet your heavenly Father feeds them. Are you not of more value than they? And why do you worry about clothing? Consider how the lilies of the field grow. They do not labor or spin. Yet even Solomon in all his glory was not dressed as one of these. How much more will he clothe you? There is a quality in this teaching that is unmistakably specific to the landscape. The birds, the wildflowers, the fields, the particular quality of light on the Galilean hills. The teaching does not float in abstraction. It is rooted in the actual visible world, and through that world it is reaching toward the invisible. The instruction not to worry comes not as a commandment but as an invitation to look and to notice what is already there. Ask and it will be given to you. Seek and you will find. Knock and the door will be opened. Which of you, if your son asks for bread, will give him a stone? If you, who are imperfect, know how to give good gifts to your children, how much more will your Father give good things to those who ask him? The sermon ends with an image. A wise man building his house on rock, a foolish man building his house on sand, and the rain descending and the floods coming and the winds blowing. The house on rock stands. The house on sand falls. The crowds who followed Jesus through Galilee were large and varied. They came with their sick, their troubled, their questions, their curiosity. He healed them. This is something the Gospels report simply and directly and very often, without embellishment. People who were ill were made well. People who could not walk walked. People who could not see saw. A man with leprosy who had lived outside the bounds of ordinary community because his disease made him ritually untouchable, came to Jesus and said, "If you are willing, you can make me clean." Jesus was willing. He touched him, reached out and touched the untouchable person, and told him he was clean. The act of touching is worth noticing. In a world with elaborate structures around ritual purity, where contact with certain people or certain conditions could transmit a kind of spiritual contamination that required careful ritual remedy, Jesus moved through the categories with a disregard that was not careless but deliberate. He did not become unclean by touching the unclean. The flow went the other direction. Jesus stopped the procession and spoke to the young man. And the young man sat up and began to speak. Jesus gave him back to his mother. The crowd who witnessed this said, "A great prophet has arisen among us, and God has visited his people." He ate with people. This is another thing that runs through the accounts with a consistency that suggests it was characteristic rather than incidental. He ate with tax collectors and sinners, which was the phrase used to describe people whose profession or behavior put them outside the approved community. He ate with Pharisees who invited him. He ate with his disciples in ordinary meals and in a formal meal at the end. The shared table was for him a place of encounter and welcome, a sign of the kind of community he was gathering around himself. The encounter at a well in Samaria is a story worth entering slowly. The Samaritans were the people who had remained in the land of the northern kingdom when it fell to Assyria centuries before, intermarrying with the peoples brought in by the Assyrians, maintaining their own version of the Torah tradition centered on Mount Gerizim rather than Jerusalem. Jews and Samaritans regarded each other with a mutual suspicion that had centuries of accumulated grievance behind it. The roads through Samaria were roads that many Jewish travelers from Galilee preferred to avoid. Jesus did not avoid them. He stopped at a well at midday, the hottest time when respectable women did not draw water, which tells you something about the woman who came, and asked her for a drink. The conversation that followed moved from the practical to the personal to the theological and back again, the woman trying to locate Jesus within the existing categories and finding that he escaped them, and eventually saying, "I know that the Messiah is coming, and when he comes he will explain everything." And Jesus said, "I who speak to you am he." The woman left her water jar, and went into the town to tell people about the man she had met. Among those who traveled with Jesus was a group of women whose presence in the accounts is quiet but unmistakable. Mary Magdalene, who had been healed of something severe. Joanna, the wife of a steward in Herod's household. Susanna, and others who the text says helped to support the work from their own resources. These women traveled with the company, and they were present at events that the male disciples were not. Their witness threads through the story in ways that only become fully visible at the end. At Bethany, a village outside Jerusalem on the eastern slope of the Mount of Olives, Jesus had a circle of particular friends: Mary, Martha, and their brother Lazarus. Martha was practical and hospitable, the one who made sure everyone was fed and the house was in order. Mary was the one who sat at his feet and listened, and when Martha, busy with the serving, asked Jesus to send Mary to help, Jesus said gently that Mary had chosen the better part. Both ways of being, the active and the contemplative, were present in the same house, and the story does not resolve the tension between them so much as honor both. When Lazarus fell ill and died, and Jesus arrived after several days, having stayed where he was when he received the news, for reasons that were not immediately clear to those around him, the grief that met him was real and deep. Martha came to him with a mixture of faith and reproach. "If you had been here, my brother would not have died." Mary came and fell at his feet and said the same thing and wept. The people who had come to mourn were weeping, and Jesus wept. The shortest sentence in the Gospels. The Creator of the world standing outside a tomb, weeping with the people he loved. He called Lazarus out of the tomb, and Lazarus came out, still bound in his grave clothes. It is the kind of story that asks to be held rather than explained. In the larger architecture of the Gospel narrative, it stands as a hinge, pointing toward what is coming at the end of the story, and gathering the community together in ways that would matter in the days ahead. The journey to Jerusalem was deliberate and unhurried. Jesus set his face toward Jerusalem, the text says, and he went. Along the way, he continued to teach. A lawyer asked him what the greatest commandment was, and he answered, "Love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul and with all your strength and with all your mind, and love your neighbor as yourself." And when the lawyer pressed, "Who is my neighbor?" Jesus told the story of a man beaten on the road from Jerusalem to Jericho, left for dead, passed by the priest and the Levite, and helped by the Samaritan, the one from outside the approved community, the one who stopped and poured oil and wine on the wounds and put the beaten man on his own animal and paid the innkeeper to care for him. Which of these three was a neighbor to the one who was beaten? The one who showed mercy. Go and do likewise. There were crowds in Jerusalem for the Passover, the city filling with pilgrims who had come from across the Jewish world, from Galilee and from Judea and from the diaspora communities of Egypt and Babylon and Rome and the cities of Asia Minor, all gathered for the great feast of liberation, the annual remembrance of the night the slaves had walked free. Jesus entered the city on a donkey, the crowd spreading their cloaks on the road before him and cutting branches from the trees and waving them, shouting the ancient words, "Hosanna, blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord." It was an entry that carried a clear meaning to anyone who knew the prophets, and everyone in Jerusalem knew the prophets. The crowd understood that this was a claim. He went to the temple. The outer courts of the great Herodian temple were crowded with the commerce that supported the festival, the money changers who converted Roman coins to the temple currency required for the offerings, the sellers of the animals needed for sacrifice. It was the practical infrastructure of a system of worship that required these things, but something about the way it had settled into the most public space of the sacred precinct offended what Jesus saw when he arrived. He overturned the tables of the money changers and the benches of those who sold doves, and he quoted Isaiah and Jeremiah, "My house shall be called a house of prayer, but but you have made it a den of robbers. The blind and the lame came to him in the temple courts, and he healed them. And the children who were there shouted, Hosanna to the Son of David. In those last days in Jerusalem, Jesus taught in the temple courts, and his opponents came to him with questions designed to trap him. Questions about taxes owed to Caesar, about the resurrection, about the authority by which he did what he did. The answers he gave slipped out of the traps they were meant to fall into, and when his opponents realized they could not catch him in his words in this way, they stopped asking. He told more parables. A king who prepared a banquet and sent his servants to bring the invited guests. But the invited guests declined, and the servants were sent to the roads to bring in anyone they could find. 2 sons asked by their father to go and work in the vineyard. One said he would and didn't, one said he wouldn't and did. Workers in a vineyard who received the same wage whether they had worked all day or only 1 hour. And the complaint this raised, and the answer, Are you envious because I am generous? He spoke of what was coming with a directness that increased as the days in Jerusalem passed. The destruction of the temple he could see from where he sat, the difficult days ahead, the instruction to remain faithful and watchful, the coming of the Son of Man like lightning across the sky, the parable of the 10 maidens and their lamps, the parable of the talents, and the great vision of the final judgment where the measure applied is not religious credential, but what was done for the hungry, and the thirsty and the stranger and the sick and the imprisoned. What you did for the least of these, you did for me. On the night before he was arrested, he sat at table with his disciples in an upper room in Jerusalem, for what would be the last meal they shared before everything changed. It was Passover or close to Passover, the great meal of liberation, the commemoration of the Exodus, the night when every generation was called to see itself as having personally been brought out of slavery in Egypt. The meal had its own ancient ritual structure, its prayers and its symbols, the unleavened bread and the wine and the bitter herbs. In the midst of this meal, Jesus did something that his disciples did not fully understand until later. He took bread, gave thanks, broke it, and gave it to them, saying, This is my body given for you. Do this in remembrance of me. And after the meal he took the cup in the same way and said, This cup is the new covenant in my blood. Do this whenever you drink it in remembrance of me. He washed their feet. He took off his outer garment and wrapped a towel around his waist and went from disciple to disciple with a basin of water, doing the work that was given to the lowest servant in any household. Peter objected, You should not wash my feet. And Jesus said, If I do not wash you, you have no part with me. He was showing them something about the shape of what he was, and about the shape of what following him would mean. He spoke to them at length in those final hours, words of comfort and of preparation, words that reach across the centuries with an intimacy that is remarkable for a public document. Do not let your hearts be troubled. Trust in God, trust also in me. In my Father's house are many rooms. I am going to prepare a place for you. I will not leave you as orphans. A new commandment I give you. Love one another as I have loved you. I am the vine, you are the branches. Remain in me and I will remain in you. The branch cannot bear fruit by itself apart from the vine. In a garden called Gethsemane, on the western slope of the Mount of Olives just outside the city walls, Jesus went to pray while his disciples slept. The prayer he prayed there is the most naked human prayer in the whole biblical record. Take this cup from me. 3 times he prayed it. And each time the conclusion was the same. Not my will but yours. There is something of extraordinary importance in this garden scene. The one who had taught about trusting God, about the sparrows and the lilies and the Father who knows what we need before we ask. Here in the dark, kneeling in the garden, praying with everything he had that it might be otherwise, and then placing himself in what was coming. Judas came with the soldiers and Jesus was arrested. The disciples scattered. Peter followed at a distance to the high priest's courtyard. And there 3 times, he denied knowing the man he had followed for 3 years. The trials that followed, before the high priest, before Pilate, the brief appearance before Herod Antipas, back to Pilate, are described in the Gospels with a minimum of editorial comment and a maximum of dialogue that allows the events to speak for themselves. Pilate found no basis for a charge, said so several times, offered to release Jesus as the traditional Passover gesture of clemency, and eventually gave the order that the crowd was demanding. He washed his hands of it, literally and visibly, and everyone present understood the gesture and what it meant. The crucifixion outside the city walls at the place called Golgotha, the place of the skull, was a form of execution that the Romans had perfected as both a means of death and a means of public intimidation. It was a death reserved for rebels and slaves, a death designed to be visible and prolonged and humiliating. The Gospels describe it briefly and without embellishment. They crucified him there, and 2 others with him, one on either side, and Jesus in the middle. The words from the cross, the soldiers dividing his clothes by lot, the passers-by, the religious leaders, and the women. The women were there: Mary Magdalene, Mary the mother of James and Joseph, the mother of the sons of Zebedee, Mary the mother of Jesus herself beside the disciple whom Jesus loved, and Jesus looking down and saying to his mother, "Here is your son," and to the disciple, "Here is your mother." Even in that moment caring for the people around him. He died in the afternoon of that day. Joseph of Arimathea, a member of the council who had not consented to what the council had done, asked Pilate for the body and received it, and wrapped it in linen and laid it in a new tomb cut from the rock in a garden near the place of execution, and rolled a great stone across the entrance. It was the day before the Sabbath. When the Sabbath was over on the first day of the week, while it was still dark, Mary Magdalene came to the tomb. The stone had been moved. The tomb was empty. She ran to tell Peter and the other disciple, and they ran to the tomb and went in and saw the grave clothes lying there, not disturbed as if there had been a struggle or a theft, but lying as if whatever had been inside them had simply ceased to require them. They did not yet understand. The text says simply, and they went home. Mary stood outside the tomb weeping. She looked into the tomb and saw 2 figures in white sitting where the body had been, and they asked her why she was weeping. She said, "They have taken away my Lord, and I do not know where they have put him." She turned around and saw a man she took to be the gardener and said, "Sir, if you have carried him away, tell me where you have put him." And the man said her name, Mary. She turned and said, "Rabboni," teacher. He told her not to hold on to him, that she was to go and tell the others. And she went and said, "I have seen the Lord." In the days that followed, he appeared to his disciples in ways that were unmistakable but not predictable. 2 of them were walking the road to Emmaus, about 7 miles from Jerusalem, talking through everything that had happened, and a stranger fell in with them and asked what they were discussing, and they were astonished that anyone in Jerusalem didn't know the things that had just taken place. They told him. He walked with them through the afternoon, and on the road he opened to them the scriptures, beginning with Moses and the prophets, showing them the things that were written there about the one who had died. And as he explained it, something happened in them that they would describe later as their hearts burning within them. They reached Emmaus and invited the stranger to stay, because evening was coming and the day was almost over. He came in with them, and at the table he took bread and gave thanks and broke it, and they recognized him. And he was not there. They got up immediately and went back the 7 miles to Jerusalem to tell the others, and found them gathered already with the same news. As they were describing what had happened, he was among them. "Peace be with you." He showed them his hands and his side. He ate a piece of broiled fish while they watched. He breathed on them and said, "Receive the Holy Spirit. As the Father has sent me, even so I am sending you." Thomas was not there that evening. He had heard their report and could not move from the place of his doubt. "Unless I see," he said. "Unless I touch. The wounds are real or they are not." 8 days later, Jesus came again when Thomas was present and said to him, "Put your finger here. See my hands. Put out your hand and place it in my side. Do not disbelieve but believe." Thomas said what he said, "My Lord and my God." By the Sea of Galilee at dawn, 7 of the disciples were fishing. Back in the water, the familiar work, the night's catch disappointingly empty. A voice from the shore called out to them to throw the net on the other side. They did, and could not haul the net in for the weight of the fish. The disciple whom Jesus loved said to Peter, "It is the Lord." And Peter, impulsive Peter, the one who had walked on water and sunk, the one who had sworn he would never deny him and denied him 3 times before the rooster crowed, jumped into the water. On the shore there was charcoal fire with fish on it and bread. And Jesus said, "Bring some of the fish you have just caught." They brought the boat in and counted the catch, 153 large fish, and the net was not torn. "Come and have breakfast," he said. After the meal, he asked Peter 3 times if he loved him. 3 times, echoing the 3 denials. Each time Peter said yes, and each time Jesus said, "Feed my sheep." The restoration was complete, and Peter was given his work. For 40 days, the risen Jesus appeared to his disciples and spoke to them about the kingdom of God. These were days of extraordinary quality, ordinary in many ways, involving meals and conversations and the familiar landscapes of Galilee and Judea, and extraordinary in the nature of the one who was there. He appeared to more than 500 of the brothers at one time, Paul would later write, most of whom were still alive when Paul wrote those words. And then the 11 disciples were gathered on a hillside in Galilee, and he spoke to them one last time before his ascension. The commission he gave them is as simple in its form as it is enormous in its scope. All authority in heaven and on earth has been given to me. Go therefore and make disciples of all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit, teaching them to observe all that I have commanded you. And I am with you always to the end of the age. He was lifted up, and a cloud received him out of their sight. 2 figures in white stood beside the disciples and said, Why do you stand looking into heaven? This same Jesus will come in the same way. They returned to Jerusalem and waited. The instructions had been to wait, for what had been promised, for the gift that was coming, for the power that would enable what they had been sent to do. They waited in an upper room, praying together, 120 of them, men and women together, Mary the mother of Jesus among them. On the day of Pentecost, the feast that fell 50 days after Passover, the celebration of the firstfruits of the harvest, they were all together in one place. Something came. The ancient text reaches for metaphor, like the sound of a rushing wind, filling the whole house. Something like fire dividing and resting on each of them. And they were filled with the Holy Spirit and began to speak in other languages, as the Spirit gave them ability to speak. The city was full of Jewish pilgrims from across the world for Pentecost, and the sound drew a crowd. People from Parthia and Media and Elam and Mesopotamia, from Judea and Cappadocia, from the regions of Asia Minor and from Egypt and Libya and Rome and Arabia, and each of them heard in their own language the disciples speaking of the great works of God. They were astonished and bewildered. What does this mean? Peter stood up. This was the same Peter who had stood in a courtyard 49 days earlier and denied 3 times that he knew Jesus. Now he stood before the crowd in the public space of the city and spoke, clearly, directly, without hesitation. He quoted the prophet Joel. In the last days God says, I will pour out my Spirit on all people. He spoke of Jesus of Nazareth, of what had been done through him and what had been done to him, and of the resurrection. This Jesus God has made both Lord and Christ. The people who heard it were cut to the heart and asked what they should do. Peter told them, Repent and be baptized, every one of you, in the name of Jesus Christ for the forgiveness of your sins, and you will receive the gift of the Holy Spirit. 3,000 people were baptized that day. The community that came into being on that day was something new in the world, though it understood itself to be the fulfillment of something very old. They gathered in homes and in the temple courts. They shared meals together. They shared their possessions with those who had need. They devoted themselves to the teaching of the apostles, to the fellowship, to the breaking of bread, and to prayer. And day by day more people were added. The early community was not without difficulties. The question of how resources were shared generated tensions. The Greek-speaking widows felt they were being overlooked in the daily distribution of food. The council appointed 7 men to oversee the practical work, so that the apostles could concentrate on the teaching and the prayer. Among the 7 was a man named Stephen, full of faith and the Spirit, who went out into the city and spoke and debated and healed, and whose boldness eventually brought him before the council. Before the council, Stephen spoke. He spoke through the whole long history, Abraham and the call, Joseph and the pit, Moses and the burning bush, the wilderness and the tabernacle and the temple. And at the end, he looked up and said he could see the glory of God, and the Son of Man standing at the right hand of God. The council stopped their ears and rushed at him. Standing there, holding the coats of those who were stoning Stephen, was a young man named Saul of Tarsus, who approved of what was being done. The persecution that followed Stephen's death scattered the Jerusalem community across Judea and Samaria, and those who scattered took the message with them, teaching and healing as they went. Philip went to Samaria and preached, and there was great joy in that city. An Ethiopian official, traveling home after worshipping in Jerusalem, was reading the scroll of Isaiah in his chariot on the road from Jerusalem to Gaza, and Philip ran up alongside him and heard him reading and asked if he understood what he was reading. The official said, "How can I unless someone guides me?" And he asked Philip to come and sit with him and explain. He was reading the passage about the servant who was led like a sheep to the slaughter, and did not open his mouth. "Who is the prophet talking about?" Philip explained. Before the journey was over, the Ethiopian official was baptized, and he went on his way rejoicing, and Saul of Tarsus, who had been going from house to house in Jerusalem dragging out believers and committing them to prison, received letters authorizing him to extend his pursuit to Damascus, and he set out on the road north. On the road to Damascus at midday, a light from heaven flashed around him, brighter than the sun, and he fell to the ground. A voice said, "Saul, Saul, why are you persecuting me?" He said, "Who are you, Lord?" And the voice said, "I am Jesus, whom you are persecuting. Get up and go into the city, and you will be told what to do." He got up from the ground and opened his eyes and could see nothing. His companions led him by the hand into Damascus, where he neither ate nor drank for 3 days. In Damascus, a disciple named Ananias received a vision in which he was told to go to a specific street and ask for a man named Saul of Tarsus, who was praying. Ananias knew the name. He protested, "This man has done great harm to your people in Jerusalem, and he has authority to arrest everyone who calls on your name here." And the answer was, "Go, for he is a chosen instrument of mine to carry my name before Gentiles and kings and the people of Israel." Ananias went and found Saul and placed his hands on him and said, "Brother Saul, the Lord Jesus who appeared to you on the road has sent me so that you may regain your sight and be filled with the Holy Spirit." Something like scales fell from Saul's eyes, and he could see again. He got up and was baptized and ate something and was strengthened. Saul of Tarsus was not an ordinary man. He was a Roman citizen, which gave him legal standing and mobility in the empire that most of the early disciples lacked. He had been educated in Jerusalem under Gamaliel, one of the great teachers of the period, and his knowledge of the scriptures was deep and meticulous. He was a Pharisee, trained in the tradition of careful textual interpretation, and the combination of this background with the convictions that the Damascus road had turned inside out gave him a particular ability to engage the tradition from within while insisting that something had changed everything. He would eventually be known as Paul, and he would travel further and plant more communities than any other figure in the early movement. But before that, there was a period of years in Arabia, then back in Damascus, then eventually to Jerusalem to meet the leaders of the community there. The transition from persecutor to participant required trust on both sides that did not come instantly, and a man named Barnabas played a crucial role in vouching for Saul's transformation to a community that understandably remained cautious. Peter, meanwhile, was moving through the communities of the coastal plain and the surrounding regions, healing, teaching, staying with ordinary families in ordinary towns. A vision he received at Joppa, at the house of a tanner named Simon, prepared him for something he had not expected: the gospel being offered to Gentiles, to people outside the covenant community of Israel. The vision was of a great sheet lowered from heaven containing all manner of animals, and a command to eat, and Peter's protest, "Surely not, Lord, I have never eaten anything impure," and the answer, "Do not call impure what God has declared clean." 3 times the vision came. While he was sitting with this, 3 men arrived at the door, sent by a Roman centurion named Cornelius, who had received an angelic visitor of his own, telling him to send for Peter. Peter went to Cornelius's household in Caesarea, and found a group of Gentiles gathered and waiting, and he spoke to them about Jesus, his life, his death, his resurrection, and while he was still speaking, the Spirit fell on all of them, and they began speaking in other languages and praising God. The Jewish believers who had come with Peter were astonished. Peter said, "Can anyone withhold water for baptizing these people, who have received the Spirit just as we have?" When he returned to Jerusalem and reported what had happened, the community listened carefully and said, "Then to the Gentiles also God has granted repentance that leads to life." It was a moment of genuine expansion, of the community understanding its own shape to be larger than it had thought. In Antioch, the great city on the Orontes River in Syria, the 3rd city of the empire, a place of enormous commercial and cultural energy, a community had formed that was doing something new, actively inviting Gentiles to join, not requiring that they first become Jews, not insisting on circumcision or the full observance of the dietary laws. It was in Antioch that the followers of Jesus were first called Christians, a Greek term, a Gentile term applied from outside, that recognized that what was happening here was something distinct enough to need its own name. Barnabas was sent from Jerusalem to Antioch to see what was happening and encourage it. He went to Tarsus to find Paul, and brought him to Antioch, where for a year they taught together and a substantial community formed. It was from Antioch that Paul and Barnabas were sent out on what would be the first of the great missionary journeys. The world Paul traveled through was remarkably well connected by the standards of the ancient world. The Roman Empire, for all the burdens it placed on its subject peoples, had built roads and kept them maintained, had suppressed piracy on the Mediterranean and kept the sea lanes relatively safe, had established a common language in Greek and a common legal framework. A traveler could move from Jerusalem to Rome without leaving the territory of a single imperial administration, stopping at towns with facilities for travelers along the well-maintained Roman roads. Paul walked. This is worth staying with. The distances are measured in hundreds of miles, and he covered most of them on foot, over the decades of his missionary work. Through the passes of Asia Minor, through Macedonia and into Greece, across the Aegean by ship and back again. He would write later of roads often, of danger from rivers and bandits and his own countrymen and Gentiles, of weariness and cold and nakedness and hunger, of days and nights in the open. The letters he wrote to the communities he founded are full of the particular quality of someone writing across a real distance, someone who cannot be present but is doing the best that words can do. He arrived in a city and went first to the synagogue, if there was one, the natural entry point into a community that shared the foundational texts. He would speak about Jesus from those texts, tracing the line from Abraham through the prophets to the one who had come and died and risen. Some were persuaded. Many were not. When he was driven from the synagogue, he went to the marketplace, the public space, the place where ideas competed in the open air. In Lystra, Paul healed a man who had been lame from birth, and the crowd interpreted this through their own mythological framework. The gods have come down to us in the form of men. They identified Barnabas as Zeus and Paul as Hermes. The priests of the local temple brought garlands and oxen for a sacrifice. Paul and Barnabas tore their clothes, the ancient gesture of distress at something sacrilegious, and rushed into the crowd. We are men just like you. We are telling you to turn from these worthless things to the living God who made heaven and earth and sea and everything in them. In Athens, the city that was to the Greek intellectual tradition what Jerusalem was to the Jewish tradition, Paul stood in the Areopagus, the hill where the council met to discuss philosophical and religious questions, and addressed the gathered Athenians with a care that is remarkable. He had noticed, walking through the city, an altar with the inscription, "To an unknown God." He began there. "What you worship without knowing, this I am declaring to you. From one man, God made all the nations to inhabit the whole earth. In him we live and move and have our being. Some of your own poets have said this. We are his offspring." He spoke of a day of judgment and a man through whom this judgment would be carried out, a man whom God had raised from the dead. At the mention of resurrection, some mocked. Others said they wanted to hear more. A few joined him and believed, including a member of the Areopagus Council itself. In Corinth, Paul spent a year and a half, working with a couple named Aquila and Priscilla who were tent makers like him, supporting his work with his own hands while teaching in the synagogue and building the community. Corinth was one of the great commercial cities of the ancient world, sitting on the narrow neck of land that connected Greece to the Peloponnese, a city of traders and travelers and all the energy and complexity that went with them. The community Paul built there would require the most extensive correspondence of any of his churches. His letters to the Corinthians are among the most human things he wrote, dealing with specific disputes, specific problems, specific confusions that had arisen in the life of this diverse and energetic community. He wrote to them about divisions in the congregation, about the proper conduct of worship, about the question of food offered to idols, about marriage, about spiritual gifts. And in the midst of all this practical guidance, he wrote what has become one of the most beloved passages in the whole biblical collection, a meditation on love that begins simply and builds steadily. If I speak in the tongues of men and of angels but have not love, I am only a noisy gong or a clanging cymbal. If I have prophetic powers and understand all mysteries and all knowledge, and if I have all faith so as to remove mountains, but have not love, I am nothing. Love is patient and kind. Love does not envy or boast. It is not arrogant or rude. It does not insist on its own way. It is not irritable or resentful. It does not rejoice at wrongdoing but rejoices with the truth. Love bears all things, believes all things, hopes all things, endures all things. Love never ends. He wrote to the Romans, the community he hoped to visit on his way further west toward Spain, with the most systematic and sustained theological reflection in his letters: the universal human condition, the faithfulness of God, the meaning of what had happened in Jesus, the reconciliation that was being offered, the life that followed from receiving it. Nothing in all creation, he wrote, can separate us from the love of God in Christ Jesus our Lord. Not death nor life, not angels nor principalities, not things present nor things to come, not height nor depth, not anything else in all creation. He wrote to the Philippians with a warmth and tenderness that comes through the centuries. I thank God every time I remember you. Whatever is true, whatever is honorable, whatever is just, whatever is pure, whatever is lovely, whatever is commendable, think about these things. The God of peace will be with you. To the Galatians he wrote with more urgency, defending the freedom that had been central to his message against those who wanted to make the full observance of the Jewish law a requirement for Gentile believers. There is neither Jew nor Greek, he wrote, there is neither slave nor free, there is neither male nor female, for you are all one in Christ Jesus. To the Ephesians he wrote of the mystery of what God was doing in the world, uniting all things in Christ, reconciling peoples who had been estranged, making something new out of what had been divided. We are his workmanship, he wrote, created for good works which God prepared beforehand that we should walk in them. The challenges that faced the early communities were real and various. The Roman imperial system was not neutral about the new movement. The claim that Jesus was Lord sat uncomfortably with the imperial cult that required acknowledgement of the emperor as divine, and this friction would intensify over time. In the early decades, the communities existed in a kind of legal ambiguity, sometimes tolerated, sometimes persecuted locally, not yet the subject of systematic empire-wide policy. Paul himself was arrested multiple times. He was beaten and imprisoned in Philippi, and while he and his companion Silas sat in prison at midnight, praying and singing hymns with the other prisoners listening, an earthquake opened the doors and loosened the chains. The jailer, who had been responsible for ensuring they did not escape and was facing the consequences of their apparent freedom, came in to see what had happened and found Paul standing there. Don't harm yourself, Paul said. We are all here. The jailer brought them out and asked, what must I do to be saved? And Paul told him, and baptized him and his whole household before the night was over. He appealed to Caesar in Jerusalem, exercising his right as a Roman citizen when faced with a trial he believed would not be fair. The appeal meant he would go to Rome, and the journey there, by ship through stormy autumn seas, shipwrecked on the island of Malta, eventually reaching Italy, is described in the book of Acts with a narrative vividness and detail that suggests an eyewitness account. Paul arrived in Rome and was placed under house arrest, but received visitors freely and continued to teach. He wrote from Rome to the Philippians, to the Colossians, to Philemon, to the Ephesians. The letters from prison are among the most serene of his writings. He had learned, he wrote, in whatever state he was, to be content. He had learned the secret of being brought low and of abounding, of facing plenty and hunger, abundance and need. He could do all things through the one who strengthened him. The early community also included voices beyond Paul. James, the brother of Jesus, led the Jerusalem community for decades, a man of great personal gravity, known for his prayerfulness, called the just by those who watched him. His letter, which comes down to us in the collection, speaks of practical faith. Faith without works is dead. What good is it if someone has faith but does not have works? If a brother or sister is poorly clothed and lacking in daily food, and you say to them, go in peace, be warmed and filled, without giving them the things needed for the body, what good is that? John, who had been one of the first disciples called from the fishing boats on the Sea of Galilee, wrote, or was the source behind the writing of, the gospel that carries his name, and the letters and the great visionary text called Revelation. His gospel opens not in Bethlehem or Nazareth but before creation itself. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. He was in the beginning with God. All things were made through him. In him was life, and the life was the light of men. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. John's gospel ends with a sentence of extraordinary openness. There are also many other things that Jesus did. Were every one of them to be written, I suppose that the world itself could not contain the books that would be written. The communities of believers spread through the cities and towns of the Roman world: Antioch, Corinth, Ephesus, Philippi, Rome. They met in houses, in the private rooms of homes large enough to hold a group, around a table, sharing a meal, breaking bread as they had been taught, praying the prayers, reading the letters from Paul and the stories of Jesus that were beginning to be gathered and written down, and worshiping. The worship of these earliest communities was shaped by the Jewish heritage they had come from and by the new thing they had experienced. The psalms still sung, but also new songs, hymns to the one whose name was above every name. There was baptism in the shared meal. There was prayer for the sick. There was the giving that ensured those without enough had what they needed. They were people who expected the return of Jesus within their own lifetimes. The expectation shaped their whole posture toward the world, the urgency and the generosity and the willingness to hold earthly possessions lightly because this age was passing and something new was coming. As the generations passed and the return did not come, the community learned to hold the expectation in a different way, to live faithfully in the long time rather than only in the short time. They were also people who remembered. The stories of what Jesus had said and done were told and retold in these gatherings, and the telling was not merely nostalgic. These communities believed that the one who had died and risen was still present with them, as he had promised, in the breaking of the bread, in the gathered community, in the reading of the scriptures, in the faces of those in need. The story was alive. The presence was real. The memory was not of something completed but of something ongoing. There was suffering. The letters of Peter speak to communities facing hostility and marginalization, addressed to the strangers and exiles of the dispersion, scattered through the provinces of Asia Minor, who were experiencing the particular difficulties that came from living in a way that didn't quite fit the expectations of the surrounding culture. Do not be surprised at the painful trial you are suffering, he wrote. Rejoice insofar as you share in Christ's sufferings, that you may also rejoice and be glad when his glory is revealed. Cast all your anxiety on him because he cares for you. This was not a faith that promised immunity from difficulty. It was a faith that promised companionship in difficulty, that the one who had suffered was present with those who suffered, that nothing that could happen to a person was outside the reach of a love that had already gone through the worst of it and come out the other side. And through it all, the sense of what had been set in motion continued to grow. From the 12 who had followed a carpenter from Galilee to the upper room to the empty tomb, to the 120 gathered in Jerusalem on Pentecost, to the 3,000 baptized that day, to the community spreading across the trade routes of the empire, the movement had a quality of growth that no one had planned or managed, that seemed to have its own momentum, rooted in something that was not reducible to the organizational genius of its participants or the persuasiveness of its arguments. People heard the stories and something in the stories found something in them. A teacher who had stood in a boat on the Sea of Galilee and told stories about farmers and seeds. Who had held children that the disciples wanted to turn away. Who had touched lepers and spoken to women in public and eaten with people nobody wanted to eat with. Who had wept at a tomb. Who had prayed alone in a garden and said, "Not my will but yours." Who had died on a Friday afternoon outside a city wall, in circumstances of public humiliation and abandonment, and who had been found alive on Sunday morning by women who had come to anoint a body and found no body to anoint. The long story that had begun in the garden, in the ancient story of creation and the first human disobedience and the first promise of restoration, had moved through the histories of one family and one people across many centuries. It had moved through the great sweep of Israel's history, through the voices of the prophets and the songs of the Psalms and the wisdom of the sages. It had arrived at a stable in Bethlehem in the night, at a river in the Jordan Valley, on a hillside in Galilee, at a table in an upper room, at a garden tomb in the morning. And now it was moving outward again, out from Jerusalem through Judea and Samaria and to the ends of the earth, carried in the hearts and on the lips of ordinary people who had been changed by what they had encountered and could not stop talking about it. The Rome that Paul eventually reached was the center of a world that would, in the centuries to come, be profoundly shaped by the movement he had helped to spread. The language he wrote in Greek was the lingua franca that allowed these letters and these stories to travel across the whole Roman world and beyond it. The roads that carried his feet also carried his letters, and the letters traveled faster than any individual. A letter to the Romans, written in Corinth, could be carried to Rome in a matter of weeks. The communities receiving those letters gathered in the evening, in the houses of people with the space to host them, and someone read aloud because not everyone could read, and because the experience of hearing together was itself part of what they were doing, the shared listening that formed a community. They listened to the words of Paul and the words of Peter and the words that had been written down about Jesus, and in the listening, something happened that is difficult to describe but that all of them would have recognized. The sense that the words were not merely historical, not merely about people who had lived before, but alive in the present moment, meeting them where they were. The world outside those houses continued in its ordinary way. The streets of Corinth or Ephesus or Rome busy with commerce and conflict, the smell of the city, the sound of the harbor, the soldiers and the merchants and the slaves and the senators all going about their business in the usual way, the empire maintaining its order and extracting its taxes and performing its sacrifices. And in the houses in the evening, bread was broken and prayers were said and the stories were told again. The faith that would shape the next 2,000 years of human history was at this moment a small thing by the world's standards. A collection of communities scattered across the eastern Mediterranean and beginning to push westward. A set of writings, letters, gospels, the account in Acts, being copied and circulated. A set of practices, the meal, the baptism, the Sabbath gathering, the care of the poor. A set of convictions so central and so world reorganizing that those who held them could not quite keep them to themselves. The story that began with God speaking light into the darkness in the first moments of creation, that moved through the garden and the flood and the call of Abraham and the Exodus and the law and the prophets and the exile and the return, had arrived at this. People gathered around a table in the evening in a house in Corinth or Rome or Antioch, remembering a man who had died and was not dead, listening for the Spirit that had been promised, hoping for a world made new. The hope was not naive. Those who held it had seen enough of the world's difficulty to know that the path was not easy and the journey was not short. But the hope was real. It was grounded in a story that was not finished, in a love that had proven stronger than everything that could be said against it, in the conviction that the light that had come into the darkness had not been overcome by the darkness. It is evening now. The hills of Galilee lie quiet under the stars, the lake reflecting them in the dark. The roads of the empire are still. In 100 houses across the ancient world, lamps are burning where small communities are gathered, people who have left their work for the evening and come together to break bread and pray and listen to the old stories being told once more. The shepherd knows his sheep by name. The Father is watching the road. The vine holds the branches. The stone has been rolled away. The net has been cast on the other side. And somewhere in the long, unfolding story of God and the human family, the chapter is still being written, in lives lived quietly and faithfully, in bread broken and shared, in prayers said in the dark, in the small, persistent, world-remaking work of love. Rest now. The story goes on.